Symposium of this year. As the Uganda Law Society, we are proud and glad that you've been able to join us. I would also like to applaud our online audience. We have over 250 members registered online. And as of 10 minutes ago, we had about 80 so far who have logged in. You're welcome, and we are glad that you're here with us this morning. Colleagues who have been able to come here physically, thank you. At this juncture, allow me to ask Brian, who is going to be our MC of the day. Brian, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you have good energy. Good morning, everyone. We are young lawyers, so it's a Young Lawyer Symposium. We expect energy. My name is Brian Kambaho, and the wonderful lady next to me is
Brownie
Ebal. So for those that are online, please, I hope you are tweeting, you are liking, you are coming in, and you're starting with good energy. Now, this year's theme is self-leadership as a foundation of exceptional practice beyond borders. Now, as young lawyers, we like to inspire self-leadership. We're looking up to leaders. So there'll be lots of exciting speakers, moderators, topics. Please be excited. Brownie, tell us, who are we starting with this morning and what should people look out for?
So we're going to have speeches from the chairperson, Young Lawyers Society, the CEO, the president, and then we'll be having a keynote speaker by the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program. I think we are all excited to hear from her. We're excited to see all of you here. And as the day goes on, I hope we can interact, network, and talk to each other.
Thank you, Brownie. So without further ado, since we're already delayed, I would invite the chairperson, Mr. Azekuketa Derek, to come and open up the conference. He will invite the CEO, Uganda Law Society, who will in turn invite the president. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Our senior colleagues, Mr. President, Mr. CEO, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending both physically and online. The theme for this symposium, which is the 4th annual Young Lawyer Symposium, the biggest event for the young lawyers, as I call it, is self-leadership as a foundation of exceptional practice beyond borders. The theme targets are both the individuals and as well as exceptional practice. So we're looking at how do we develop skills, how do we enhance the growth of the individual in order to ensure that they are able to practice exceptionally, not only within the country, but also within the East African community and as well as internationally. As it has been said, it's no longer enough for a lawyer to just know the law. In this era, we understand that even the non-lawyers know the law. They have access to the law. So it's no longer sufficient for lawyers to simply know the law. We must do much. And 3 things or skills have been identified as required in order to know just the law. The skills that are required are people skills. We need to know processes, and we need technology. In all this, we are looking at, young lawyers are looking at future practice. They're looking at, when you look at, they're looking at a time when they look back, they're able to be satisfied and understand and be happy that they have led a successful career. So we are looking at the future lawyer. And there are 3 definitions that have been stated to define the future lawyer or the lawyer of the future. First, the lawyer of the future will increasingly need a broader range of capabilities that shift from technical advice that we all have towards value creation for businesses. And this will require skills. Secondly, tomorrow's lawyers have been predicted to be people who develop systems that solve clients' problems. These legal professionals predicted to be legal knowledge engineers, legal risk managers, system development experts, and experts in designing, thinking, and more. These people will develop new ways of solving legal problems with the support of technology. And lastly, some have predicted that the lawyers of the future will be all-shaped, meaning these are well-rounded people who combine technical competence with a more human, emotionally intelligent approach. And these will be smarts and hearts. And these are the lawyers that will define the next generation. So this symposium is meant to equip the young lawyers to be the all-shaped lawyers, to be the lawyers of the future. And in so doing, we have prepared, as the Uganda Law Society and the Young Lawyers Committee, interesting topics from carefully selected individuals. We sat and looked out for people that have been identified as experts in these fields, not only in the legal fraternity, but also beyond. So we'll have personal experiences from accomplished individuals who mastered the game and in themselves are now experts. We bear in mind SDG number 8 on decent work and economic growth. SDG number 8 is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. For us to be able to fit within this, we'll need some of the things that are going to be shared during the discussions that we're going to have in the symposium. We want to appreciate our sponsors. We have a number of sponsors that have been able to sponsor this symposium. We have BDO, we have Birungi Barata Advocates, we have Signam Advocates, we have Musangala and Company Advocates, and we have Kalipumutima and Company Advocates. We've also partnered with the UNDP as well as Smart 24 TV. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for being part of this, and I can't wait to have fruitful discussions with you. We want to thank those physically present and as well as those online. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And at this juncture, I would like to invite the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Law Society to give his remarks.
Thank you, the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee, Derek, and your team for supporting the Secretariat to make this symposium possible. The President of the Uganda Law Society, the Honorary Secretary, members of Council online, senior colleagues in the room, member of the Leadership Court Tribunal, Joyce Nalunga, and the President of the FLN, you're welcome. One of our most senior members, Mr. Wandero Gallo, Honorable, you're welcome. I see Honorable Omaro Tubo also in the house. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for accepting to be part of this engagement. I also want to recognize the presence of the Young Lawyers Committee, led by Derek, Asimwe, Julie, Brownie, and yes, Egan, Brian, and several others. You're welcome, and thank you for creating time. In the last 2 weeks, we have been working closely to make this possible. I see, my apologies, we have a senior colleague in the room whom I'll give an opportunity to introduce himself. My apologies, but thank you for joining us here today. I'd also want to thank the Secretariat Doreen, Godwin, Simon, Maggie, Ken, George, Aziz, for all the efforts that we put in to make this possible. I'm glad that we're having our 4th symposium. We weren't able to have it last year, so I'm glad that we're having it this year. And I'm glad that the committee has been steadfast to make this possible. Derek has pointed out the theme, and I'm glad that they chose that theme. I'm also glad that they're tagging with the connect, collaborate, and succeed. It summarizes everything that we need to do. And I'm glad that they've chosen it as their tag for this symposium. We are glad that the resident representative who will be here at 9:30 has accepted to give us time. She has given us 20 minutes of her time, and we hope to use the best out of it. Maybe at this juncture, so allow me to recognize the presence of Senior Counsel, Alan Shonobi. You're welcome, sir. And thank you for honoring our invitation. We are also joined by our chief guest. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to have a slight alteration to our program. Our chief guest notified us of our tight schedule, and we are glad you're here, Your Excellency. Our chief guest is LCG Atafua. I hope I've mentioned it well, the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, who has accepted to join us today. Your Excellency, in the room, we have our president, who is right across, Mr. Bernard Owundo, as well as several distinguished guests. The symposium is hybrid. We have over 250 participants online, and we have 60 in the room. So we are glad that you've been able to join us today, and we are glad that that the office of the UNDP has accepted to be part of our symposium this year. At this juncture, allow me to invite our president, given our tight schedule, to make remarks and invite our chief guest. Thank you.
The resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, our chief guest, you're welcome. The member of the Leadership Court Tribunal, our senior lawyers present here, the Executive Council, the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee, colleagues, lawyers, a good morning to you all. Let me hear you again, a good morning to you all. You know, when it's a Young Lawyers Conference, it's different. So there is energy in the room, yeah? This morning we come together, our chief guest, to have our annual 4th Young Lawyers Symposium, which is specifically targeting our young lawyers. The aim of this symposium is twofold. One, to provide a platform to our young lawyers to share their experiences, but two, to allow our senior lawyers interact with our young lawyers and also share experiences. So we come together to be able to provide a platform to assist in that regard. Our theme this year is focused on self-leadership. Leadership is key to the growth and development of this great country. While that is true, leadership must start with us. A lot of the time we are pointing fingers at what is wrong, and we forget that the other fingers are actually pointing to us. So we have decided that leadership must start with us. And this is the reason we are focusing on self-leadership. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot preach good leadership if you do not start with yourself. So it's very important that we use this platform to build our self-leadership skills. Self-leadership also leads to self-awareness. And we believe that if we frankly look at ourselves and identify what the gaps are and the skills that are to be able to progress in the legal profession, then we will be better people. And therefore, the theme this year, as you see, will lead to that discussion. A conversation starts with our senior lawyers, and we give them an opportunity to reflect on where they are, what the past was, what would they have done differently. In being able to look at that, they're able to share their experiences with our young lawyers. And because of time, I'm going to cut my speech short. Lastly, our keynote focuses on SDG number 8, which focuses on decent work and economic growth. I know that our chief guest is here and will be able to speak on this subject very eloquently. I will not be able to say more about this. But decent work and economic growth is very important even as we build our self-leadership skills. So it is important that even as we build on ourselves and making ourselves better, we also focus on how to provide decent workplace and eventually leading to economic growth. Finally, allow me take the opportunity to thank the Young Lawyers Committee. Can we all clap for them? The Young Lawyers Committee has done a very commendable job in organizing this conference, and we are proud that I'm sure the senior lawyers here should be proud that at least there are people who are following in their footsteps. I can see Dr. Alan Shonubi here, so I'm sure that they are proud, and Honorable Mara Tubo and Honorable Wandero Gallo, all these are our senior lawyers, and they're here with us. Allow me also thank our sponsors, S&L Advocates, Musangala, Signam, Birunji Barata, BDO. Thank you for making this possible. And of course, Shonubi Musoke, thank you for making this possible. Allow me also thank the Executive Council, the members of the Executive Council who are here for providing guidance and leadership to the Young Lawyers Committee. So thank you so much. Our Secretariat is here to make everything be able to work well and perfectly well. Thank you so much. And let me take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, who I know has indicated to us that doesn't have a lot of time. But first of all, thank you for accepting to come. And let me invite you to share your remarks with our young lawyers. Thank you.
Right. Good morning to you all. Let's have some energy. Young lawyers, good morning to you all. First of all, let me thank you sincerely for the invitation to be here. Really, I want to appreciate the president of the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Bernard Oundo, is that how you pronounce it? Yeah. And the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee, Derek. Where is Derek? Good. And the chief executive officer of the Uganda Law Society, Moses. Yeah. Where are the women in the leadership? Huh? And all the senior professionals present, distinguished advocates, distinguished lawyers, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues online. Good morning once again, and thank you for the invitation. I thought before I get started, let me also, in a special way, welcome UNDP Deputy Resident Representative, Sheila Ngatia, who is on the podium. You know, your clapping is very weak. make this more interactive. And that's why I accepted the invitation, because I thought I'll be amongst young people and it's going to be fun. Sheila is a distinguished lawyer herself. So I said, come and bail me out with the lawyers and also inspire them, so she would have a chance to say a few words as well as part of our collective reflections as UNDP to this conversation, but also to thank Annette, our senior colleague working on governance and peace. Annette, if you can stand up for recognition. It's a very popular word in Uganda, or phrase, stand up for recognition. I'm trying to give a light twist to the conversation, so let's not be too serious. I know lawyers are very, very serious. And so thank you very much for inviting us once again. I'm sorry we came in a bit late. I think we also got the invitation late as well. And so we had to squeeze in, and this morning we had a delegation with us. And from here, we have to go to Serena for the National SDG Conference, which is happening today and tomorrow, and the Vice President will be there. So we need to be quick to be seated before she comes. But perhaps just to structure the conversation a bit, I know Annette and Tim wrote a very big speech for me, but I'll not read it. I'll just speak off cuff and just try to let us have a conversation on the theme around your big theme around self-leadership as a foundation for exceptional practice beyond borders. And also more specifically for this conversation, looking at the compounding effect of self-leadership to attain decent work and economic growth. So I said to Annette, you know, these lawyers are here with big English. What is compounding effect? As I tried to understand that myself. So I think just to start the conversation, I want to cluster it around four C's, what I call the 4 C's. The construct we are dealing with, the construct, we are dealing with, the context in the world today, and then the context is important because we cannot talk about decent work, economic growth without understanding what is happening in the world today. And then thirdly, let's have a conversation, what it takes to be able to push forward that self-leadership, and then also have some conclusions. And then before I conclude, I'll just invite Sheila to say a few words. Are we together? So let's start off with a bit of the construct, and I'll engage you as well. So it's not your typical keynote address. I also trained as a teacher, and so I like to engage in the conversation. So let's start with the construct, compounding effect. What are we trying to talk about when we say compounding effect? You must have read the theme yourself and you say compounding effect. What were we trying to achieve by using the word compounding effect? Who wants to try? Who wants to try? Nobody wants to try. You use the big English, compounding effect of self-leadership, compounding effect. Anyway, I tried to understand that myself, and it's just very profound what I read in terms of the actions we take, the choices we make, and over time that builds into something big. In other words, whatever investment that we make over time, the choices we make, the consistency of those choices we make over time becomes big. And that is the compounding effect, the big effect that we are looking for through self-leadership. And then I said, okay, we are here to talk about decent jobs, which is the other construct I want to unpack, decent jobs and economic growth. And therefore, I was asking myself, were people expecting me to talk about how they would get jobs because they do the right things, they push forward the self-leadership and therefore can get good jobs, or decent jobs for themselves, or they're looking at decent jobs from the bigger picture of things. And so I chose to reflect more on decent jobs as it relates to the Sustainable Development Goal and economic growth. And so in the UN, particularly within the context of the work that our sister agency, the International Labour Organization, does, decent jobs is packed in 4 pillars, decent jobs. one that promotes jobs and enterprise. In other words, what actions do we do? What do we do to promote the creation of jobs? And sometimes in many economies, you would see that we are promoting economic growth, but then it's a jobless growth. And therefore, the whole construct around decent jobs means that we must promote jobs and also enterprises. The second pillar of that decent job agenda is also guaranteeing the rights at work, rights at work, rights at work. In other words, wherever spaces that we are in as lawyers, in your capacity as a lawyer, whether you're working with somebody or you have created your own agency that you're working, we must guarantee the rights of people. And that's very important when it comes to decent jobs. So I just want to begin to stretch your imagination today that the conversation is not about me getting a job because I came out from law school and I want a decent job. But decent job in the context of whatever we do and whatever spaces we find ourselves in, we are able to guarantee the rights of people, not only for yourself, but for those that you are engaging with. Are you with me? We are still unpacking the construct because we need to have a conversation based on something, and we need to have a conversation that pushes the boundaries when it comes to the development agenda of Uganda, development agenda of Africa, and the world as a whole. The third pillar of that decent job construct is around extending social protection. Social protection. And you can unpack social protection in many ways. We will not go into it. I think we should have a dedicated time. I do hope, Mr. President, that we can have some more serious conversation around some of these things. But social protection. In a world where we are still seeing increasingly inequality, vulnerabilities, how do we extend social protection to the poor, to the needy, the persons with disability, the youth, and many more? Social protection is an element of decent jobs. And finally, promoting social dialogue. Social dialogue. Dialogue around key development issues, dialogue around pathways for development, dialogue around the complex things that we face today, and therefore how that leads to creating solutions when it comes to decent jobs. So these four pillars, as you may call it, are the foundations of what the SDG looks at in the context of decent jobs. And so by extension, when we do promote jobs and enterprises, when we extend social protection, when we facilitate social dialogue, when we give guarantees or provide guarantees and rights of people at work and our communities as a whole, the extension, what it means is that we can then link that back to economic growth. In other words, when we are in a society where we are dealing with issues around injustices, when we are dealing with issues around, how do we find jobs, especially with a very youthful population, by extension, we are pushing forward the economic agenda of the countries. So then you begin to see the connection between decent jobs and economic growth. Are you with me? And then finally, in terms of construct, self-leadership. And I know this is not a leadership conversation. It's not a leadership seminar. It's a seminar that looks at the development agenda, the sustainable development goals, your role to facilitate that in the context of the provision of decent jobs and economic growth. But what is self-leadership? What do we mean by self-leadership? Anybody wants to try? I think I'm alone on this podium. Nobody wants to try anything. Self-leadership, what comes to mind? What comes to mind? Can we have people here? I know some people are already doing Instagram and tweeting. Let's be together. Let's be together, because these digital spaces are very important, but they can be destructive or take people away. I could see a few people who were intensely looking at their phone. So let's be together. That's why we came. All right. Self-leadership. What comes to mind? Yes. Go ahead.
You're able to motivate yourself to achieve the goals that you desire.
Okay. How do you motivate? How do you motivate yourself? You want to try?
How do you motivate yourself?
Okay, that's a big smile. Good. Thank you. Who else wants to try? Please, your neighbor.
I would look at it as the ability to create within you the person you desire to see.
The person you deserve to be?
The ability to create within you, within your entity, the person or the entity you desire to see.
Okay. Okay, that's a good one. Let's take a final reflection. Good. Yes. I don't know your name, so maybe you might want to introduce yourself. I don't want to pass you by in town.
Juliet Nevada is my name. Thank you for those definitions. I believe that self-leadership is individually deciding to have initiative on your growth and being the master at it. So taking the steps that it requires without an external push is you leading yourself. Yeah, is you actually crowning and beginning that journey. So initiative. When you're looking at self-leadership, there must be initiative and there must be a drive to actually conquer particular things that will lead you to a better future. So initiative for me is an aspect.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of things, taking initiative, motivating yourself, the change that you want to be. And there's a lot of literature on the theory of self-leadership, so I'll not go into it. But when you read through it, there's a lot of consistency around what it is. Being self-aware about the needs around you, being self-motivated, and revolves around 3 P's around people, your personal life, the person, and the professional dimension. So sort of some 3 P's around that, and what it takes then to drive yourself as a person, what it takes to drive yourself because you seek more career development, professional development, push yourself forward, and also that you do this, you influence society, the people around you, the networking, and many, many more. And so again, like I said, it's not a conversation around self-leadership in isolation, but I just wanted to connect that. So having set a bit of the construct, what we are trying to understand, because when I was in school, one of my teachers taught me understanding the question in itself is a pass. In other words, once you begin to understand what it means, then we can take the conversation forward in terms of what are we talking about today? We are talking about self-leadership. We are talking about having a compounding effect that will push forward decent jobs and economic growth. So now let's come to some context. Yeah, to be able to drive, to be able to influence, to be able to articulate where the needs are. What is it that we are talking about in the world today? Because it's very important as lawyers that you don't decouple the practice from what is happening in the world today. So what is happening in the world today? And I'll just outline a few things, which is very important for the legal practice and for young people and young lawyers to begin to reflect. What does this mean for us as we move forward? What does it mean for us as we drive Uganda's development agenda? What does it mean for us as we push forward the NDP 3? And now we are going to NDP 4 implementation, the Vision 2040, the SDGs, and many, many more. What is the world today as we see from both lens of challenges and both lens of opportunities? It's very important to articulate this because it's part of the self-leadership that will take us forward in terms of having that compounding effect that we want to have. What is the world today as it relates to challenges and opportunities? So I'll say a few things, and then we would have the third part around the conversation. What is the world today? So the world has made fantastic progress on a number of things. Let me talk about first the Sustainable Development Goals at midterm. As you know, we had the SDGs in 2015. We are in 2023. We have 7 years to go to 2030. Where are we today? Because that should also drive you in terms of the change that we want, the influence that we want as a legal fraternity, but we also live in the world today. So where are we? We have made some fantastic progress in the world, in education, in economic growth, in addressing health challenges, COVID, many things, and I'll not go into everything. But at midterm, when we are in 2023, our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, launched a report on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And here are a few things at midterm that the SDGs report talks about. It says by 2030, we will still have 670 million people, 8% of the world's population still facing hunger if we don't do anything. 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty. 84 million children will be out of school. 660 million people will be without electricity. 2 billion people will continue to rely on polluting fuels. And we would have 286 years to close the gender gaps in legal protection and removing discriminatory laws. This is where we are at midterm on the SDGs. And therefore, he calls for us to rescue the SDGs. And when we talk about the SDGs, colleagues, don't see SDGs as something in the air. It's what we live with today in Uganda, in Africa, and in the world. And so in the rescue plan, I'm not going to talk about it. He calls for us to take certain actions. And those actions are also imperatives for us as lawyers to be able to connect to that global vision, because that is the world that we live in today. And those also mean creating jobs, decent jobs, pushing economic growth, dealing with injustices, and how the legal fraternity can be able to address some of these things. So this is where the world we are today. Great progress, but yet great contradictions. Number two, what is the world that we are in today? The context setting, the second C, the youth. We have a very young population in the world today than never before. And Africa is the youngest population on earth. I think by 2040 or so, 1 in the world of young people will be in Africa. Of the 10 countries that are the most youngest in the world, 9 of them are in Africa. And Uganda is number 3. I think Uganda oscillates between 2 and 3, but Niger is number 1, Mali and Uganda oscillate. What does it mean for us in terms of the youth and the potential to build on a very interesting and take advantage of the demographic dividends of a very young people? And I think if COVID taught us anything, it also taught us that Ugandan young people can innovate. We saw innovations like never before. Even in the legal fraternity, we ourselves as UNDP began to think about e-courts. We had never thought about them in a profound way. Innovations, many things. But at the same time, huge unemployment. Huge unemployment. In Uganda, we have 700,000 people that come into the job market every year. But the public sector can only absorb a few. What happens to the rest of the people who are unemployed or even underemployed? They have jobs, but really performing under capacity, or really jobs that they don't want to do, but they are there. But what does it mean for us when it comes to self-leadership in creating opportunities, even within our own legal spheres, or using our advisory support in the legal sector to be able to push forward some reforms and opportunity, or take advantage of opportunities that create decent jobs in a continent that is very young? And friends, let's not look at this as a theoretical thing. If you have young, you came on Yusuf Lule, I'm sure. You saw young people who are looking for jobs. I have interviewed graduates in my own home who are ready to clean, but they have BScs. It's sad. So where are those opportunities? Even from where you sit, what can I do? How can I use my legal practice in a profound way to create opportunities? And where there may be inequalities that is driving young people into poverty or vulnerabilities, what can I do? So that's the world today. We have a very youthful population, great minds, of exuberant spirits, yet no jobs, unemployment. And that's the world. Huh? It's not only here in Uganda. What do we see today? Number 3. Imagine opportunities when it comes to issues such as trade. That's what we see. If you see in Africa, for example, for the very first time, African countries are saying we will trade amongst ourselves. How many of you have read the legal instruments around the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement? Do you even know about it? Who knows about it? Who knows about it? Anybody? Anybody? No. Africa trades amongst itself 16.6% only. Uganda is pouring milk in the gutters. Ghana is buying milk from New Zealand. Even our tea, the tea that we produce in East Africa, the biggest exporters of tea are not within the region. They're outside of the continent. We import more tea outside of the continent than we import from the continent. Yet we are the ones producing the tea and the coffee and the cocoa. Great opportunities on trade. It's a legal instrument that has been used by our presidents to say, for the first time, let's sign a legal instrument that allows us to trade amongst ourselves. Digital trade, dispute resolution mechanisms, it's there. Please educate yourself on some of these things, because that is the future of the continent. And that is the decent work that we're talking about, to begin to create opportunities for young people to trade within Africa. The extent to which we can maintain wealth in the continent is linked to the extent to which we can trade amongst ourselves. Are you with me? I hope I'm challenging the minds, because it's not about coming here and saying, oh we need to learn very hard and do some courses and get a decent job as lawyers. It is about what is the kind of job we want to create for young people in Africa, including via trade instruments. And I do hope that one of our colleagues, Joy Kategegwa, Dr. Joy, who is Ugandan, who is a trade lawyer, would have an opportunity to break some of these things to you when she comes next time. And she'll be coming very soon, in the next 2 months. And I hope the president and team can invite her to share some of these things and what it means for the country. But we also have emerging opportunities in technology in terms of creating jobs. But at the same time, on the flip side, there are still legal issues and potentially ethical issues on some of these things. What does it mean for us when we have artificial intelligence? And your legal reports now will be done by machine learning. You don't have to have human beings typing them anymore over time. What does it mean in terms of opportunities? Creating jobs, decent jobs. Yesterday, I think, was the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We were discussing some of these e-justice, e-governance processes, because the world is changing, and it's changing so fast. Maybe in 10, 15, 20 years, perhaps we will not even need cars, probably flying. I don't know. We would see. But what does it mean in terms of your own reflections? What would AI mean for the legal fraternity? And what are some of the ethical issues you need to be perhaps dealing with? Maybe in courts, I don't know. But these are the emerging things that I thought I'll connect to. And I can go on and on and on. But let me touch on one thing that poses one of the greatest challenges of all times to us: climate change. Climate change has the potential to erode the gains when it comes to our development agenda in Uganda, in Africa, in the world. And it's not something that is theoretical. We see when we don't expect the rains, they're coming. When we don't expect the drought, they're coming. And I was asking, even yesterday, some of the legal brains of the country to say, what about climate injustice? And how, as young lawyers, would you apply your skill, your leadership to address some of these things? Because if somebody wins or destroys the wetlands of this country, should we just be looking and saying, oh, okay, well, I'm not connected to it? Because when the wetlands go, Our water security is impacted. The water goes. In fact, we are now finding water further and further. That is a cost to the economy. For that, your tourism depends on it. Because when you have the wetlands, the birds are there. We have bird watchers who are coming in. So when somebody is destroying it, your tourism is impacted. And tourism before COVID hit was #1 in terms of foreign exchange earner for the country. Or that because we destroy the wetlands, when it rains, the wetlands is supposed to be a sponge that will absorb the water, but that it's no longer there, and therefore it floods. And when it floods, you're impacted. The clinics go, the hospitals, the education centers, and what? What does it mean from a climate justice point of view as a young lawyer? Your advocacy role, what does it mean? And I was just telling them that I think I read in Bolivia or some other place where they've gone to the extent to which you give persona to non-humans like rivers, where you can even, the river can charge people in court for being polluted. So I'm saying this so that you can begin to look at decent jobs from a much bigger perspective. Because when the environment is destroyed, the jobs are impacted because your economies in Africa and many economies in our region, including Uganda, are nature-based. Our agriculture depends on nature. Our tourism depends on nature. Our water security depends on nature. And therefore, when it's being impacted, we should be concerned, including on natural resource governance. Nobody talks about some of these things. What is the benefit sharing, even from a governance point of view, when it comes to natural resources? These are all emerging issues we should be concerned about. And so there are challenges, but there are opportunities. That is the most important part. Looking at the glass half full. What can we do when it comes to climate and providing justice? What does it come to? What does it mean for us to be able to support a very youthful population, not only the lawyers, to be able to take advantage of what belongs to us as Ugandans and Africa and the world? What does it mean for us to be engaged in the SDGs, in the National Development Plan, to push the development agenda for us young lawyers? What can we do to create that decent jobs that we are looking for our people? So I want you to begin to connect to the bigger vision, which somebody talks about what drives us. What drives us? Because that self-leadership in terms of motivation, that self-leadership in terms of how we push forward ourselves, the self-leadership when it comes to what can we do is connected to these challenges, but opportunities that we see. And so I want you to begin to connect to the bigger vision of the SDGs, decent jobs, and economic growth is not just in isolation, because once you begin to push forward decent growth, decent jobs and economic growth, you are dealing with the question around poverty. SDG #1. You're dealing with inequality. You're dealing with gender. You're dealing with climate. You're dealing with all the SDGs because they are so indivisible. You cannot separate them. And the role that you play as lawyers in creating opportunities for yourself, but also creating opportunities for others, and dealing with the 4 things that I talked about, guaranteeing rights, social protection, social dialogue, it's very important. I hope I'm getting through somehow. Now I know we are time bound, so I would try time bound. So I would just move now from the construct to the context, now to the conversation. What can we do? What can we do as young lawyers, very exuberant, smart? And I'm always pulling my hair because I kind of feel I have a legal part in me. And I should have gone to law school. And I told myself, I was scratching my head. I asked Professor Nawangu and team, I said, can I do something on law? Just something 1 month. I need to have something with me before I leave Uganda. And so it's a very important part of Uganda's development agenda. And so let's have a conversation on what we can do. And again, I would just try to talk a bit about some of the things that personally I've been reflecting on and what we can do. The first one is around what can we do? What can we do as young lawyers? Self-leadership as it connects to decent jobs, economic growth, and that compounding effect. Don't forget that word, compounding effect, which means it goes beyond you. Your legacy is not to yourself. Your legacy is to what you can do to support other people and the change we can bring. So what can we do? First of all, I want to talk about the drive. What drives us? The drive. The drive. The drive becomes important in terms of self-leadership. The drive. What drives you? I want to drive a big Benz. I want to be seen. I want to be on Instagram. I have a new hairdo. You know, what should be the drive? And what should drive us? And I tell my colleagues that anytime we come out of Yusuf Lule and we see young men and women running after cars, selling things, children on their back, trying to make a living, it must drive us. What can we do? What can I do? Beyond me getting a nice job as a lawyer and going to court. The drive must transcend beyond us, transcend beyond our families, transcend beyond our friends, to transcend to see what is it that we see in terms of the Uganda that we want. And that should drive us. Because if that doesn't drive us as young lawyers, then we have failed. Because like I said, our legacy is not to ourselves. The drive, the drive, the drive. But drive is not sufficient. The determination to make change happen. I think one of our brothers there said the change we want to see, the influence we want to have, the determination. There are days that Sheila and I are pulling our heads, oh my goodness, we are so tired, I can't take it anymore. We also go through those motions, like, oh no, oh my God. I'm being told half of the time that, I'm crying more than the bereaved. Because we say, oh my, I'm so tired, they don't care, why are they doing this? I was having lunch with some senior government officials yesterday myself, these are friends, I'm just like, oh, I'm so tired, what more can we do? But then we say, we must change something, the determination. So we're going to have hurdles, but the determination to effect change, to innovate, to create opportunities in terms of entrepreneurship for others, the determination even to push ourselves. I was given at this topic, I was just like, oh, this is compounding effect. What am I supposed to say? These lawyers are big English. I said, ask them again, what do they want? I still didn't get what the explanation very well. So I said, okay, let me wake up at 3:34 today. Let me try to understand this thing myself. And that's what I did. Determination. I said, I can't fail. These lawyers, I must impress them when I come here. That was a determination. So again, colleagues, there has to be something that even when things become difficult, and it becomes difficult every time, every step of the way, we are fighting every time, one thing or the other. But keep an eye. And that's my third one. Dedication to the cause. Dedication to the cause. Dedication to the cause. And that dedication can take different forms. And I recall recently that I was reflecting on one of the things that His Excellency, the President said. He said, if you're fighting a cause and you are not healthy, you cannot fight it. You die early because of that. You're not keeping healthy, and therefore the cause is not pushed forward. And so when I'm beginning to feel that, Elsie, you need to take care of your health now. Determination to the cause. I started working in my own living room. I said, Elsie, you need to be healthy. Determination to the cause. And what is the cause? The cause to humanity, the cause to Uganda. We must be burdened with that cause and be dedicated to that cause. It's not about NRM. It's not about, what's the other party? Nope. And it's not about, this kind of stuff. It's the cause. And you keep an eye on that ball. And I know I talked about this. I think you listened to my thing on NBS. I was using those Ds, the drive, the determination, the dedication, but also having the right people around you. I have I did a little write-up. One of our RR or resident representative, we wrote our own stories. And I wrote my story and I said about dating the right people in code, dating in code. I didn't say go for a boyfriend or a girlfriend. But what it means is that you have to have the right people around you in terms of energy and networking and collaboration. If people don't give me positive energy, no. Because they are vision killers. They will kill the vision, they will drag you down. You have to be able to connect to the people who your energy must rub with energy. And, fire must kindle with fire. Because otherwise, your vision as a young lawyer, the dream. And so date the right people. D, the fourth D. Date the right people. Have the right connections, the right collaborations, the right people, the right networks, the right influences. That's very important. And I think as we think about self-leadership and the compounding effect we are looking for, the right people matters. Sheila knows there are days that I said, I got an aha moment. I have to call this person. My sister, my brother, can we meet for coffee? We go there. And then, boom, we spark an idea. And some of those are revolutionary just because we're having coffee. It's a light moment, but we spark an idea. The right people, the right network, young lawyers, it's very important. Even sometimes, to the extent possible, people who are competitive in a positive way. Because you don't want people who are dull, my friends. And I try as much as possible to carry people with me. But when I realize that you suck the energy too much, I run away. So that's the fourth one. The fifth one, and I'm talking about these. I like to cluster my things around letters so that people keep it in mind. Drive, determination, dedication, and dating the right people. But also doing the right things. Doing the right things. We can make quick money. Sheila was telling me these days that they did a survey. I think maybe she should talk about it in East Africa or something, or Kenya, one of them. And then the most jobs that people are looking for is procurement. Big ones. More people are looking for procurement jobs. And you ask yourself why? Nobody wants to do pro bono law, legal services, supporting to the poor, vulnerable people, persons with disability. No, they're wasting my time. Quick money, big time. Procurement. Why? Because you can make quick money, issues around integrity, ethics. People have lost it. Minds are seared. But we must do the right things, guys. We must do the right things. Even the legal profession. I was watching, I don't watch films really because I'm always running around. I was watching a film, a Nigerian series on Netflix called The Legal, kind of forgotten the name, something but legal. It's a legal series. And both the husband and the wife are lawyers and they're conflicted. They're conflicted because the woman wants to take the big jobs that will bring the money and the husband wanted to do the right things in terms of serving humanity. And it was interesting as fiction, but just to see how even the marriage was, moving apart as a result of that. What am I saying? I think we live in a world where we are conflicted. We're looking for money. We're looking for this. We're looking for that. And at what cost? What are the trade-offs for us? And I would want to emphasize as part of that self-leadership and compounding effect that we want to have to promote decent jobs is not for the easy, but to do the right thing. And the right thing sometimes doesn't bring money. The right thing may not always be what people want to see, but the right things will turn things around. The right things will reduce poverty. The right things will reduce inequalities. The right things will take our countries where they want to be. Isn't it a paradox as Africans, and I speak as an African myself, that we have all it takes to prosper as a continent? We have the minerals, we have the sun, we have the water, we have the most arable land in the world. 60% of what you can produce is here in Africa. But yet we are poor. Why? There are governance issues that are very important, that are the foundations for development, values. You're cheating each other and we are happy. You steal government money and you're happy. We see them from where we are, by the way. We see them. What would you do as a lawyer to address some of these governance issues, the values, the governance of things? Because otherwise we will continue to wallow in poverty. And I can tell you. Because development, even financing, because as the largest development agency in the United Nations family, we know, our economists do the analysis. We see them every day. In fact, we have our chief economist here in the Regional Bureau for Africa. Financing for Africa is even shifting because of the geopolitics of the world. It's going to Ukraine, it's going to other interests. If you're waiting for somebody to bring you money, good luck. It will come, but it will come attached with interest. It will come maybe in fragmentation. It will come in different ways. But the true development would depend on us. Would it depend on Ugandans, the young lawyers like you, in terms of lifting the bar on the values? Today, we're talking about mindset change. Just before we came in with one of our colleagues who had just come, the representative from Burundi. Mindset change. It's not money. But how do you use that? You see the glass half full. We have a lot of young people who always look at problems, not solutions. Yeah, we have this problem. Yes, we have this challenge. No. How do we inculcate a can-do spirit, even as lawyers, in whatever form it takes? So doing the right thing becomes very important as part of that self-leadership. Finally, on the D, or two things. You must deliver the goal. Goal setting as a young lawyer, goal achievement, delivery. If you come to UNDP, you can ask Annette, sweating half of the time. We are pushing them, delivery, because we set ourselves some goals and we are pushing everybody. Everybody's running helter-skelter on delivery. Delivery, sweating. Even ourselves, we are sweating because our regional director is pushing on us, delivery. She's getting the push from our administrator, delivery. All of us are delivery. And we are even doing delivery acceleration plans, how to deliver. So you must deliver. You must deliver the course. But finally, the dexterity, the skill it takes, the personal development, the continuous engagement, find opportunities for yourself. I have been quite radical on a number of things. I look for information wherever I can find them. These days they're on the internet, but in the past, I would chase anybody for anything to be able to get what I want in terms of building my own capacity and skill and opportunities. And so as I conclude, because we have to go, I've talked about the construct we're dealing with, the context, the conversations around the 6 or 7 Ds, and finally, the conclusion. The conclusion. I myself, and I think maybe Mr. President will have a time later in future to connect again. This is why we accepted the invitation, by the way. It was tight, but we said, these are young people. We have to inspire. We have to tell our story. I myself grew up in Ghana, in the ghettos of Ghana. We didn't just become resident representatives. And we still don't believe we have achieved what we want to achieve. We're still pushing. Brought up by a single mother in the ghettos of Accra, living in compound houses. So today, when you find us here, it's a story of drive. It's a story of determination. It's a story of doing the right things. It's a story of dating the right people. And I can go on, and I think I'll share that story with you in the interest of time. As we conclude on this subject of the compounding effect of self-leadership to attaining decent work and economic growth, I just want to leave you with a few things that Africa is at a tipping point. Africa is at a tipping point. The continent, and by extension Uganda, has all it takes to position itself in this world. And in much complex world that we found it, a world of uncertainties and crises and everything that we can talk about, but also the world of opportunities where we can see the half glass full, we can invest, we can innovate, we can create opportunities for our people. You must see yourself, wherever you are, to create that compounding effect. And that compounding effect is not about you. It is also about your friends. It is also about your families. It is also about Uganda and the Uganda that we want. It is also about Africa, which is at a tipping point where we can aggregate the full potential of this continent and the young people of this continent who can lift the continent to where it belongs for us to have that compounding effect. And that takes that self-leadership that we talked about to create those decent jobs and economic growth, but beyond the decent jobs and economic growth, to link back to all the SDGs that we have talked about, and to bring the lens of Uganda's development agenda in focus as we even push forward our legal practice, our legal dreams. And I have not earned myself the title to call you learned friends because I'm not one, but let me thank you for the opportunity to invite us, and let me welcome the true learned friend, Shilangatia, to say a few words. This is really, after all the effort, this is the clap we get. Guys.
Good morning, my learned friends. I think we need some more coffee. We have not yet had coffee. Maybe that explains, but you know, Elsie, you know, lawyers, we're traditional, we're conservative. We're not, you know, so maybe, but it's exciting, you know, to be here, and thank you. And, you know, I was not on the program, but I think also this is one of the lessons that you must take, you know, from this. You know, when an opportunity presents itself, you must be ready and you step up. So you can imagine how I'm here today. I was not in the program, but I am addressing this distinguished, you know, audience. So I think that's also one of the first lessons, you know, that you must be ready, you know, you must be ready at any time, and you seize the opportunity, even with confidence, with some lack of preparation, with, you know, but you step up. So thank you, Bernard, and, you know, all the young lawyers here, and also all the senior counsels. I think this is really a great forum. And, you know, I really want to appreciate you also for the vision and the ambition, the theme around self-leadership. I think that is actually very practical and very, you know, pragmatic. And I'm sure you are going to interrogate, what does self-leadership mean? And these two critical aspects of self and leadership. Elsie has spoken so brilliantly, so mine is really very short as somebody who's just gate crashed into the party. And I think I liked what she talked about, the context of the world changing, you know, and the world being in, you know, a constant state of evolution and change. And, you know, for us as a legal profession, you know, as I said, we're very traditional. We've been very conservative, but we have no option. We must change. We must evolve. I think, even, when I was leaving university, right now I can see that some of us have some nice colors, green and pink and red. And it was unheard of at that time. I think the senior councils know. It was blue and black. That was it. I mean, you even dare to have even cream, shirts were white, so it shows you that even here, many of us still have that residual conservativeness. But I can see a number with red ties, with a red handkerchief, no ties. That's a big shift. The ladies with African. So colleagues, I think really the reality is that the legal profession has also come through an evolution, and we must really continue to change. When I was coming out of university, and please don't ask me how many years ago that was, really the pathways for lawyers, I think there were just really three options. It was either you join the bench, you join the judiciary, or you get into, practice as an advocate, or, you join government, whether you'll be in the attorney generals as a state counsel or a prosecutor. Those were really the three. But there really has been such a transformation and huge opportunities. And I really still strongly believe, and this is something I was even telling my children, that a legal degree, a legal profession, presents such enormous opportunities to go into all different sectors, of the economy, that it lends itself to so many, other professions and other pathways for careers, that it's really very exciting. And, for me, maybe I will just touch on a few of those, because as I would want that we unpack this self-leadership, and building on what Elsie has said, as, what do we need to do, to ready ourselves, as 21st century lawyers, especially young lawyers. I think for some above a certain age, our time is done. If we are in practice, we're in practice. If you're in the judiciary, you're in the judiciary. But for many of you, I think, it is, you still have so many opportunities, and the horizon is huge. But, for that, you have to be able to invest in yourself, invest in knowledge, seek knowledge. You must read, you must learn, you must understand where is the world going, and also seek to specialize, to be, at the top of the game. And, Elsie has spoken so much about, yes, we are in a period where the world is in a state of, grappling with a lot of challenges of poverty, of inequality, of injustice, underdevelopment, youth unemployment, etc. But also the opportunities are immense. The opportunities are immense. And I think that was the spirit of the SDGs. But also to be very, precise, and she's also mentioned some of these very exciting opportunities for Africa. And a big one she mentioned around trade, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And lawyers, this is big. We're talking of Africa, a continent with 1.4 billion people. That is a market of 1.4 billion. So they will need services, they will need goods, they will need to travel. We need lawyers to get into this regional trade space. We need lawyers to be able to develop the trade protocols, to be able to, have specialist skills in negotiating, in drafting trade documents, agreements, contracts, protocols, how to address non-tariff barriers. This is a huge space. So you must follow where, the trends are going in the continent. This is huge. And it is opening up opportunities, not only in Uganda, but beyond Uganda, in East Africa, beyond, in Africa, everywhere else. Trade is big. Again, the whole issue around infrastructure, aviation, 1.4 billion, market. People need to travel. And there's so much investment by all governments in infrastructure. There's so much, push. We need to position ourselves also to be ahead of this game. Elsie talked about natural resource governance. And I think here also, I think Uganda is a leader in the region in oil and gas. There's a lot of there have been, some top, lawyers who've emerged from Uganda in this space of oil and gas. But the sector is huge. The opportunities are immense. We're talking about local content. So really across the entire value chain, are we specializing? Are we reading? Are we benchmarking with other countries? Are we getting ready, Or will we still be, in Africa, going to see, the lawyers from Saudi Arabia, from Norway, from Australia, from England, the US? We must stay ahead of the game in terms of the opportunity. The other huge, huge area that is so big for Africa is the area of water resource governance. Uganda here, I don't know how many of you know that the Nile Basin Initiative is headquartered in Uganda, in Entebbe. Because this is a very, very important institution that is bringing, together the 9 member countries, the River Nile, and, all the tributaries, and a lot of work, that is opening up around water resources. Because water must be harnessed, because a lot of analysis is showing that this is such an important area of work, or it will lead in the next few decades to very serious conflict in the region. We have seen it, and we have seen it, even, for example, Karamoja, where you see Turkana bringing their, cattle, crossing into Uganda in search of pasture and water. So issues around water governance are very huge. How many of us here have considered that even as a pathway? So to really read and specialize, and there's so many institutes, and, universities around the world, which are really, have invested so much in it. And many are ahead of the game in this. Elsie talked about, climate change. This is huge now. It is so huge. We're going to it's COP28 in December in the UAE. Right now, there are a lot of discussions which are ongoing around loss and damage, compensation by the biggest polluters. How many of us are now in that space as environmentalists, environmental lawyers? This, again, is another huge space with huge opportunities. Same to carbon markets. And Elsie, I know I'm rushing because of the time, but all of these are things that can be unpacked. Right now, there's a whole discussion around carbon trading, carbon markets, multi-billion shilling, Africa is really, we're latecomers into this. Very few countries have expertise, have specialists in this. And yet it is huge. The potential for this is huge. So again, we must be open to knowledge, open to investing, to being able to say, you know what, I'm not going to buy that BMW. Let me buy the Toyota, but let me save that money and I go and, invest in a diploma or a certificate or a degree in some of these areas. You're investing in yourself, and the returns, the dividends will be enormous. I like the question around decent jobs. Bernard, you talked about this. This is something that, we're looking at. But decent jobs, again, we must look at it from the narrow, our salaries, unions, negotiating, my pay scale, There are huge shifts coming across the board in employment. Whether you're looking in agriculture, we have seen now the tea estates, where tea picking machines are coming to replace the tea pickers. That's huge. We have seen the rise now of, and I don't know how many of us are following the discussions around artificial intelligence, AI. What is AI bringing, and what will be the impact of AI on the legal profession? Uganda Legal Society, I think you must also start getting some people to analyze this. I remember when, I was also a young lawyer in practice. I started out in a legal firm. I think some of you may know the firm of Hamilton, Harrison, and Matthews. Yes, HHM, that's where I started, my work. We had, HHM has a fantastic library. It's really, the issue around research is so key in all the work that, we were doing there. And I think for all of us. But the issue around legal research now, AI is going to transform that. You will not need to hire 5 associates when you're going to Supreme Court to do your analysis. Now with this, what is it called? Chat GPT. Yeah. You just ask it, and this is software now that you acquire. Your law firms will be investing in this. It does the research for you, all the cases that you need. It will even draft. It drafts affidavits. it drafts notes, even for judges. Guys, the legal profession is going to take a big hit with AI. But also, what are the opportunities that AI presents? Have we started reading on this? Right now, I think last week there was a big conference in Europe regarding AI and the regulation of AI. So too here in Uganda, the Ugandan government will need, to have specialists that will accompany, that will be able to provide policy, legal advice on the implications of AI, the legal issues around this. We need to start getting up to date on this. Lastly, the creative sector, as I, wind up. This is huge for Uganda's economy. I think Elsie talked about Nigeria, Nollywood. We saw that in Nigeria, they rebased their economy. You recall Nigeria's economy has been very much oil-based. But the contribution now of Nollywood as a key driver, of Uganda's economy, of Nigeria's economy. But so too in East Africa, we are moving to that space, whether it is with our, the creatives, the music, the video, the fashion, the art, the paints, the craft, all of that. So the lawyers in the creative space, and many of you maybe have a passion for creatives. You're not just traditional conservative lawyers, but you also, this is an area of interest. Let us get ready. The pathways are many. The pathways are many. Elsie gave the 5 C's and the D's, so I will not repeat. So as I conclude, self-leadership, self-determination. One is that we must decide to pursue excellence, to be the best you can be. And for that, you need to invest in yourself. You need to learn. You need to make the sacrifice. 2 is self-leadership, the values, the integrities that Elsie spoke about. 3 for me is that we are Africans. We must be our brother's keeper, the spirit of Ubuntu. This issue of, me first, what I will acquire, me and my people, what is in it for me? No, we must rise together as Africans. And lastly, self-leadership. You must be ambitious, yes, but colleagues, also don't be too hard on yourself. Sometimes we set for ourselves unnecessary pressures and, that I should be here by what age or by what time I should be this and that. No. Also be a bit soft on yourself. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Allow yourself to, be a bit slow. Allow yourself time. Don't be too hard. Be patient on yourself, but never, never let go of your ambition and your dreams. So thank you. And from a gate crasher, these are just a few points I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
So thank you very much, Sheila. You're not a great crasher. We are in this together. So I'm glad you kind of contextualized it and brought home some of the things that we are talking about. And just as you were talking, I had an aha moment as well. We are dealing with a lot of young people who are innovating. There's a lot of space for intellectual property, patents and all that, and how we support some of these smart young Ugandans and accompany their process before somebody steals their ideas is very important. So these are all spaces that we can always get into. And I think maybe, Mr. President, you might want us to have a dedicated session for you next time around some of the bigger development issues and how you can interact. You saw me speaking to the president because I shouldn't say Mr. President because there's a president here. So maybe I should call you by your name. So we're about to go because we're running late and we want to be seated before the Vice President, Her Excellency, comes. So if there are any things, questions that you may have for us, that's why I asked him, do you want us to just take 2 things quickly, or we just say bye-bye? So if you have any burning question, then you can. Otherwise, I think, are you seated here? No, she'll be going as well. So anything? Oh, we did so well that there is nothing that you want to say. Okay. All right. There isn't anything as I see. Once again, thank you very much. We certainly, we lead the work in the country office, and I thought for this important conversation with the Sheila being a lawyer, let's have teamwork here, and I'm glad we are here, and thanks to Annette who backstop the process. But next time, give us invitation early, because we had to squeeze in, and next time I think we were also talking about the location. Decent work also means that we need to create space with persons with disabilities. I think it'd be very difficult for anybody to assess this if they have an issue. And these are things that we also need to think about. This part of the legal practice of decent jobs. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elsie. Thank you so much, Sheila. I think that some people would want even to leave. I think the money that they paid has been, just to say, Elsie, they paid about $25. This is after, during the campaign, they said the only way we shall vote for you is if you reduce the CLEs. But I think the $25 are now over for some people. I think they can as well say we can go home and listen to the other conversations. But let me just say thank you. I think let's just clap and give a big applaud to Sheila, to Elsie. Thank you so much. And be sure that we are going to invite you again. Be sure. Thank you. Asante sana. Asante sana. I know that we will have a photo moment, but I know that we are running extremely late, about 1 hour. So I'm going to ask the next panel to come on stage as we just take a very brief photo moment with the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee and the Young Lawyers Committee. As we do that, I'll ask Brian to come and take the next panel on. Our senior counsel present here, my sincere apologies, but we will be able to catch up on the time. Thank you. Brian?
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause once again to our wonderful keynote speaker. So want to do the photo moment very quickly. So I would like the Young Lawyers Committee maybe to stand with our guest of honor. But since this is a Young Lawyers Symposium, I want as many young lawyers to stand behind them up on the stage. So please just run up. Let's first do this photo and then you'll quickly run up. So just hold on, let them take this photo. Then we'll have as many young lawyers jumping behind there. Then we'll proceed to the next program. Thank you. Just a moment, guest speaker. Very quickly, young lawyers just come. She needs to feel the energy of the young lawyers. So let's have as many young lawyers run up on the stage, and then our guest of honor will be standing at the bottom. That will be the last photo. Then we'll go to the next session. You people, you don't want pictures. All right, let us proceed. Thank you very much. Once again, we apologize for time. We apologize for eating into your time. A special apology to our senior counsel in the room, and I wanted to invite them up very quickly, starting with Dr. Alan Shunubi, if you could gladly take to the podium. Dr. Harriet Diana Musoke, senior counsel, both are senior counsel, Honorable Wandela Ogalo, and Honorable Joyce Nalunga. So maybe a brief introduction for them. Dr. Alan Shunubi, Senior Counsel, was enrolled in 1986, and he has an honorary doctorate from Nkumba. He's the previous vice president of Uganda Law Society. He's the former president of East African Law Society. Gender balance Male, female, male, female. He's also been recognized as a senior statesman in matters of general business by Chambers Global and IFLR. He's chairman of Uganda, served as chairman, Uganda Breweries, National Library. He is senior counsel. For Dr. Harriet, some of you might have met her in her time at LDC. She's also senior counsel, having been President Law Society in 1998 to 2000. She enrolled in 1985. So we're really among seniors and our parents. She's been a principal senior lecturer at Law Development Center and Islamic University. She has an LLM with distinction from Georgetown University and a doctorate from Emory University. She's here with us, and she also serves on several boards and has written several articles and published books and papers. Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo is also the managing partner at Victoria Advocates. He enrolled much earlier than all the above in 1983. Glad to have you here, Honorable. He was a member of Parliament 1996 to 2012. He was part of the Constituent Assembly. He is part of the East African Legislative Assembly. He has consulted with several parliaments. He's been faculty at International Law Institute. He's chairman, Valuation Court of Kampala City Council Authority. He's also been involved in political parties and has been active in the courts of law, East African Court of Justice and Constitutional Court. Honorable Joyce Nalunga is a member of the Leadership Tribunal and CEO Emeritus of Uganda Law Society. She's a PhD candidate in gender justice and for refugees. She was a member of Law Council Disciplinary Committee. She's the president of the Female Lawyers Network, and she is very passionate about the community, is a mother of 9, 4 of whom are her biological children. So please welcome with me the seniors. So very quickly, this is really hoped to be a conversation, and the topic today is a conversation with senior lawyers, the life of a lawyer and what I wish I knew as a young lawyer. So I wanted to go with you first, Senior Counsel Dr. Alan Shunubi. And I know that many of us in this room have probably worked under you in Shunubi Musoke and Company Advocates. Many want to be in your place, but I thought I would start with you. Tell us, how did you get into this field of law 30 years ago? How was practice at that time?
Yep. Thank you very much, Ryan. First of all, I want to thank you as young lawyers for inviting me to this conversation. I see many familiar faces, some of whom have worked with us. But of course, allow me to of course, recognize my senior, Daniel Omara Atubo, who I think he should have been here, but he seems to be pretty comfortable there. So
we'll probably allow him a contribution.
Yes. This is a conversation. And I remember I asked, when I was invited, I asked, what is a young lawyer? Who is our target audience? And when I was given that, the definition, apart from age, I think I qualified pretty well to be a young lawyer. So I thought this is something I should go in. But many of us as lawyers do not start as lawyers. For example, for me, I felt my calling was in some other profession. I felt between LDC and Makere, I did a lot of business. I went into coffee trading. I went into vanilla trading. I went into cocoa trading. And I do believe that this helped me develop skills which eventually helped me as a lawyer. I started off in insurance in a company called Minet, which you probably have heard of. I then went into banking, all of which I learned as I went along. I worked in the former cooperative bank, all of which I learned as I went along, because I didn't do insurance or concentrate on insurance and banking law when I was in Makerere, but which later became my forte and the areas in which I specialize. But I do believe my calling was to be a musician, but but that didn't work out too well in those days. Probably today I'd have made some money and quite a living, but in those days you probably did not. So part of my hobby, as many of you know, is playing. I play a number of musical instruments, and I've played with the likes of Council Andrew Kassier and Honorable Justice Kihika. So that was a calling which I left to go into law. But all those helped me to become a better lawyer. In many parts of America, I don't know if you know, you cannot go to do law unless you've done another degree. And I do believe that is extremely helpful. It helps you prepare. You are not one-track minded. You find lawyers who have done a first degree as engineers, and they're better lawyers for that matter, because they look at a wider picture. Now, when you start out, you'll discover that law is a business. So when you start out, you must know the tenets of business. And the first tenet of business is to understand accounts and financial statements. So if you go and understand that, you're on your way to being a good lawyer. We have this business which always gives us problems. It's we call it the client's account. We have that tendency to sometimes say, but there's money there. And me, I don't have money. Let me put my finger in. And that is the first temptation that comes as a lawyer, the client's account. The client has given you money to pay to the vendor upon the vendor producing a certificate of title, and you start giving the vendor the money in drips and drabs. Now, that is when you're becoming a bad lawyer. So law is a business, but what is the difference between us and businessmen? The difference is reputation and credibility. As a lawyer, you are put on the pedestal. You have to accept clients' money, but not eat it. You have to portray that, look, I am beyond this, and I'm the person between whom you can establish an escrow. I will keep this money until this or that happens. So as a lawyer, you don't have stock. You don't have goods in a shop. You don't have a container coming from Mombasa. What you have is your knowledge and your reputation. So it is so important to keep that as a young lawyer. And I'm saying this because we have all seen that many young lawyers are in very much a hurry to make money. And all I can say is that money is not that important. The reputation is much more important. And if you have a good reputation, the money will come. Now, this all reflects in what you said. How would you get what you are, what you would have done differently? What I would have done differently is to first do another course. Now, because I was exposed into business, I have slowly metamorphosed into business from law, and I am slowly moving out of practice. And I say this because many people join the practice believing that they will die there. You know, in business, you learn when you start a business, you must have a plan to withdraw from it. That is, you grow it and either join it with another business or you sell it. Now, as lawyers, we should probably have that tenet also, that you grow your firm. And there's a level to which you cannot grow it anymore. So you pass it on to those who can grow it even bigger. What have you done there? You have left a legacy. And that is one of the most important things you can leave. Because you will leave land, you'll leave houses, you'll do what? I mean, one wise man I used to know, and that was my father, used to say, no matter how many houses you have, with how many bedrooms, you can only sit in one toilet at a time. So you will leave those things, but a reputation will live beyond you. So you join the profession wanting to grow yourself, wanting to leave legacy. And you do not need to die in the profession. Many people go into judiciary. And then when your term ends as a judge, you are scared, what do I do? Others go into practice and die in practice. But you should have a plan. You aim for the stars and you might hit the clouds, which is as good. Now, once you do that, you now know that I will now proceed in this way. And business is often a place which you can proceed. But in business, as in law, you need to have people you look up to. You say, I want to be like Daniel Omara Atubo. And you strive to be like him. I don't know if any of you have ever read his publications. I used to read his books when I was on campus. I'm sorry I never acknowledged that. I got a lot of knowledge for that, but I think this acknowledgement should do that. Now, then you should have mentors. Who are your mentors? And mentors are really very simple people. You look at someone who you feel that this man has achieved what I would like to achieve. Have a cup of coffee, have a beer, get drunk. These mentors say a lot of things when they're drunk. They tell you their secrets. How did they get there? So they will tell you their secrets. And you learn how to make yourself a better lawyer, even a better businessman. You know? Because as I said, law is a business. I got invited into a board one time, and I sat on that board. And we sat there and people were saying, you guys did very well this year. And you'd have done even better if it hadn't been for the forex exchange rates. And I wondered where they were getting this. I was looking at the same papers, but I couldn't see it. So I decided, no, this situation of ignorance cannot continue. So I went to MOOBS and I did a course there. And by the time I came out, I understood financial statements as well as the next guy. So, the learning does not end. Mentorships are important. Now, I'll be very brief on my next thing. As I said before, you need a business plan. As in business, you need a plan. As in a profession, you need a plan. You cannot depend on your legal practice alone. You cannot. Legal practice is the door. And we do not, as I said before, all have to die in legal practice. There's now so many avenues. There's corporate counsel. There is in-house counsel. There's a judiciary, of course. And many other openings are coming. They were mentioned by our guests of honor. Many other openings are coming in. So there are other things we can do in practice. Practice allows us to broaden our horizons. Now, you cannot, in my view, and we're having a conversation here, you cannot do all these things without some belief or some religious belief. Everyone here has a religious belief. You cannot do these things without believing that there is a supreme being to which we pray, to which we get inspiration, to which we get guidance. This you keep at the back of your mind, but don't forget to at least to go to church. That is why we swear on the Bible when we are elected in office, when we become judges, when you do what. And it kind of works. I mean, I'll give you an example of my profession. When in my firm, we were given a simple task to put a caveat on a property. And I assigned it to a young lawyer. As I said, I'm also a young lawyer, but I assigned it to another young lawyer. And he assured me, I've done the job. So we sent our fee note, everything was done. We discovered 6 months down the road that this guy had never put the caveat on. And the property had been sold twice. Now, this was something where I went home sweating. I said, here comes the Law Council Disciplinary Committee and all those other bodies. But we put a caveat there, nevertheless, the fact that we managed to put a caveat on, nevertheless, that it had been transferred twice, which means our caveat was basically useless. But the purchaser wanted an untainted title and so came to negotiate with us. And we managed to keep that under wraps, to be paid, to pass the money on to our client, even get our fees. And inshallah, God was good. We passed that one. So all these things you keep at the back of my mind. Now, we must, as young lawyers, get out of this issue of primitive accumulation of money. As I said before, the money will come. Your reputation is your money. Your reputation is what should guide you. The only words I can give to you is that your principle in your practice should be, my word is my bond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shunubi. Very profound nuggets in there. He's given us a whole overview of his last 30 years in practice. We must have a plan. We must have an exit plan. He's already planning his exit, even as a young lawyer of so many years. I wanted to pick up on the education element and maybe pass the ball to Dr. Harriet Diana Msoke. I know that you have a doctorate, and Dr. Shunubi has told us how you need to do a lot more. From your experience or your practice, has that been pivotal in your career, especially from your days as a young lawyer? Did you do it when you're much more senior, or did you do it earlier?
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for the administrators who invited me for this conversation with the young lawyers. And as Alan said, when I got this invitation, I said, what am I supposed to tell the young lawyers? And I'm very glad that I've got this opportunity so that we can be able to discuss. And yes, getting the doctorate, I got it. I had an idea before. Now, one, to join the profession, as Alan says, law is a business. But I joined the profession because I believed law is a service and a business. So you start with being a service and then being a business. Why? Because we are the land people, we know everything, and we help people so that they are not in big trouble. They're in trouble, but we help them reduce the kind of trouble that they have. So I had this issue of that lawyers, it's a service and it's a business. But as we all hear the conversation of being a lawyer, the conversation is on IP, trademarks, companies, contract. Everybody is in business. And we have so many areas of the law where people feel it's more of a service than it is than being a lawyer. So I got into this area of family law because I thought everybody, even when we're at campus, everybody was in about commercial law, and they would do very well in that area. When it gets to family law, everybody was in their 40s, in their 50s. When it got to commercial law and land law, I was in the 50s and the 60s, and in family law, I was in the 80s. So it was like, that is the area, maybe the kind of service that would come with. And then as we were continuing, and I got into this area, and I say, okay, let me settle. And this is what I think is really important as young lawyers: know the kind of area that you want to specialize in. Yes, you can do all the work, because the market we have in the country is not really very specialized, but I think it's important that get to know what do you want, such that you become an expert in that particular area. You become the consultant in that particular area. And because it's the area I'm in, family law, in 1993, LDC, they got a crisis. They had nobody who wanted to teach family law. Everybody, they got so many applicants, people who are coming in who wanted to lecture in commercial, in land. So the director then, because I was in that area of family, the director then, they looked around for me and they said, please come and get us out of the crisis, because we don't have anybody to take us with family law. So now, and you can see the reason why you need to get the specialization when you're still young, to know what exactly you want. And then everybody will make a reference to you. And as we said, the world is changing. We are now getting into specialization. So if I had known then, when I was just starting, I was in the area, then I would have been able to concentrate more. So it is important we get into that, to get to that. So I specialized in family, but then as I went along, I got the interest of lecturing. Academics, very few people. You're going to find very few lawyers who want to join academics. As you do all these other, remember there's this other field which is also very good, and that is academics. You can go in oil and gas and whatever, but get into the academics, because lawyers, we think that as soon as you have the law degree, you have everything. No, you don't. You need to furthermore and get more information. And law being a business and a service, to me, I consider it to be a service. It's good to pass out knowledge. The satisfaction you get, you might have all the money, but the satisfaction you get when you give out the knowledge that you have, and somebody understands, and somebody uses the knowledge that you have given them to further, to better themselves, I think that is also very satisfying. And my request is that let's have more people getting in. When you have the LLB, yes, you are halfway to the mountain. Try to get an LLM. Yes, and then get your PhD. Because once you get that, then you are at, you are at the top, okay? Because it's the last degree you can get. You're at the top, but most importantly, you can use it to give knowledge to other persons. Because if all the lawyers are to get into private practice, go to judiciary, then who is going to lecture to the other, to people who want to be lawyers? So I think it is really very important that as we concentrate in these other areas, we also look at the area of academics, and we are able to get into that. Now, even as you hear when people are talking, very few people want to get into, and I always want many people to get into the area of family law. Yes, AI is there, oil and gas, water and all that, but all that can only be able to be sustainable if you are able to sustain the family. When family law, when you get into that area. When you look at family law, there are so many areas that are very interesting. For example, my PhD, I wrote on reproductive health and sexual health. And people are asking me, what are you going to talk about reproductive health and sexual health? There are so many areas. we're having the issue of IVF, the issue of surrogacy. Now we no longer have mother and father. Now we can have two fathers and a mother, or two mothers and a father. The definition of parent is no longer. No, in Uganda you can, because we are having a husband and wife. They cannot, because of one reason or another, the wife cannot carry the pregnancy, and then they get somebody to carry it. So now the child has three parents. The one who donated, the two donations, and the person who carried. So there's so many interesting areas that we are getting into this. And that's why, when you're looking into areas of sexual health, we are looking into many areas. Now we have an act was passed recently on human organ donation, an act. And when we are looking at all that, we are looking at issues it's more concerned with the family. So as we get into this area, and most importantly, let us specialize. But as you're specializing, please look at the commercial aspects, but also look at the area which is not very lucrative. I remember there was a time when we had a meeting. Everybody said, oh, that is a meeting for lawyers. Why? There were only Benzes, BMW, TX. I mean, these huge vehicles. Lawyers will have huge vehicles. And I was driving a Suzuki, a Scudo. And everybody said, who is driving this Scudo? Somebody said, it is our lecturer who, I don't know what is wrong with her. She's still driving that small vehicle. And everybody, and then I had somebody say, because she's practicing family law where there is no money. Yes, there is no money, but the satisfaction that as a service, you are helping out. So areas, let's look at all these issues as we have. Now, one thing that, as I said, as a young lawyer, which I had known, if I had known before, is the area of specialization. And another area that, as young, I should have known is when a client comes to you, let us be selective in the cases that we take on. Don't take on anything that comes up because you want the money. Yes, we need the money. That's why we went to school. That's why we did law. But somebody comes with a very, very bad case, but you think you are going to be able to turn the knobs and the screws and so on and be able to, no, be selective. And once you're selective in the kind of cases that you are going to take up, your chances of being taken to the Law Council Disciplinary Committee, your chances are going to be very low. But if you're going to be a jack of all trades, your chances of getting to the Law Council Disciplinary Committee is very high. And one thing, as you are getting up in your profession, try as much as possible not to get anywhere near the doors of the Law Council Disciplinary Committee. Why? Because if you are ever going to be appointed as a judicial officer, as an ambassador, to be on any board or whatever, they are going to ask Law Society, tell us, Law Council Disciplinary Committee, has this person ever been before you? I know of somebody who was going to be appointed as a judge. They went to the Law Council Disciplinary Committee. There was a matter and his appointment was halted. When he asked why, they said, you have a matter at the disciplinary committee. So as much as possible, make sure you don't get anywhere near the door or the window of the disciplinary committee, because with that, then you are going to be able to make it in their profession. Now, my advice would be is, as lawyers who are growing, developing, one thing is that our profession, any person who was entered on the role before you is your senior. If you are respectful to your senior, even if you, as we're growing up, even if you make a mistake, your senior will say, no, you should not have done it that way, because you are respectful to the seniors. And that's how we were able to get where we are, because of the respect that we had for the seniors. Now, I remember one time we were before Justice Murangira before he retired. I came in because my matter was at 10:30, and there was another matter that was starting at 10. So they called my case because I was senior, although I came in later. And then this young lawyer said, "But my lord, I was here first." And the judge said, "Yes, you were here first, but you were not the first to be enrolled on the roll." And then I continued, I had my matter, and then I said, let me just sit in and hear what this young advocate has to say. And then as he starts calling my lord. Instead of saying my lord, he says, "Your worship." Then the judge kept correcting him and said, "I am not your worship. I am my lord." And then he started fidgeting. Now, because I saw he was fidgeting, I said, "Look here, can you calm down?" I said, "My lord, can I talk to you?" I said, "Can you calm down? Because if you're not calm, you're going to make so many other mistakes. Take a breath." Now he took a breath and then he started submitting. So if you are respectful to somebody, your seniors, they are going to be able to guide you. So it is very important as young lawyers, even when you go to court and the clerk calls your case, when you know there is somebody senior, just say, call the senior's case first before you call mine. I want to tell you that respect, even lawyers, they'll come and say, "Oh, that young lawyer is very respectful." And that is going to be very, very good as you are. Because when they come to ask, many people come and ask, "There's this young lawyer who wants to take on this case, who wants to do this. Do you recommend that lawyer?" Because you are respectful, you will get a lot of recommendation. And with that recommendation, it's going to help you as you are developing your career. And most importantly, be ethical. If you are not ethical, I want to assure you, things are not going to be very good. I have some gentleman who works in some ministry. He wants to do something about land. But then the people he's dealing with, he told them, "You see, I have a lawyer, but I don't trust that lawyer. I trust him when I want him to do some dirty work for me. But now that you are elderly people, let's look for a lawyer who we know is going to do the right work for you." Now, if you are ethical, many people are going to continue coming to you because they know you are not going to do anything dirty, but you are going to do something that is good, because our profession is a service. Okay, service and business, but it's more of a service to help out people to ensure that actually justice is able to be done. I think lastly, before I end, is one, as young lawyers, please learn to live within your means. As Alan said, you have a client's account. Money is always coming. For example, I have many clients who are outside there working, their families are here, but they always send the money through me, and I make sure that the school fees are paid. Because when they send the money, they would use the money for something else. Now, if I have all this money, you can use it for any other thing. Don't be tempted. Live within your means. If your colleague is driving a 2022 Mercedes-Benz and you are driving a Corona, a Vitz, you all have the means of getting to where you are. Don't strive to be what the other person has. I remember of one lawyer, may his soul rest in peace, he used to tell us he can never buy his suits in Uganda. He always flew up to New York to buy his suits. And he always tells his colleagues, "How can you buy a suit which is less than 3 million shillings? And then others would tell him, "But why do you want us to get to a standard where you are, but we can't get there. So please live within your means. And once you do that, I want to assure you things are going to be very, very good. Now, because we are a service, something I should have known before at this point, which I'm getting to know, is always, even if it is something, when you go to see a doctor, you always pay consultation fee, don't you? 10,000, 20, 50, 100. I think we need to, like now we are in a global village, ask for consultation fee. But when we talk about consultation fee, please don't ask for 100. Ask for something for your time, because as Alan said, we don't have a stock. We don't have cargo that is coming from somewhere. Our cargo is. So because the reason why I'm saying this is that people would come to my office, you would spend an hour saying, this is the option, that is the option. Okay, let me come back. That person you have spent your hour or two, the person never comes back and goes to another lawyer and said, when I was in that lawyer's office, she said we can do 1, 2, 3, and then that would be done. I think it would be good if you introduce it and say, okay, consultation, 20,000. Somebody comes in, but that does not mean that you will ask for consultation from everybody. Remember, we have pro bono, give service to the people. But I think that is something we need to introduce, because now people are becoming, I don't know whether cleverer or very litigious. They hop from one chamber to another, and they waste a lot of the time. And then when you have spent all the time, you don't have the money, you are tempted to go to the client's account. So I think that would be very, very good if we get to do that. Lastly, always have what we call me time. What is me time? Lawyers, when we were practicing, they would call you at 6 in the morning, at 7, at 9 at night. Saturday, you are in the office. Sunday, you are in the office. You are affecting your health. Health is more important than anything else. Have me time. For example, I have a policy. I don't pick calls before 8. And after 5, it is my me time, having a cup of coffee, having a bottle of beer, having a glass of wine. If you do that, you live longer. But if you are to work and work and work and work, it is good to work and work, but it's also good to give yourself time. So as young lawyers, that's what we used to do. And then you run on Saturday, you are drafting this document, you go with everything at home because you have to make sure submissions are ready and so on. It is important that you give yourself me time. And if you do that, then you are going to be able to juggle your passion. Agriculture is my passion. You are going to be able to juggle your family. Now I have grandchildren. So you have all that time, but then you are still useful in the profession. So those are some of the tips I would think as young lawyers, you can be able to take up. And if I was young, I would have started there. But now I'm still young. Okay, that's good. I'm still young. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. She's evidently very passionate about family, and she's speaking to us like her very own children. And I know you spoke about ethics, but for passion, I know I will ask Honorable later on to speak about his passion elsewhere in consultancy. But now I wanted to pick it up with Honorable Joyce Nalunga on the ethical element, being part of the leadership code, how that has been being part of the disciplinary tribunal. But in there, you could also share with us nuggets to a young lawyer.
Thank you so much, Brian. I just want to thank Honorable for allowing me to speak before him. I had an appointment at 11 with a very important person, and I pushed it to midday. So I'll basically just take you through the things that have made me in the last 22 years as a legal practitioner. Like I always tell people, I come from a very beautiful but humble background. but I'm defined by very important skills of determination. I'm very determined. You can't stop me when I choose to do something. And I'm so aggressive and so passionate on something. But this is what I've learned and I can share with young lawyers. I'll share only 4 nuggets because I need to meet someone. The first one is your attitude. You can write it down. The second one, recognize and polish your character. Then consider the process. And the last one is honor. I'll begin with attitude. Like I've shared, I think I'm one of the lawyers that has gone through all different legal levels. I began in a CSO, a civil society called Public Defenders. Then I joined LDC as a lecturer for about 9 years. I started my law firm, Nalunga Bidi Mumaso. I've since transformed it to Gardenia, but I also tell you my experience with young lawyers. And then I joined Law Council as a disciplinary committee member, dived into ULS as a CEO, now joined government under the Leadership Court Tribunal, but also ran the Female Lawyers Network, one of the big networks of female lawyers. So I think I've juggled so many spaces and I'm very competent to share my journey and the things that I've learned. And I think young lawyers need to see. Your attitude matters and how you see things. I've learned that young lawyers see money before they see important things. Like I shared when I left my law firm, I wasn't renting. It's a building that belongs to me, fully furnished, big boardroom, 3 rooms for lawyers, my own self-contained office. I dived into ULS and I couldn't run it concurrently with my law firm. I left there 2 young lawyers. They ripped clients, had a wrong attitude. They couldn't organize the firm. Fast forward, I used to be at ULS working, but at the same time, every end of year, I have a routine. I paint, refurnish, monitor the gadgets. It's fully fledged. So I realized that their attitude towards things is also very, very wrong. They look at money. What I've learned in my 22 years that relationships matter as you relate with different people. When you relate with a client, consider the relationships. Let me also add something. Most of the wealthiest clients I've had were connected to me by the poor pro bono clients I represented when I was still in Public Defenders. I used to do criminal. So how do you see the things as a lawyer, as a young lawyer? How do you see people? How do you see the clients? I remember in private practice, I used to go to court and a young lawyer would come in probably driving an ML, like Diana has said, and you're driving a much less expensive car. He's swaying around the keys. He cannot even say hello to you. He cannot greet you. You cannot caucus. You can't have a conversation. Let me tell you, your attitude towards the opposite counsel matters. Never forget that your relationship after is one of the most important things. How do you relate with the clients? Like I've already shared. Me, I'm at the tribunal now, but I have a zillion clients that I cannot even refer. Because when I had the law firm, people were ripping clients, okay? I'll give you a simple example. My clients can call anytime and my husband knows. A client can call me, Joyce, can you please advise me on this? I'm stuck, I need to know something. You advise them very well on the transaction. Little do you know that tomorrow, they're probably buying a land of 1 billion and they want to give you 5%. But I left someone in a farm, a client would call maybe at 11, someone says, do you know I'm married? Why do you call me at this time? Let me tell you, clients are like patients. They're always on ICU, they're always on a drip. How you relate with them matters. Consider the relationship more than the money. Money follows a relationship. Money follows a vision. Money follows character. So there are things I've learned that I believe young lawyers would do. How do you perceive things? When you look at a legal career as a platform for your brand and growth, you're gonna get there. For me, in every space I've been, I always perceive things as a stepping stone to my next level. How do you do things? I used to go to court when I had a bad case. But the way I relate with a judicial officer, the other counsel, my client will not be embarrassed. I'll not be embarrassed because I am doing things the right way. Do you keep time? Are you presenting your case very well? Let me tell you, when I used to handle criminal in the High Court, that's how I got to know most of the judicial officers. I used to present a bail application. I leave court when the clients of my court, other lawyers, are coming to follow me so that they become my clients. How do you do things? You simply walk in court. You can't quote the law. You don't speak with courage. You're not smart. You're flipping papers. How do you do things? That's attitude. And how do you react to things? If there's anything that has tested me, was my season as a CEO of Uganda Law Society. Everyday lawyers are complaining. Everyday lawyers are concerned how you dress. I used to travel internationally. I think I'm the first CEO to do over 7 trips. And these were freely paid for, by the way, by my hosts, okay? But a lawyer would wake up and say, the CEO is overeating our money. Me, I don't react. I don't react personally. I'm a person who is non-reactive. I don't easily get offended. Why? Because my future is bigger than my current level. I see things on a little surface and I don't bother. So your attitude also involves, do you react to every lawyer who is difficult? Do you react badly to difficult clients? Do you react badly to even judicial officers that are difficult? I remember one time I appeared before a judicial officer, before I could even cross-examine. No, I'm not going to listen to you, Nalunga. I've learned one thing. I step back and I become so humble so that the person can say, can I please hear from you? But young lawyers will storm out. They'll throw away papers. They'll cut wires. They would arrogantly flip their iPhones, you know. Reaction. Deal with people. Me, there are groups I could not even be on. Those, let me tell you, young lawyers are on these big groups. Advocate 1, 2, 3. They are posting crap. And remember, your brand is attached to your social media attitude. Everyone, you cannot recommend a lawyer who is quarreling on Advocate 3, really, complaining about ULS, benevolent fund, CG, what? No. I'm being realistic. I can't recommend you. Now I'm at the tribunal. International clients call me, Joyce. Can you refer to me someone you're longer? I can't, because I know if you can complain about 3 million, tomorrow a client will be giving you a 3 billion and you'll be complaining. How do you react as young lawyers? Learn to react positively. Learn to react calmly. Some battles are not for you to fight on WhatsApp. If you have an issue with the secretariat, walk in and tell the president, you know what, I have an issue. Please, that's what, because your reaction builds your brand. Me, I can't quarrel on social media. One time I used to post about my motivation speaking when I was a CEO. A lawyer came and posted a reaction about this CEO who is a motivation speaker. Do you know? She's too much. Me, I don't react. Let me tell you. Do you know they pay me 3 million per hour to do motivation? What I'm doing right now. They pay me. Some people call me, come to Nigeria, come to Ghana. For me, it's another stream of income, but I started it in a challenging time. So learn how you react. I'm going to try and be brief. How do you deal with people? Young lawyers don't know how to deal with people. Let me tell you, when I joined government, I said, let me rebrand my firm to Gardenia so that it's no longer Nalunga. I leave it for young lawyers that are poor, that cannot start. They use it. It has photocopiers. It has a big boardroom. It is nice. It's class. It's posh. The lawyers I left there. I reached a point where I knew, I sat on law council for 3 years, Dr. and Diana and Honorable. At law council, anything done within the premises of your law firm makes you culpable. So I said, guess what? Let me close it. I woke up one day, removed all the things, rented the rooms, but it made someone miss an opportunity. Why? We don't deal with people very well. We look at money. A client who doesn't have money will bring a bigger deal. So young lawyers need to pick that vision and look at it very well. How do you communicate in court as you relate with us? Do you know their boundaries? Let me tell you, the president is my friend, but he can bear witness. I can never address him as Owundo. Even when I send him texts, I say President Owundo. Why? I knew him as CEO as a friend, but now he's a president. Learn to recognize honor, learn to recognize value, learn to know people are different and you can never be equal to them, even when you're driving more than them, but they have a value that they can add to you. So that's where the secret is. The more you recognize people, the more you honor people, they will honor you, and honor attracts money. So those are things I think young lawyers need to capture. And how do you value people? Do you value clients? Let me tell you, if you walk into my old law firm, I have so many gifts from lawyers, from clients in Luzira, so many. Because when I used to do state brief, I used to represent them. I lost cases, many, because sometimes those cases in capital offenses are bad. But I used to talk to them. They've sentenced you to death. I'm so sorry. You know, you have that empathy and sympathy, and you tell them for sure they identified us as the scene of the crime. But you can give it a shot and try. Court of Appeal. Those clients could be in Luzira. They make for me chairs. They make sleepers. They make jugs from their rooms. They send them. Somehow you're there. They call you at High Court, the OC prison. You know, we have a gift from you. You don't even remember their names. Every person you meet is a point of connection. Young lawyers, don't look at money. I've dealt with young lawyers to a point where I think at LDC we need to go, Dr. Diana and Honorable, and tell young lawyers, money follows relationships. Money follows a good attitude. You bring a young lawyer in your farm, 2-3 years, they want to drive the car you're driving. You bring them in your farm, you're paying them maybe 2.5 million. He says, no. The case I handled was 200 million. You don't know the other bills that the advocate is paying. Remember, most of the big farms, they pay insurance. Most of the big farms, the utilities are big. You have free Wi-Fi. You have so many things. So young lawyers, you can only succeed when you know your place and you know that it is a process. I gave you 4 things. I've handled attitude quickly so that you pick something out of it. Character. Character is how you relate with people. Are you so irritable? Just imagine if I was an irritable CEO. I would not even be invited at ULS to come back and talk. Me, I was a butterfly. I laugh. I enjoy life. I enjoyed my CEO. I didn't care what would be posted on Advocate 3 up to midnight. No. Or Advocate 2. In fact, one time someone added me, CEO, we want to assure you what happened to the ULS house. I exited immediately. In my mind, I was like, I'm at ULS for only 2.5 years. I cannot exchange. Invest time in building networks, but not fighting anybody, and mostly ULS. The other point I wanted to talk, what attitude do you have towards ULS? I was called yesterday by an SMS to come today, and I had a meeting. But I value ULS as a stepping stone in every space. How do you value ULS? We may not be benefiting so much, but being affiliated to ULS, we may not be benefiting in terms of money. But knowing that I'm here on a symposium mentoring young lawyers catapults my brand. The first thing I do, I ask Simon, have you prepared an e-flyer? I put it on my website. I tweet it. I share it on the platforms of CEOs I'm on. So everyone knows that I'm doing a service. Relate with ULS not for money, but because ULS catapults you into bigger spaces. Don't even complain. Don't be a young lawyer who complains. You've just joined ULS. You want to know, how come we are not on committees? No. You may not be on committees, but you can call the president and say, Mr. President, can I escort you for a meeting in the ministry? Mr. President, can I escort you for enrollment? Let me tell you, ULS has opportunity. You don't even need to be on a committee to shine. You can shine when you're not on a committee, but you're simply going with a CEO, you're going to lands, you're going for arbitration, you're going for what? Look at everything with an attitude of positivity. Let me try to paraphrase other points. I've talked about value. Value clients, value seniors, value. Let me tell you, do you know these days I can wake up and say, let me go and meet someone to mentor me. I'll also share the person I'm meeting. I'm meeting Haji Mandela, the owner of City Oil Javas. I can meet him and simply tell him, Haji, what has made you rich? He tells me, do you know, I started at Luum Street with a very small office of City Oil. By then he was doing lousy tires. Learn to meet people and find out their journey. Meet Dr. Shonubi. Today he was on the surface because of time. Meet Honorable. Honorable handled our petition when I was a CEO. Okay, we went to Mbale, we had a petition. Remember that petition. Meet people, meet your worship Chisauzi, talk to him, meet the president, ask him what are the challenges. Don't simply say, no, me, I know it all. Let me go on the last one. There is a process. You cannot be as rich as I am. No, you can't wake up and say you're going to be rich in 2 years after LDC when I've been in practice for 22 years. It is impossible. I have the seasons of loans, seasons of debts, have the seasons of hustling. I have a seasons of moving from rent up to my current home. I'm just being realistic. Don't wake up and you meet someone, you go in someone's home and you're like, no. I should also have a steam or whatever. No, you will have a swimming pool in my home. No, That's why you're going to end up stealing money and ending up in Luzira. So there is a process. Go through the process. The process is tough. It is a learning curve. The process is not easy, but it makes you the best senior lawyer. It's a process of building synergies. Don't burn bridges. Every person I've worked with is my friend. Every person I've served, let me tell you, learn humility. All my bosses were younger than me. President Gimara was way younger than me in terms of seniority. President Simon, I was older than him by 8 years. Actually, the entire council were my former students at LDC, Hariom Gasho, Sijui, they're all my former students. Now imagine me having a quarrel with my former student. Learn humility. I used to serve President Simon with a lot of humility. I'll give you the last example. One time we went to meet Judicial Service Commission when I was a CEO. So the president had a lot of flu, very bad flu. He couldn't even speak. I realized he needed hot water. The PA was seated very far. I normally sat next to my president, just in case he tells me I have a headache, I move with Panadol, I have this, simple things. Oh, so that I could be able to be someone to talk to him. President, let's leave this point, okay? Like how you see CEO Okwalinga, he's sitting next to Bernard. Do you know that presidents sometimes are overwhelmed? You may find that Bernard began, we used to move with President Simon. We moved from a funeral. We ran to a funeral service. We got to see a sick lawyer. As we are seeing a sick lawyer on the platforms, they're saying we are braggarts. You move from that platform, you come for the young lawyers. He has to meet a minister. He has to end up at State House and look for ULS house money. So we're seated and he had a lot of flu. So I knew that the secret to flu is having ginger, very hot water. I stood up. We had already introduced ourselves. I went, made for him very strong ginger, brought it back. Actually, I first told him that, President, should I get you flu? He said, no. I went, picked it, gave it to him. And I asked him to get a break and take it. Guess what? I go back for this current job. They asked me one of the most humility actions you've done. I said, one, I was a CEO of my juniors in the profession. Two, I could serve my president with a lot of humility. Even when he was tired, I could call him, I could check on him. I'll go home if he's sick. I call the wife. I tell him, Rita, I'm coming as the president, fine. If he's busy, let's drive him for conference. He speaks for 20 minutes. We take him back to rest because we need the president of ULS to feature on the platforms. One of the members of the Judicial Service Commission told me, I remember that day you made tea for the president of ULS. For me, that was a breather. Be humble. If it means carrying a bag for the senior, do it. If it means speaking well, do it. And don't easily be offended. There are times I could enter my council and they're critiquing me on issues. Yes, I'm supposed to take the blame for all the secretariat. I could say, I'm very sorry. Young lawyers don't apologize. I'm so sorry. It wasn't my, apologize, be courteous, be humble, say sorry, it doesn't cost you much. Learn to reach out and say, you've blamed me for this. How can I do it better? That is how young lawyers grow. You can never grow beyond the relationships you've built. As I conclude, because I need to be running out, Diana has mentioned something very important. Don't be extravagant and lavish. You know why you're extravagant? Because you're competing with others and not yourself. Compete with yourself to be better. If someone is wearing designer suits, start small with secondhand and be better. That's what I tell my son. He's now doing internship. He's working at you. I tell him, be simple, but live within your means. I want you to be a man that can manage your financials. Don't run the race because of others. Don't visit a law firm because they have, what do they call it? This thing that has fish. Aquarium. You quickly borrow money to make one. No, live simple. Live simple. If your boss is going to Serena for gym, no, you start small. You can go somewhere in Kanyanya, the gym of 5K. Why? Keep fit, look good, value yourself, treat people with respect. The biggest challenge with young lawyers, I'll sing it again, competing with seniors, not being humble, being rude. Young lawyers have taken social media as a tool of branding, yet social media should be a tool of positive branding. If you're here and your platform is only about critiquing, you're not going to get referrals. They'll not even give you jobs, by the way, because most bosses we first profile your social media profile. So go back, delete the accounts where you're quarreling with ULS. If you're on those groups, please, and the lawyers that are hearing me, only be on that group to appreciate ULS. ULS is one of the hardest places to be. It taught me resilience. I don't know whether I can work anywhere and find issues with difficult people. I've learned so much, and I've learned to be at peace with myself. Be at peace with yourself. Thank you very much. I'll leave my panelists to handle the other sessions.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, a bigger round of applause to surely. I am not worthy. I was about to say that I should take a photo moment and also be humble like you. But thank you very much. She speaks with a lot of passion, and she has given very practical tips from making tea to carrying bags and being the best that you could. Over to you, Honorable Dan Ogalo. From the passion beat, I know that for you, you've been particularly passionate for rule of law, and you've taken it to the highest courts in the land, in the region. I wanted to pick from there, but also if you could tell us a bit of your leadership and how that has been instrumental. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. It is a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to come and share with you a few experiences. When I received this invitation with the topic, I wish I knew that what I wish I knew as a younger lawyer. I say to myself now, these younger people want me to come and tell them my blunders, which is okay with me. Fortunately, they are limited to the period of younger lawyer. So I'll not be able to tell you all my blunders. I'll only tell you blunders of 8 years because I've limited my younger lawyer to 8 years. So that others I can hide. Let me also begin with the disclaimer. Brian, you hear him calling me, people are calling me honorable. The thing of honorable ends when you leave parliament. The rules of the house say you refer to a member of parliament as honorable so and so representing such and such a constituency. I already have an MP. Now, if you call me an MP, you also call, we can't have two MPs in the same constituency. The voters decided to retire me in public interest. So that ended. Now, before I come to the question of the passion, let me speak seriously about the things I wish I knew when I was a younger lawyer. Number one, knowledge. Armed with a degree and a diploma from legal practice, from LDC, I went straight into legal practice. Started with in those days, we had grade 3 magistrates, grade 2 magistrates, and my firm, which I joined, was upcountry. So I started with the cases of stealing bananas from a plantain, land cases in grade 2, up to state briefs in the High Court. Now, it was a firm which had many cases, so there were a lot of work to be done. As a result, there was little time to do research. You are jumping from all kinds of grade 2 to grade 3 to grade 1 upcountry. And yet, to get knowledge about your law and so on is not just about the degree. It's also about the research you do. So the point which Diana raised of specialization is important to you. That if possible, try not to do everything, to handle all branches of the law. Try to see where you can specialize so that you have sufficient time to give to your case or your branch you are dealing with. And I have seen that because now with the all hindsight, now that I'm specializing with only a few branches of the law, I find I have sufficient time to do research, attend to the client, and do a better job than I did when I was young, trying to do everything. The second aspect of knowledge is don't take this like I did. LLB, diploma, and I thought that was sufficient. No, you must go for further education. You must add to the knowledge you have through education. Can you imagine? I did my LLM 20 years after LLB. It is only after I did the LLM that I realized I was foolish not to have taken on education earlier on. I started seeing the benefits of what the LLM was adding to me, which if I had done 5 years or 10 years after, I would have been a better advocate then. That is knowledge. Number 2, bad judgment. I made bad judgments. And you can make bad judgments because a client is pushing you to a bad judgment, but it is upon you as an advocate to advise your client. I remember a case in which this client walks in. He comes in with a summons in summary suit. He says, I borrowed this money from a cooperative bank. I know it. These people have given me time to pay. I've failed. Now they have sued me. Just to play for me time, so as I look for money. Short-term gains. He wanted a short-term gain. I said, that is okay. We shall put in an application for leave to appear, fix it very far, so that you look for money meantime. I put in the application, I saw the affidavit, served the other counsel. The other counsel on the other side was none other than a Gondantende. Now a justice of the Supreme Court. Very thorough man. He went through my affidavit, which because of my mind was trying to fix things, I wasn't doing the proper thing. There was some small thing on which he relied on and said there is a partial admission and applied for judgment. And he was given judgment. Execution ensued. The client saw brokers. He ran to me. What is happening? I thought I had time. I said, you see, there was something in your affidavit which the other lawyer dealt with and they got a judgment. What should I have done? I should have said, I should go to and see Gondantende. Tell him, can we work out a schedule? The lawyer can push you into making a bad judgment, but it is you as the lawyer who the client can push you. It is you as the younger lawyer who should correct him and say, that is not good. It will not help us. That's what I should have done. Should have told him, no, trying to play for time will not help. And I see it with very many of you nowadays. File a civil suit, get a temporary injunction, run away. Because now your client has got an order of injunction. Those are short-term gains. They don't help. So on a question of judgment, take it that it is you who should be advising your lawyer. Give him all the information so that he makes a good decision with your advice. Number 3, the rules are there to guide you to get up to the end. I know we are living in a difficult position, difficult environment. You have the judgment. It has taken years. Somebody tells you, oh no, you know, for me, I know somebody I know a lawyer who talks to those people in Attorney General's chambers. Let's handle it my way. So you go on begging. Your client is saying, no, you know, I'm also following it up. But there are procedures. Why don't you go through up to the end of the procedure? And I also tell you the other blunder I made of not following the procedure, and I was admonished. There is a Dr. Sekoko. She was the medical officer in Mbali Hospital. She was taking medicine to Bubulo, which is on the border with Kenya. She was arrested, detained in a prison, in a military barracks, on the ground that she was trying to smuggle drugs to Kenya. Her husband, the late Dr. Sekoko Justice, who was the Justice of the Supreme Court, instructed me to sue the Attorney General, which I did. We got judgment, but then I went through what I've been telling you about, you know, go and try to find how big here and there and there. So one time, when Sekoko was now in the Supreme Court, he sent me a note. I still remember the words. If the wife of a justice of a Supreme Court can take this long to be paid, what is happening to ordinary Ugandans? He was actually admonishing me. The rules are there. I should have applied for mandamus. Why was I going along to go to the accounting officer saying, why don't you put me on the next, in the next budget, blah, blah. So I look back and say, if I had dealt with the rules that they are provided, if I had gone with what the law says, what the procedure says, a justice of the Supreme Court would not have admonished me and said, you're not doing things properly. So stick to the procedures. They are there. You don't have to beg. The law provides for everything for you. Number 4, submissions. Those 8 years I have defined as a younger lawyer, we did not know written submissions. Everything was oral. Everything was oral. These written submissions is a new thing. But now when I look back, I realize the advantages of written submissions. They give you time to ensure that all your thoughts are in order. You are not opening this page, opening this one before a judge, and so on. So if this thing of written submissions had been there at the time, I would definitely have been preparing my submissions then when I was a younger lawyer, rather than just going to address the court. Up to today, even if they are going to be oral submissions, I prepare my written submissions, but I don't take them to court. Because I don't want to look as if I'm going to be reading to the judge. I prepare written submissions, which I then summarize as the talking notes. And I leave the submissions in chambers. That way, I've found that I will capture everything I intend to tell to the court. Because it is easy for you to be derailed when you are making submissions. You are in the middle of submissions, the opposite counsel jumps up and says this, and when you're answering, you go off course, and you don't come back. But if your mind, you have had everything written down, you have gone it, you have summarized it, even when you are making oral, you're not even referring to them, the things will flow. I've found that when I go back and cross-check with my written submissions, I've covered everything. So I wish I had known about written submissions when I was a younger lawyer. Here, you talked about the passion for work, rule of law. You know, passion, you'll cultivate it. Rule of law is something which must come from within you. Like it was said here earlier by the guest speaker, you have to come out to feel something outside yourself. And when you combine it with law, you'll find yourself gravitating towards the rule of law and passion. In 1986 years, in those days, as I told you, I was practicing up country, but if you needed an injunction, you had to come to Kampala because High Court was only in Kampala. So I came and got an injunction for a client to close up some premises in Mbale, Ashoku Cinema. It was closed, but then Vice President Kiseka was coming to Mbale. And the special district administrator then said they wanted to use that one. And he went, I think, we want to use this Ashok Cinema. How come it is closed? They said, that thing had got court issues. He followed it up and found the broker who had the keys, who had closed it. The broker said the keys are not with him. He was panicking. Said the keys are not with him. They are with the lawyers. Then before the special district administrator came, he rushed and brought the keys to me. He handed them to me and ran away. So this man comes, those administrators come in those huge tractors with army men and so on, and he says, I want this key. The vice president is coming and won't use that one. I tell him, but sir, that thing there is a court order closing it. We cannot give you the key. He looks at me as if I'm a mad person. And he just tells the soldiers he had come into the office of him, arrest him and take him away. My clerk, who later on told me he knew because he had lived in Ameni's time, he knew these things, he rushed and brought the keys and handed them over. Now, for me, in refusing to say I cannot give over the keys, I was looking at an order of the court. I was saying, look here, this is the order of the court. I cannot be the one to start disobeying it. So the passion comes out of you yourself being committed to the rule of law, not being ready to bend it, and being courageous. There was a minister in Obote too called Ben Etonu. Ben Etonu was arrested in 1987, charged with treason and things and so on, and put inside. But his wife, wherever she went trying to get lawyers, all lawyers were frightened. Remember, we had just come out of the war. So lawyers tended to be frightened. Eventually, she landed in our farm. My boss took the instructions, but passed the file to me. I took up the matter and eventually got him out on bail. Many years later, very many years later, I was standing to be elected to go to the East African Legislative Assembly. It was a tight race. Actually, I won it with 2 votes. It was very, very tight. After they had announced the results that had won by these 2 votes, including Omara Tubos, I was, then a tone came to me and told me, I have now cleaned the slate. I have now repaid you. Decades later, somebody is remembering some work I did which no lawyer was willing to do. So I look back and say, maybe I should have done very many Ben or two etunos. So it is important also for you to be courageous. The area of rule of law is fraught with the threats, is fraught with the intimidation. But as the lady asked here, the guest speaker, what drives you? If you've chosen that rule of law drives you, you must go all the way. It will present its own opportunities because not many are willing to stand out in the area of rule of law. A determination to make a change happen. I'm just quoting her. A determination to push yourselves, a dedication to the cause, a cause to humanity. These are all things which will, once you identify them and work on them and let them guide you, you'll find yours that passion for rule of law. And you heard no longer here saying, oh, Ogalo was representing us in the age limit case in Mbale and so on. It is not because they just said, now let's look for a lawyer. It was because they had been in that field for quite some time. And there were judgments to make it, to prove that. So if you specialize, whether it is rule of law or another branch, clients will look for you in that area because you have gained knowledge by way of specialization. The time is little, which is good because I don't want to tell so many mistakes I made. But let me sum up this way. If you are looking at yourself 20 years from today, what are you seeing yourself as? And what should you do today to lead to where you want to be 20 years? A lot has been said about money, and I agree with what has been said by Alan. By the way, he says he's a musician. When I first saw him, when I was in senior 2, and he was I was in senior 2, he was in senior 1 in the same school. He was on a school band playing a guitar. So he used to call him also Guitar Boy. So you look those years there and you look at yourself now. But don't look at it in terms of money. Money follows what you will be. Don't feel any shame in staying in a one-roomed house. When I first joined the chambers in Mbale, I was staying in one room. You will grow. You don't have to jump from one room to 4 bedrooms. You can go from 1 room to 2 rooms to 3 rooms to your 4 bedrooms. Most of the dangers you will get along the way towards your 20 years will be, like Nalunga has said, trying to live beyond your means, the temptations. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing to embarrass you because you are not putting on a very good suit, or you have bought a jacket from a winner. What is embarrassing about that? When we joined the practice, that's where we're buying our coats from a winner. Am I going to hide it that I was buying my threadbare jackets from a winner? Does it take anything away from you? The biggest danger to you is not to concentrate on making yourself a better advocate to your profession. Just stay on course, be true to the law, be true to the profession, and I can assure you, 20 years from now, you will not be telling younger lawyers that you made the mistakes I've been telling you I made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our seniors, we could spend the whole day just tapping from their wells of wisdom. Jointly, they have 37, 38, 21, and 40 years. So you could do the math and understand the wealth of years you've just been listening to. I would have allowed each of them to give a final remark, but I wanted to allow one question or two from the members since it's a conversation, including if we can have one question from the team online, and then we'll go for the tea break. Those that are close could also begin to have their tea break. We'll have a working tea break and quickly switch into the next panel. So any question from those that are present here before I allow our elders to share a final remark? Yes, young lawyer Omar Atubo has a question.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I really didn't want to say something. I thought I would sneak here, quietly the rest. I see there's a lot of good eats outside there. Have my lunch and my points and go back to Lira. But my old friend, Dr. Shunubi, kept on referring to me, and therefore disclosing my hideout. I want to thank all these 4 senior lawyers who made wonderful contributions, lessons to the young lawyers. I happened to graduate from Makere in 72 and I was enrolled in 1974. So I'm soon clocking 50 years as an advocate next year. I hope I'll be able to celebrate the 50 years as an enrolled advocate. And some of you can travel to Lira will come and chew up some meat with me. Thank you. My main contribution is this, that I would urge young lawyers, including 1 or 2 of my own children and others have brought up to be lawyers, that some of the most important things in life is to ask yourself, why am I a lawyer? What is the purpose? You see, and many people go astray because they don't know the purpose for which they are something. You know, you're a doctor, you are even a clergy, and so on. And what I have heard from my 4 very senior colleagues here is like going to church. Wonderful sermon, people are there, walked out of the church, and they continue with the whatever may be seen to be sinful. So, if you want to be a good lawyer, you must know the reason why you became a lawyer. And the answers have all been given by these 4 great senior lawyers. Respect, humility, you know, growth process, take your time. Even my own children, I tell them, please It has taken me 50 years to be where I am. It has taken me 30 years. When I graduated, my first car was a Volkswagen. Now I'm driving a Kluger, which I love. And it moves me from Lira, Kampala, and so on, with the slowing down in my legal practice with other junior lawyers. So that is the satisfaction which you should have. The other point which the guest of honor spoke about is the question, what is the world we are living in today? Ask yourself, what is the Uganda of today? What is the Uganda of today? And you are not going to be a holy lawyer, a special lawyer in the midst of all these challenges we're having. Corruption is everywhere. You know, the cost of living is high. If you are living in Kampala, sending a child to a nursery school and to school is 2-3 million. You want to go to a school, I went to St. Mary's College, it should be 63, 68. My poor father could afford the school fees, just selling one cow and something like that. But when my grandson wanted to go there, hey, it's 3 million now. One of the best schools here is 5 million now. All this. So you find that a lawyer is having challenges of Uganda of today with the reality of the morality in life and so on. But I would still urge you that be yourself. Do not imitate others. Look at what is going on in the medical profession, which is also as honorable as ours. So finally, I want to appeal to Uganda Law Society that you have a very great role to see that the young lawyers really maintain some high level of professionalism. And this sort of very good talks we have had here, if you could decentralize it. I don't know how many young lawyers are here, even from Kampala alone. I know there are many young lawyers in the north, in Lira, I see them there. Can we have some form of arrangement where lawyers in certain regions, it is compulsory for them to converge in the church, they call it a retreat. Have some yearly retreat for young lawyers in a certain region. Let us all go to Gulu, let us all go to Soroti Mbale, and we take Shonubi there. I know he will not even ask for allowance. We talk to Madame Diana, and she talks to these people. Because what I am seeing in legal practice now with young lawyers makes me worried about the future of legal profession. And I think the situation can be arrested by the Uganda Law Society being strict. Look at what is going on in other countries. Why other countries like Britain, how have they maintained some high degree and level of integrity or professionalism? Then when we do that, it will be able, because legal profession is a very proud profession. You must be happy to be a lawyer. You must be proud to be a lawyer. And therefore that dignity which you carry with yourself must also be a dignity of integrity. And I know the environment in which you operate, it is complicated, but don't jump into mud because others are in the mud. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable. Clearly, one of the reasons we're having the Young Lawyers Symposium is such that we can connect, collaborate, and succeed. And we can promise you, the older generation, that we shall live up to your expectations. Don't be very disappointed in the few young lawyers that are tarnishing our name. Allow me give an opportunity to His Worship Chisauzi. He also wanted to contribute. Yes, amongst us is senior lawyer Perry Antone. Yes, I do. Let me give him maybe a microphone to introduce himself briefly.
Thank you. I'm very glad that you have allowed me to speak. I thank you, President. and you members of the society executive. Actually, I'm also a lawyer because I went to LDC after 30 years when I left university. And I was very lucky that I passed the exam. I didn't do a receipt. However, my expertise really is in trade, customs work. I've done a lot of work in that. Taxation. We started Revenue Authority. I've attended so many conferences. I worked for East Africa at World Customs Cooperation Council. I won't go so much, but law has not been really, it was not my intention to practice law, but I started it because I had retired and I wanted my brain to remain alive. And law, I think, is one of the things which can keep the brain alive. Thank you. Sorry, my name is Perry Anthony and I'm Goa. From Bali, of course, now I'm in Kampala.
Thank you, thank you. He's a retired pensioner, is how he describes himself, and he's technical in the areas of customs work and taxation. Your worship.
Thank you very much. Sometimes judicial officers, we disown ourselves from the lawyers, yet actually we are also lawyers in a way. From what I gathered, while we belong to the legal profession, land profession, there is a lot more we don't know, which we were not taught at the university. Lawyers, by your nature, you are managers who don't have managerial skills. I was at the LDC. I was not taught management, but you have to manage finances, human resource, and other resources available. But you are not taught management. PR, Naluga was talking about PR, how you relate yourself, how you create a brand. What are your best selling points in terms of competence, integrity, diligence, and all that? So all these are acquired outside the law school. So what I'm urging, you need to do a lot more in terms of reading. Management courses, they can actually do a lot more to make you a better brand. Or communication. We are now sometimes embarrassed by the nature of the communication which lacks the art of advocacy. Sometimes you are in contempt of the court procedures and all that. Even in the writing itself, writing the letter, the simple letter, even in the oral submission, sometimes we really wonder whether the lawyer is speaking some Gomba English or is speaking some Luo English or something of that nature. So we are sometimes embarrassed. The grammar, because these are your, because the moment the judicial officer looks at the write-up, he gets embarrassed and then maybe say some points and maybe. So I urge you, there are some good books which you can read. What I was not taught as a lawyer, there was a booklet, maybe in Aristo. What I wasn't taught, some of us had the opportunity, or when we went, we were flying out of the country on government money. Some of these, we got The Art of War, some of these managerial books, but you can enroll at UMI. What's the problem? What you are not taught. And the other aspect is, why do we have this small chamber, one woman chambers, whatever, which actually don't even make any turnover, any significant turnover? Why can't you manage? In terms of specialization, you get a very big, you merge, and then you create a very reputable firm, like in other countries. But now you have very split across Kisenyi, whatever, and whatever, with little on turnover. This is what other people, in terms of management. So the other, the other aspect is, how do you manage? How are you going to manage retirement? Because at the end, you are young today, but 20 years from now, you will be like Honorable Atubo and the other one. How are you going to manage retirement? So you need to invest early now. You need to invest in terms of agriculture, in terms of asset management, in terms of rentals. You buy these small pieces of land. If you can't afford the Kororo or Gorobi, you can go out to Nigomba and all that. You buy 1 million and whatever. Yes, that's what you can afford. So, and at the end of the day, they will appreciate and you will construct small shops and whatever. Then at the end of the day, invest in agriculture. Farm. Personally, as I end, I wish I could become younger because we are fond of buying cars and buying suits and all that, the brands, the latest brand you buy and whatever. But I wish I had invested in the rentals, in the property, whatever. I would be. Currently, I'm investing in agriculture. And soon I will bring Matoke to Kampala because I will sell in Kampala. Or I'll be selling because I have over 3 acres of banana. I have over 300 goats. I have around 100 sheep. So you can see, and several animals. So this one can make you live in old age. Managing retirement, I think, should be one of the subjects taught at here when you enter the profession. Because we as judicial officers, when we are inducted, one of the key subjects is managing retirement. It is going to be better. We have seen lawyers and judicial officers in very poor shape. And actually, you will die so early, so early because you have no house. There is a lawyer, actually, senior counsel knows. They had to put up a shelter before his burial. Put some mabati, dig the pit tree before he could be buried. And this is the public knowledge. So you should invest early enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think that's it from our seniors panel. I don't know if Doctor, you want a final remark, but I think please a round of applause to our seniors. We'll have a photo moment up here and then we'll do a working break. So please, if you haven't had a health break, now is the time. So let's take a photo and quickly go on to the next panel. Please take us away.
We'll have a working break of 5 minutes. So please go to the back, get your seat, and then we
you want
start.
me there?
Okay. to invite the panelists. Can you please be seated? Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. We're going to move along to the next panel because of time, as we have our break tea. My name is Winnie Begomisa. I am from the International Tax Department of Uganda Revenue Authority, and I will be moderating this panel. So I will introduce the panelists today for our topic, which is the future of dispute resolution. What is the future? I will start with his wife, Elias Sauzi, who is the head of media. A round of applause, please. He has been practicing for over 20 years, so we hope to learn a lot. We also have the only lady on our panel, who is Miss Nora Kagwa. Miss Nora Kagwa is the vice chairperson of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the Uganda chapter, the registrar at ICAMEC, that's the International Center of Arbitration and Mediation, also an accredited mediator and a part-time lecturer at LDC. A round of applause, please. We have someone joining us online, but I think I'll introduce as and when he joins. Big Counsel Albert Mukata. And fourthly, we have Mr. Jimmy Muyanja, who is the Executive Director at the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. He's also a partner at Muyanja and Associates. A round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome. We will begin our panel. I will start off with His Worship Elias Sauzi, because our topic today is dealing with dispute resolution, which has a lot of many aspects besides the normal court processes. He is the head of mediation. So, Your Worship, if you could tell us a bit about mediation, someone who doesn't, we're just building the groundwork. What is mediation about? Why has it come up as an alternative method or avenue in court and out of court for most parties? If you could give us a brief on how it is being utilized in Uganda as an avenue for dispute resolution. Thank you.
I was not given any hint on what I was going to present, but I have my talking points. So maybe at the end of the day, they may talk about what may be beneficial to the audience. First of all, before I talk about the mediation, I forgot to tell you there is some topic you need also, how managing difficult clients or customers. You can Google, because things have been made now easy. Managing difficult clients or customers. Because even in mediation, we have that aspect of how you manage difficult people, diversities and all that, those kind of things, people who have different interests altogether. And back to the subject of mediation, mediation is quite a versatile area, a virgin area for young lawyers like you. It's a growing and it is an emerging profession. When we talk about mediation here in Uganda, people think it is new, but in other jurisdictions, it is relatively older and is almost becoming a profession. A number of mediation firms and arbitration firms have come on board. And these are, the opportunities are immense. There is a lot in mediation. We have very good examples you know, when you're a young lawyer, because the nature of the training, because one problem about mediation is the nature of the training, the nature of the teaching, what we were taught at the university and the LDC. We inherited an adversarial system of arguing. The 5 W's, you know the 5 W's. Sometimes they call them the 5 wives and 1 husband. So the 5 W's, because that's what you are taught at the university. When, where, at what time, and whatever. Tell us about this and whatever. That cross-examination of whatever in order to find the truth. But you are not taught to settle. That is the problem about mediation. This is a very big problem because we are not taught to settle. Of course, the Chinese have a proverb that when you litigate, you are actually bringing about 10 years of hatred. You are bringing hatred because the moment you litigate, when you look at the statistics, you see that there is huge backlog and the mediation is now the way to go. I can give you some of them. Mediation is principally a process where a neutral, a third party, comes in and assists the disputants. There could be 2 or more to come up for a settlement. He's a neutral, he's not a party, he's not privy to the conflict, but he just comes in to assist the parties who are disputing and assist them to come up with a settlement, either through negotiation and other processes. That is the basic elementary definition about mediation. A neutral, a third party, like the third party insurance you have. That third party, the person who is beneficial, who is intended to be covered, is not privy to the contract. That's why it is a third party. Even here, the third party is not a party to the conflict, and it sits in the dispute of the disputants and assists them to solve. Let me give you the statistics that we have. And you see that the judges, whether we have 200 judges, because actually when I was a judicial, a public relations officer, they were telling me what are the problems of why are you delaying case? Why are judges delaying? Because of money power problem, gaps and all that, structures and all that. But even if you had the numbers, maybe if you had like 100 judges and whatever, they cannot. Let me give you some of the statistics. There is huge case backlog that the courts of law cannot resolve in a timely manner. In the financial year 2021, 2020-2021, the commercial court alone had over 5 trillion shillings locked up in 6,904 unresolved cases. 6,094. So whereas there were efforts to deal with the backlog, the number of new registered cases across the country has consistently increased. So every year, for the year 2022, the new registered cases across the country increased from 198,829 recorded in the year 2021 to 239,519 in the year 2020. Hence, an increase of over 40,000 were increased. So the judges could not resolve over these cases, these over 198,000. And you know what was in the budget speech? The minister reported that the judiciary intends to reduce the backlog by 6,000. Can you imagine? 6,000 alone. What about the over 250 cases? Because new cases are being registered. So what is now the solution? We need other interventions like mediation, arbitration, conciliation, and all other alternative dispute resolution. But when we talk about alternative dispute resolution, sometimes it becomes a debate. Is it alternative? How can it be an alternative? It's still a global debate. Is it alternative? Is it an additional? Is it auxiliary? Is it accelerated? Personally, I belong to the other school of thought. It's not an alternative because it is an integral part of the administration of justice. So in other words, these are additional forms of justice. So you cannot have a competing with the sovereign authority. You can't have an alternative to the judicial arm, to some sovereign organ. So you can't say this is an alternative to the judicial arm. It can't be. So these are part of the judicial mechanism. These are part of the dispute resolution mechanism. Of course, I was given some questions here. Are the cases increasing? In as far as mediation is concerned, they have reduced. They have reduced because of course, the attitude. Of course, when you're a younger lawyer, your role is to sue. Most of the time, you shall sue. When actually even you don't, where you don't even have a cause of action, you say we shall sue, we shall appeal. But that is not usually that's what the lawyers say. Because now we are getting even now the lawyers usually even after they are defeated in court, they come outside and address the media that we are going to sue the judge erred here. They have defeated you in court. Why are you really? Mukatari. Then you're Yombe Saku. So they have already defeated you, and then you are really. Why couldn't you submit in the court? So usually that's what the younger lawyers say. We are going to sue. We are going to appeal. You are what? Even when it is not appealable, you don't have any grounds for appeal. You may, but whatever. So this is so. For people who want to practice mediation, this is a very good virgin ground. The judges, the judiciary cannot manage this backlog. How can we manage this backlog? Is through other alternatives, other intervention, small claims, plea bargaining, and all that, arbitration, conciliation, mini trials, evaluation, and all that. These are some of the interventions which we need. And of course, being a new, you can study. There are a number of institutions that are coming up to train. Even the judiciary is training. Those who are interested, we can train you. And there are bodies even within the country that are training. There are arbitration and mediation firms that have mushroomed. Even outside, you can even enroll online. It can be a career, because I have one of my mediators is now on the panel of the UN panel of arbitrators and mediators. She asked me one time. She asked me for a recommendation to be recruited as the UN panel. I didn't know that my signature was important. I recommended, and eventually she came and said, "Hey, Yosef, I've got it." Now she keeps on flying across the globe, and so there is a future. Who knows? You may be called upon to be a mediator in the Ukraine-Russian war. You never know, because and you get a lot of money. You get a lot of money. Me, I'm just a chartered mediator of the Institute of East Africa. Sometimes, occasionally they call us and we get some small dollars, but not so much. But it is something which can keep you going, because we are busy, so they don't intend to give you a lot of work. But there's a lot of work which you can do as a mediator. But occasionally because of the nature of the training, when you come to court, you even advise your client not to not to actually to go in for mediation. Don't. When actually sometimes it may be appropriate in the circumstances to mediate. There are people at the beginning when they introduced mediation who were against mediation, many advocates. But the best selling point, because at the end of the day, people are going to, they are going to critique you. You are going to create a brand. What brand are you creating? They really audit you at the end of the day in terms of PR. That what about this council? That council for him, it would be good, but he delays cases. So that is not very good for you. There, Justice Wangudusi is one of the panels in the judiciary training mediators. He always gives us a point of one lawyer in Iguru. You know, to a turnover of a lawyer in upcountry is around the 10 million. It's between 5 to 10 million. That's what he gets in a month. After the expenses, he could get like something like around 5, 6, 7 there. This lawyer was against mediation. But when he was trained and embraced mediation, now his turnover has increased almost between 10 to 20 million because of mediation. Because now he's best selling, he finishes cases. What about this lawyer? The people there outside, they will say, that one doesn't finish cases. Then you lose in terms of reputation, in terms of PR, you lose. So not all cases can be mediated. That one is a point. Not all cases can be mediated, but there are cases which cannot actually be resolved by court. There are cases where people don't want to be in the public, where people want to retain their confidentiality, to retain their private nature. There are cases where remedies may not be in the court system. So there is a lot more you can do in as far as mediation is concerned. The way to go, if you are not trained, better start training as a mediator. Start training as a mediator. Enroll to be a mediator. And how do you do it? The judiciary can train you. For us, it's a matter of applying, and then we train you. Once we have slots, every quarter we can train you. We go out of the country. The idea of the judiciary is to have enough mediators across the country. So we go to the field, we get civic opinion leaders, religious leaders, because these people, the religious they do a lot of mediation. And at the bottom line, we want to create a buffer where we can have all the mediators at the courts, because sometimes the courts are constrained that they can't get any mediator available who is there to retrain. So these are there is a lot of opportunity. There are opportunities. You are struggling to have your matters resolved in court, but these matters are not handled. The judges humanly they cannot resolve. So what are you going to do at the end of the day? You are counting for cases, and there is nothing coming out, and then you are not benefiting at all. So what do? It's better you mediate. It's better you embrace mediation. How many cases are being resolved at mediation? You know, with the amendment of 2019 of the civil procedure rules, which made mediation optional, it significantly reduced the number of cases. Of course, maybe Mr. Muyanja, maybe you were part of this when they amended the rules. But of course, we are now seeing mediation on its deathbed. Yet actually in other countries, it's the way to go. Look at the countries like Singapore. They have embraced, most of their cases are being resolved by ADR as opposed. There is little litigation. Because they say civilized people agree. Civilized people don't argue, they agree. It's only the uncivilized who will do a lot of argument, your arguments, the 5 Ws and whatever. But the civilized, they just sit down and agree and whatever, and they resolve, and they go on. We have cases in the commercial court. The other day, I made a write-up to the head of the division. Say, my lord, some of these cases, we should class them and they go for mediation straight away. Whether the parties want it or not. What is there to argue about mortgages? You have taken somebody's money, the bank loan, and what is there to argue? You did it. Yeah? Business didn't work out because of COVID and all that. What is there to argue? Maybe we restructure. That is mediation. Sit down with the bank and restructure, we review, we waive certain interests and whatever. That is the way. So some of these, even in personal loans, they are domestic matters, which we could resolve. I can mention the cases of Bujingo. Those cases were not fit for, they are not fit for whatever, for the court process. Even in this various saga which we are having of the judge, these are not cases. These are cases which shouldn't be handled by the courts. These are mediatable. There is a lot of harm when they become public. So I think there was another question. Any the aiding judiciary officers, we are also aiding the judge, the judicial officers to attend the skills. At the commercial court, we are going to have, we realize that even the judicial officers, the registrars and the judges are not alive to the amendment, that at the summons for directions, a registrar can divert this matter for mediation. But most of them are not alive. Even the judges, if the judge is not very passionate at scheduling, is not very passionate about mediation, looking at the cases, that this is a mortgage, what is there, what's so much? Of course, you are the lawyers, you give all sorts of arguments like that whatever the loan was, there was fraud in whatever, in applying for the loan. What kind of fraud with that? When somebody has gone to the bank, willingly signed documents and said that what there was whatever he was misled to believe that whatever the interest would be this and whatever. So you always want to make a case out of nothing. Yet actually this matter can be mediated. Okay, there could be problems here and there. Because now you are advising clients to sue themselves, husband and wife and whatever. Okay, you sue. This is the matrimonial property and whatever. When actually we have all the signature of the wife, we have all the whatever, the photographs and whatever. They even went to the home and whatever. Then at the end of the day, the wife denies that she is not a party. But these are mediatable causes. So we are aiding the judges. We are going to have a symposium. We are also going to have a symposium for judicial officers and registrars across in Kampala to assist them to become alive to some of these provisions, the law, that the law mandates them to channel some of these matters to mediation. And sometimes some of these cases should be appropriately be dealt by mediation. I think that is those are some of the talking notes I have, unless there are questions.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. What I have picked out is that civilized people agree. So I hope we can all go back with that and not be young lawyers who sue all the time. Given what His Worship has shared, I'll go straight to Miss Nora Kagwa. His Worship has talked about the nature of teaching that we have is largely adversarial. We're not taught to mediate as lawyers. So being a registrar at the arbitration centers that are renowned in Uganda, could you give us about how ADR is being utilized in Uganda? What has been the response so far? What do you see? What path are you seeing it taking? Because we're discussing the future. Do you see it as something that is potentially going to grow for clients to turn to as opposed to the long court process? And he has given us the example that Justice Wangutusi gives of the lawyer in Gulu who closes cases quickly and gets double the amount because on the path of mediation. So tell us a bit about how ADR is going currently and how it's being utilized in Uganda and probably abroad as well from your experience. Thank you. Briefly.
Thank you. I think I'm going to just carry on from his worship by saying, if you ask me, my opinion as far as whether it's alternative or amicable, or I don't remember what else the options were. I think it's appropriate. It should be appropriate dispute resolution. I'm going to tell you how the different industries have utilized ADR, right? And then you can tell me when I'm done what your clients are actually looking for, and if you're actually prepared as lawyers to take on instructions from your clients. Okay, so let me start home. The banking sector in 2018 approached ULS and they partnered together to create ICAMEC. The banking sector approached ULS, and it was through that partnership that ICAMEC was born. The 5 trillion they're talking about that's held up in court cases was one of the reasons the banking sector decided to opt for ADR. I know Stanbic specifically resolved, I think last year, that 70% of its disputes must be resolved using ADR. I know that the banking sector is making efforts to ensure that its legal teams are trained. We have trained different legal teams from the banking sector. They understand that they need to find a solution, or else the banking sector is going to keep suffering. As a lawyer, if you wish to actually be on a panel of any of the banking sectors, you're going to be required to have ADR skills. That's the bottom line. So that's banking, right? Let's move on to the construction industry. While we are still having a chit chat about how ADR is relevant, do you know what the built industry have done? The engineers and architects, all construction contracts have ADR, all of them. They have cut out lawyers. Your role, and this is amazing, your role is to give advice on the contract, but because you're so focused on your money, at that point, you don't take time to review that there's an ADR clause. And the ones in Uganda, they're specific to say that in case of a dispute, the Institute of Professional Engineers will appoint an arbitrators, cutting the lawyers out. So lawyers, you can't even arbitrate that, but you draft the contracts, do you not? The built industry, because the lawyers get smart, you know, like fraud, you know how fraud works? You start something, the fraudsters get smart, you get smart. That's how the lawyers got smart. They started, they would go for arbitrations for construction disputes and then start to apply to set aside the awards. So you know what the built industry did? They've established what they call DABs, dispute avoidance boards. They don't want the dispute anymore. They're cutting out disputes. So right now, for example, the bypass, when the project is initiated, there is a board, a dispute board that works. It's doing site visits and it's paid, right? For their time throughout the duration of the contract. Their money is actually put aside. So they are there to anticipate the disputes, to review any disagreements and find solutions. They avoid the disputes. Where does that leave you lawyers? You sign the contract, you give your opinion or blah, blah, blah. It's not coming to you. There's no litigation. They cannot afford to have their machinery. You see, with construction, every day, there's a cost to having your machines at the site, or there's also delay damages that you must pay in case it's attributed to you. So they can't afford, the construction industry can't afford delays. And what does litigation guarantee? There you go. So that's construction, right? So we've done banking and construction. So find where you are right now, okay? Now let's go to climate change, which is our new, everyone's talking climate change, right? Sustainability and all that. The conversation has now come to, most of the issues that are coming up with regards to climate change are construction related, how they're using the fossil fuels and all that, right? Because of the nature of climate change and the fact that it's global, they're looking, they can't go to a particular jurisdiction, right? They can't rely on Uganda's laws or Kenya or, so what is the one thing that cuts across? ADR, mediation, arbitration, right? So even with climate change, that's where we go. Let's look at, and this was championed by the judiciary. Criminal cases, we have plea bargain. We also have some jurisdictions which are doing restorative justice. Again, you can see how the world is slowly embracing ADR. If you go to courts, and right now the commercial court has a reputation, there's an arbitration clause, they'll send you back. So even the judiciary is supportive of ADR, right? Okay, so let's look at IP. I don't think there is an area of practice that is not embracing ADR. IP, we have WIPO. WIPO has a dispute resolution center. China passed a law, I think recently, an amendment to its IP Act, and the IP Act provides for mediation as a means of resolving disputes. And because the trouble with IP also is it crosses borders and jurisdiction. So they need to find a solution that cuts across. But now if we go to Uganda, there might be restrictions because of that's a Ugandan law. So what actually works everywhere? ADR. The practice is the same everywhere. Arbitration in Uganda is the same as Singapore, is the same as UK. Mediation in Uganda is the same everywhere. So the business community needs to find a solution that works for everyone, that cuts across. We have instruments now, or laws. We have the New York Convention on Enforcement of Awards, Foreign Awards. We have the Singapore, it's the Singapore Convention on Mediation, which I think did we ratify? Yes. We have the UNICITRO model law. We have the ICSID, which is for settlement of state-to-state disputes. It's no longer an issue of, my perception is it's not going to be a choice anymore. We're going there, we're there. We just need to accept that this is where we're going. Your clients cannot afford the cost and the time it takes to litigate. Your clients want lawyers who can offer solutions. So if your attitude is litigate, well, I mean, to each their own, but if you want to adapt, which you must adapt with change. We had to adapt because of COVID, and it hasn't been all bad, right? We have one of our panelists who's online because he can't be here physically. So we had to adapt because of COVID. You're going to have to adapt to ADR. It's unfortunate that the universities and maybe LDC are not putting this much emphasis on it. But if you don't adapt, and soon we'll be in trouble. The other area is, so foreign direct investment, right? I'm sure you've had the conversation on foreign direct investment. Also, there is the ease of, I don't know if you're familiar with the ease of doing business index. They rank countries on how easy it is to do business in that country. And then investors will look to the index before they come and invest in a specific country. So Uganda right now, I think it's at 116. We used to be at 127. So we've sort of gotten better. But one of the things they look at when they're ranking is the ease of operating a business, which includes the ease of resolving disputes. So if there are ADR institutions, KEDA, ICOMEC, all the others that are there, then it's easy for them to know that once we get a dispute, it's going to be resolved easily, or at least we can use arbitration, which we're all familiar with. So now I ask you, with everything that you know, with all the industries and the efforts they have made to embrace ADR, is this still an alternative? Do you still think it's an alternative? No. It's the future. And the young lawyer needs to adapt to the future. I mean, we're not saying, we give you credit for going through law school and passing the bar, but now life happens. This is the time you will have to actually adapt and show what you can do. My advice to you, as someone who has done this for a few years and someone who's benefiting from this, is whatever area you want to specialize in, arbitration is about specialization, right? Whether it's IP, whether it's banking, whether it's insurance, whether it's, you name it, right? Get training, skills, and expertise in arbitration and mediation and negotiation. It's a different world. It's a global village, and people want means of resolving disputes that are international. So get on board and get international and get acquainted with the fact that this is the new normal. Litigation is not. Litigation is and as it should be left for specific disputes, not all disputes. Even with the Africa Continental Free Trade, they have a dispute resolution board. Everyone is now putting in place boards to resolve disputes. They're not going to court. You may have a few cases now, but it's going to get less. It's going to get less with time. You're going to reach a certain time where you don't go to court as much as you do. Clients are beyond giving you your transport. The transport that you charge every court session, those days are beyond, they're gone. Work towards, this is what I tell people who intern with us. Ensure you want to keep your client. If your client is in court for 5 years, you're cutting off their supply of money. If your client can't earn, they cannot pay you. If your client's disputes are resolved fast and efficiently, he then focuses on making money, and then you earn money. So be the solution to your clients. Don't cost them money, help them make money so that you can earn money. I think that's what I can say.
She has sufficiently answered, right? Right? Yeah, we've learned a lot. Thank you so much, Ms. Nora. For those who might still be wondering why we're discussing dispute resolution at the symposium, arbitration is one of the maiden areas, as His Worship had earlier mentioned. It is something you should look into, something you can make your niche for those who don't have it, something that is part of our future as young lawyers. So before I move on to the next panelist, I'd like to introduce Counsel Albert Mukasa, who is joining us online. He is a partner at M&K Advocates. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, an adjudicator and an arbitrator on panels like ICAMEC and CADAR. He has also been practicing ADR for over 8 years. A round of applause, please. You're very welcome, Counsel. I'd like to move to Mr. Jimmy. Given what Ms. Nora has shared with us, what is the role of arbitration institutions, given that you're the executive director of CADA, in promoting EDIA to interest young lawyers? Are there any trainings you're putting out there to skill up the lawyers currently so that they move towards the future of dispute resolution, which is additional, alternative, accelerated, accepted, or as appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have confidence, extreme confidence in the training you're given at Law Development Center. Because in a nutshell, what your training was all about was that there'll be forums where you have to address your clients' concerns. I disagree if we say that LDC only gave us one picture of life, that you have to end up in court. If you get a client who is requesting you to assist them with getting an amendment to their national ID, the reason they're standing in front of you is because you are the one who is possessed with the rocket science to unbundle your National Registration of Persons Act and figure out their solution. So what you are trained in at LDC was forum. Simple as that. Today has reminded me of a case I had forgotten. My first year of practice in Kampala, I got a brief from an insurance company. Uganda Railways had knocked over a factory. The reality of getting the factory up and running was the insurance had to first come in, compensate, have the factory up and running, and under the subrogation clause, they then turned and sued Uganda Railways. So my client was the insurance company. After we had filed the case in court, because I had insight in mediation, but not the practice, I then informed my client, why don't we set up a meeting with the defendant? And I trained my client. I said, listen, this is the way we are going to talk in that room. We're not going to point fingers at them and say, we're here to squeeze the money out of you. We'll project scenarios to the opposite party and invite them into a conversation. So because we had rehearsed that, my client gave me the lead in the room. So we threw out the scenarios to the opposite party. And the managing director of Uganda Railways started shifting his mindset and now started projecting to us, I see how we can resolve this. Then we got into an embarrassing scenario. The legal team which had accompanied the managing director, Uganda Railways, walked out in protest and said, but we have a case in court. We had rehearsed our pitch, and the MD of Uganda Railways could see the economic sense of not being in court, and we walked out with a settlement. So that is how I lost my day in court. Now, the question has been, what's the role of institutions in training? I'm raising this issue of you are trained at LDC to figure out a forum. You are trained in the passion of dispute resolution. So before you oppress yourself and say, I'm not trained, please, let's have you elevate yourself and say, I'm trained to figure out how to resolve problems. If you can live with that reality, then you'll have the passion to dig deeper and figure out what are my options. Your challenge then is to turn around to your clients and explain why you're putting those 12 options on the table and say a time may come when we may have to go down this path. Council Nora here has just shown you how you might be obliterated if you have a tunnel vision view that you're supposed to end up in court. You can maintain your position in those rooms. So let's go to stage 2 of the story. So this factory, which was not my client, thought I was a brilliant lawyer, and they called me in. And they handed me close to 200 files of labor cases. I studied them. I asked them, why do you have labor cases? 200 of them. I said, let me study your system. I studied their system. They had not figured out that conflict is inevitable. Conflict comes out in 6 million dimensions. So I told that management, I'm going to sell you a system which will sidetrack all these disputes from the court. We set up an in-house system where there was fair hearing, and that company, in 20 years, we've only had one case that goes to court, but I got paid for that system I created. I created a forum. I said, this is how we're gonna run the concept of conflict. So yes, these institutions can offer you training. It's just to give you refreshment insight. I insist, as an advocate, you already have been, your mind has been broadened on how to resolve disputes. Luke, was that 3 years ago when in the criminal case, what happened? The accused had a peace deal with the community, which was not in trial in court. Remember that criminal case? The disease was in the ground, but there was another stranger in court. So are you gonna walk away from that and say, I don't know anything about this? Or you'll say, oh yes, let's look at that dimension and see where I can fit in. So you owe it to yourself not to lose your territory of dispute resolution. Do not oppress yourself and tell yourself that I need training. What's gonna happen when we walk out of this room today and Parliament has passed a new law on, what's the new subject they're handling? Copyright. Are you going to dispossess yourself of economic benefits by saying, until this year I wasn't taught that copyright statute? So it's the passion that will broaden your horizon in where you fit along on that dispute resolution curve, and there's space for you. So yes, you need the training, but from where you are, do not oppress yourself. You now have 6 million tools to train yourself. You've got online courses. Actually, I apologize. The reason I came without a jacket, I was training a law firm this morning, and in a rush to come here for the 11:30, I forgot my jacket at the law firm. So that's why I'm appearing before you without a jacket. I apologize for that. So that's my approach to the question, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jimmy. We'll move on to Councillor Albert. Okay, I believe he's online. He can hear us. So, Councillor Albert, if you could take us through what steps a young lawyer can take to becoming an ADR practitioner like yourself. You have over 8 years of experience in ADR. So what would it take one of us who is aspiring to join this field to get to your level of becoming a fellow? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Mianja has pointed out, it all starts with the initial training as a lawyer, as an engineer, but most importantly, it starts with the passion. Mr. Mianja may not recall, but when I was in my second year of law school, I wrote to him an email. I told him I wanted to come to CADA and learn about how ADR works, especially arbitration. He put some questions to me, which at the time I didn't have so much knowledge, but I had the opportunity of researching and responding to. So from that time, what I did was to join the Young Members Association, which were specifically for ADR, the first being the Young International Arbitrators Group of the London Court of International Arbitration. Now, from there, I was able to get to know about the different events and trainings that were being offered. At that time, there was not so much virtual training. Most of them were physical, but I think in 2014, that Young International Arbitrators Group came to Kampala for a training. So I was able to gain more insight into ADR and specifically arbitration. So from there, I was able to do a certificate from one of the US universities, Pace Law School, which was online to give me background to arbitration. So a young practitioner who is interested in this area has the opportunity now because of, as Nora pointed out, various factors such as COVID that has made it much easier to do training. Now, specifically, some institutions, of course, have more credibility than others in this line, and one of them being the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Of course, the starting point is you have to have an introduction to ADR as the general subject line. And then from there, you're able to see where your niche is in terms of what you think you'll be best at. As His Worship pointed out, some people go to mediation, others go to adjudication, and then others go to arbitration. So it is from there that you do the different modules and you're able to reach the highest level, which being the fellowship. The other stage is more of an experienced stage, which is the chartered arbitrator, where they need some experience and other things related to that. So as a young practitioner, the most important thing is putting yourself together and saying that this is what I want to do and following through, because unlike how we did it in the past, this information is available online. And then fortunately, from 2021, Uganda is in the process of having a chapter and subsequently a branch of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. This will be worthwhile to help any young practitioner who is interested in the area. But as I mentioned, passion drives all, because without passion, you are unable to distinguish, because you don't want to come to an area where you believe maybe you will make so much money, but at the same time, you must be able to know that the area that you're choosing, you are going to, this is how you're going to help your clients. As all the panelists have stated, it must be looking at what does my client want, the commercial sense of doing all this. How do I help the client? Sometimes you might have to negotiate. Other times you might have to mediate. Other times, depending on the nature of the dispute, because we have technology and construction disputes that most importantly require adjudication. How do I bring in all these forms of ADR to assist or make commercial sense. As highlighted, there is no appetite for litigation, whereas it is important, and His Worship pointed out it is part of the statecraft. You cannot take away the judiciary. But then what we would need to highlight is that the judiciary or the courts play an important role in making sure all these forms of ADR succeed. And like one of the areas, mediation, initially in Uganda, it was introduced as court annexed mediation, and that's how we were practicing it. But then there are other avenues where the parties can even have the clause within their contract and they mediate. But then, of course, what happens is how do you deal with the scenario whereby you have entered into a settlement by way of mediation, but then one of the parties doesn't honor the obligations they have set out in the settlement? How do you enforce? So that's where we need to work around to ensure that we are able to resolve these disputes. One of the scenarios is that, for instance, when you look at conciliation under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, it is simple. Once a settlement agreement has been executed by the parties, it is enforceable as if it were an award. Therefore, it has the force of law or enforcement. So we need to make sure that how do we bring in the different players, and then how mindset change on the side of the practitioners, because it has been one of the most difficult issues that we have had to deal with, because council appear before you, but they already have a mindset that this is not going to succeed, or sometimes they misinterpret, they treat arbitration as mediation or the other way around, and sometimes they do not make a good case. And then when the award is published, they rush to make these applications to set aside. But this goes back to, of course, you asked about the training, but then the training has nothing to do if there is no passion for it, making sure that, my job is to resolve clients' problems, and I'll take the easiest route out. So I hope I was able to answer that question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much, Councillor Albert. A round of applause to all the panelists, please. We appreciate your time and all the effort you have sharing with us your what you've learned, your experience. From Ms. Nora, we have learned that your clients don't really want to go the court process. Big clients are looking to resolve their issues quickly. From Mr. Jimmy, he has told us that already have the skills that we think we do not have. There's nothing supernatural you're going to get from the trainings. Use what you have, get skilled up a bit, and begin the arbitration journey as your niche if you would like to do so. Councillor Albert has taught us that you require passion to actually execute along the way with your clients. So make sure you're joining this field if you intend to with passion, so that you actually help out your clients. You're efficient in delivering resolution to your clients. And lastly, His Worship shared with us the statistics. There's a lot of money locked up in this. Mediation cases have gone down, and that it was in 2019. So mediation is the way to go if you actually want your clients' cases resolved. The court process is not about to drop. Case backlog is not about to end. So thank you once again. We're going to open up the session.
Maybe a quick one. That scenario of where one of the party doesn't honor. We need a law. Actually, it should be even an act of parliament. An act to embrace ADR to cover some of these scenarios. How do you enforce some of these affairs in the ADR? And of course, we may not have now enabling law for enforcement, but we need a law. As you go out, For us in PR, public relations, we say a satisfied customer becomes your marketing agent. When your client gets satisfied, he will spread a message to so many and say that council is the best. And the dissatisfied customer, when you are rude, when you are whatever, you delay cases, you are not doing ADR, that dissatisfied customer will be your decampaigning agent. He will decampaign you and say, that one, on George Street, that one doesn't. So that's it. So in other words, the other aspect which the council was talking about, some of the, you have the standard contracts where you say, in the case of a dispute, it will be resolved by arbitration. You are limiting yourself. You are limiting ADR to one aspect of, to one form or one method of, because you may fail to get an arbitrator, but it may be easy for you to get a mediator and resolve. So when you are styling or some of these documents, you should coach them such that you can say ADR. In case of a dispute, it will be resolved by such that it gives several menus of choices of dispute resolution. Thank you very much.
Round of applause, please, for your worship. I'll begin with a question online from Mike Kirungi, from Tumukunde and Company Advocates. He says, your worship, this is directed to your worship.
Yes.
Lawyers have gone ahead and trained in mediation, but the court has failed to honor and accept the applications put forward. Kindly advise, because you were skilled in mediation, but no help and allocation.
Lawyers are what?
Lawyers have gone ahead and trained in mediation.
Yes.
But court has failed to honor and accept the applications put forward.
Okay. Because that one concerns.
Someone has said, yeah, maybe you could support.
Who has made an application and we have not approved? But of course, sometimes you apply and you don't have the skills. How do we accredit somebody without the skills? You say, I did the ADR. Let me tell you, at Kampala University and some of these smaller universities, they do what? They say you get a transcript, ADR. But what is ADR? Actually, you find there is nothing like ADR. You know the experience at LDC. They say accountants, but what accountants do you know?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think his point is skill up. Yeah? No matter what university you're from, please skill up. Thank you. We're going to take one question from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Actually, my question was also in that line. I've done a certified professional mediators course in Nairobi.
Yes.
But the procedure for appointment here, I think, seems to be a bit different. Because I followed up on Miss Shinobi. I've followed up on Zainab, the mediator at Family Court. And it seems your appointments are handpicked.
Oh, no, not really. Personally, I have not seen you. Maybe you.
Yes, I had not come through, so because I was not so certain of the
person. Come on Monday with your papers. I will look at them and then I advise.
Yeah. Okay. My point now was maybe to bring the cat closer to the horse, because when these people talk of arbitration, and like Miss Nora was talking of construction, banking, it seems far-fetched from a young lawyer who is not going to get instructions in that area so easily. But let me draw my colleagues here to Section 60 of the Succession Amendment Act, which has specifically provided for arbitration where there is a conflict between administrators. So we seem to have nowhere to go. Because I have an interest in sports law, I've done a sports arbitration course still, so as a way of setting myself up for the opportunities that shall come when sports breaks even. To my fellow colleagues still, there are also opportunities. One of the cases I had when I started litigation was against a lawyer. I told this guy, my client has your titles. You have his balance. You have been in court for 2 years. I had taken on the case as a second lawyer. So I told him, I'm not here to spend another 2 years in court with you. Get my client's titles my client's money. I talk to my client to give you the balance, to give you the titles, and we move on. I think he sort of tried to push harder. He even put in more applications. I was like, gentlemen, I'm not here to litigate for long. So around November, it had taken around two months. He called me, was like, I want to confirm whether the titles have no caveat. I was like, I have the titles in my office. You bring the money, I give you the titles. So he talked about, what about the costs? We've been taking time. I was like, don't let us not go in this area. It's a win-win for both of you. So he called me, told me I have the money. I took him the titles. Surprise, as I talk of opportunities, surprisingly, in about a week or two, he called. I was like, now, does this man think the titles are forged? When he called, he was like, Counsel, I have clients here who are disturbing me. I want to hand you the matter. He gave me instructions, and I just called the parties, talked to them, we settled. So to my colleagues who are here, I think we just need to embrace and be critical of the times. Like I have said, Section 60 of the Succession Amendment Act has put it expressly, where there's a conflict between administrators, go for arbitration. But how are we set for that road? We have been looking at it as if it is in banking, construction, you need to commercial, but now it's coming even where we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So his was more of a comment. Oh, yes, please, Mr. Jim.
I'm impressed to hear how His Worship is drowning under mediation applications. Can I suggest to you that our economy is diverse, and this is the difference between the mediation that is run by the courts and the one that is run by CADA and ICAMEC. Thank you. The courts will utilize your services as pro bono mediators. At CADA, from day one in 2000, when we first set up the court-connected mediation, we ran mediation as a service, a paid service. So the mediators who were seen in CADA were getting paid for that work. So you need to have a visual as lawyers where you can push your clients into a paid track. It's just like you having a private guard at your home. We've got Uganda police outside there and Uganda Army guaranteeing our security, but you have an option. So for those who are now talking about their pending mediations, if you apply to join ICAMEC CADA, we are interested in the economic corridor where your services are paid for, because that should be a standalone sector in the economy. Thank you.
We also pay. There is some remuneration under the mediation rules.
We hope it's adequate. Thank you so much. If you would like to approach any of the panel members, please do so. We're going to go for our lunch break right about now. Please pick your
shots.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the best compliment I've ever received since I was born was I was at an event, and someone who I'd worked with before came and told me, this event is not you. Does that make sense? They said, this is not you. That was the best compliment I've ever received in my life. What does that mean as young lawyers? Whatever you're doing right now, I know that you may want to be somewhere in 10 years. You want to probably own your own practice, or you want to do, I don't know what you want to do. But whatever you do now is going to define how people view you, right? You're going to set your own standards. People should know that this is Nora. You know what I mean? Like your brand should speak for you. The quality of work you do should speak for you. As young lawyers, whatever you do, whatever they give you to do it to the best of your abilities. Have you seen those people who, like, they're doing hard labor, they're sweeping, but they do it so well? That's what you should aspire to do. Don't do mediocre work, because we'll remember that.
Quarter.
That one. So be the best version of yourself professionally, and then your brand will speak for you. If you can ask anyone that I've done things with at what kind of work does she deliver? Like, there's certain things I want to do, and they will know it without you telling them. They'll know that if I go to Jimmy, this is the type of work I'm going to expect. If I go to Nora, this is the type I'm going to expect. I can tell you that I've worked with Albert Mukasa, and I know what to expect from him. It gets to, like his worship was saying, it gets to a point where your clients will force you down people's throats. Like, I don't look for clients. I just do right by the ones I have. And then they recommend me. It's every day I get a call. Oh, so I got your number from this one who has said this and this. Can you help me with this? And they've said that you do things fast. I have had this lawyer for 3 years. We're not moving. And you know something, sometimes the other lawyer is busy. Sometimes they've just not explored an option. Be the obvious choice in the room, so that whenever they think of this, they think Jimmy. Whenever they think Albert, right? And right now, like Albert says, for ADR, there's so many avenues to get training. Now we have the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Uganda chapter, right? You get accredited by that. It's accreditation that's recognized all over the world. When we did it, we had to go to different countries to do it. Now it's coming home to you. You have no excuses to get these skills. ICAMEC offers trainings in arbitration, construction claims and dispute avoidance, mediation, negotiation. You have no excuse. And my only tip is, I know that most people these days, you get out of LDC and you want to start your own practice. Don't do it. Go to the law firm, right? Go to the law firms, right? They will invest in you. They will pay for your training. So be smart about this. If you have your own farm and you're paying rent and you're doing this and you're paying for your PC, no, go to the law firms which are established, right? They will pay for your PC. They will pay for these symposiums. They'll pay for you to attend conferences. They will invest in you. Then when you have the skill set, when you have the expertise and you have the exposure, go out on your own. That's my parting short.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nora. We will pick our coupon at the desk at the door and move to the poolside for our lunch. Thank you so much. Please be back by 2.
Since we're running late, we're going to dive into the next session, which is going to be mastering the game, how to become an expert. Our moderator is Ms. Nasozi Penelope Shakira from Attend the Semperbo and Company Advocates. She's going to welcome the panel.
All right, good afternoon to you all. Yes, I would like to welcome our great panelists to step on stage so that we may get this program started. Right, welcome back from your lunch break. At the moment, so our topic is mastering the game, how to become an expert. Team the guests that we have with us today that have become experts in their respective field, and we are going to hear and learn from them today. Because of time, I think I'm just going to dive in to make sure that we get up for everyone so that we be able to hear from everyone and get a feel of their experiences, their knowledge and wisdom on every aspect that we can get out of them. So we have Mr. Birungi Cephas, the managing partner of Birungi and Patera Company Advocates with us today, one of our sponsors. We also have, I'm not quite sure if at all Miss Grace Nakabugo is already logged in.
Yes, I am.
She's in. Yes, she is a legal officer at World Intellectual Property Organization, and she's going to share with us her experience in her field. Then we also have Rita Babuma Burungi, an associate partner at Legomac Advocates. And we also have with us Mr. Evans Owendo Ocheng of Ocheng Associated Advocates and Solicitors. So for now, we're going to listen to our keynote speaker first. Then we dive into the questions. We shall pick it from his presentation, then we shall carry on with this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like the lunch is quite comprehensive. People were just targeting lunch and saying that will make a good day because I see the turn-up has reduced substantially. But I hope we shall have a good interactive session. I have a presentation. Are we ready? Yes, thank you. So I should be able to move like this. All right. So I think the moderator said we are Birungi something else. I didn't get it, but the right name is Birungi Barata and Associates. And privileged to be before you this afternoon to share a few views, some views on this, I'm sure, rather controversial topic, because some of you are wondering what is an expert and how come you're presenting this. So I hope we shall have an interactive session and learn a few things and share a few jokes and experiences. So I'm supposed to talk about becoming an expert. That makes a presumption that I am an expert. But there is a disclaimer. You can go to teach about something you are not. So I could just have been picked to present about what others think experts are. And I believe you all have different versions of what an expert is. So I give my own definition of what I think an expert is and what I think it should take to become one and what it should take not to become one. So maybe even before we go to the dictionary definition, I believe you have your own views of what an expert is. Do we have some experts in the house? Let me see hands. Some experts in the house? Not yet got the courage yet. Yes, one expert. Stand up and tell us a bit. Thank you. Thank you. Good. So the dictionary definition says a person who is very knowledgeable about or skillful in a particular area. So I believe we are all experts in one area or another. But for purposes of today, I think we are focusing on lawyers. So having or involving a great deal of knowledge or skill in a particular area. Which area is of your interest? Sports. Sports. Were you ever a good sportsman, or you are one of those who a boxer? Very good. We need to move a bit far from you just in case. Yeah, your table is going to be at this rate. Yes, so being an expert is relative. So it depends on what you really want to focus on. So you have an expert in law, you have an expert in boxing, you have an expert in presentation, but even when you scale it down, you have an expert in all the different fields of law. And even when you go to law, then you scale it down to whether you are into writing about law, a lecturer, are you into litigation, are you into some other kind of practice? So there are very many areas of expertise, and they are all very important. But so that's why I talk generally in terms of what it needs to be an expert. So when you're an expert, I think people agree, yes, it is relative, it is subjective, but in a particular field, they'll know that, yes, you're an expert. You have a vehicle, they'll tell you, if you want it repaired like this, go to this person. So there are so many mechanics, but this is the mechanic who is well known for a particular field. This is the guy who can open an engine and will do what. So if you want a lawyer who has got skills in accounting, then they'll tell you, go to Mr. Akena. He's here. He refused to put up his hand because he's not one of the students today. He's a presenter. So when you want to know about accounting and law and economics, one guy who has all the degrees in that area and has practiced there, you know, Godfrey Akena. How many have you been to East African School of Taxation here? Only 5. You didn't pay fees. This guy is here to pay the fees. So the expert, of course, is not always winning all the time. You are lawyers, you know that there is no lawyer who will win all the time. If you are a footballer, you know that you can't win all the games. Only Arsenal, about 20 years ago, managed to go without losing, but that seems to have given them some bad luck. Since that time, they have been paying the price. So you can be an expert, you lose a few, but still people know that you are at the top of your game and they'll come back. So when you lose 1 or 2, you shouldn't take away the reputation. So what do you do to get there? As we know, nobody knows everything. Even if you are a lawyer, you can't know everything. In the field of law, you must narrow down. You know, there was a time 40, 30 years ago when most law firms were one-man law firm. When they started getting partnerships beyond 5 people, people would ask, what do you do there? Well, how do you manage the salaries? That was about 30, 40 years ago. Every law firm, the most famous guys, Hugu was in his law firm alone. Kayondo was in his law firm alone. That means everything they brought to him, he had to try to do it. But of course, because the competition was the same, he could be an expert. Now at this time, there is a lot of law. Remember that time there would be like 10 judges in the whole country. So there would be about 3 judgments per month. And you know the precedents of those days. I think you know some of the famous ones. Now the precedents come out each and every day. There are about 20 judgments. If you try to read all of them and master them as an individual, definitely you can't go very far. So you must specialize. You must identify where you want to be. You must get your niche. But you can't just specialize by choice. You'll try it and find that some areas don't suit you. I think it was Mr. Jimmy Muyanja earlier on today, or another presenter in the arbitration was saying, you must have the interest to serve the people you want to serve. So it's not only your interest, but also to be able to know that the people you are going to serve appreciate your services. It's okay for you to believe you are an expert, but if the rest of the world doesn't believe you're an expert, doesn't really help you. But even before you get there, you must love the field. It's so hard to love the field, to be an expert in a field you don't love. And it is very unrewarding. So you must love what you do. And of course, there is an issue of talent. There are areas where you know, I cannot manage this. This is not good for me. However much most of you wanted to be doctors and engineers, you know you reached somewhere and you said, let me give up. Isn't it true? Yes. You have to reach somewhere when they bring additional mass and you say, okay, now I have to give up and concentrate somewhere else. So even in all these other fields, but even if you had that aptitude, you can't do everything. So you see, Godfrey here, Kena, first of all, an accountant, then a lawyer. But then he has realized that you have to be somewhere. You can't rush the other side, do some accounting, rush back here, do some law. You must concentrate somewhere. That's when you get the expertise. So it's so good that I'm giving my examples from guys who are here and they'll be able to either defend or confirm. And now he's seated near to a boxer, so he's much more protected. Yeah. So you must get a skill which is marketable. He says sports science, and I heard him in the previous discussion giving a disclaimer to that this is not yet a developed field here. So you may not survive by being a sports lawyer in Uganda. You may not survive by being a marine lawyer in Uganda or an aviation lawyer, much as you may like it. If it is your hobby, well and good. If you are going to do it online for clients who are in Canada and America, possible. But if you want to practice aviation law from Uganda, you need to think again. So you must have something which is marketable, which is going to put some food on your table. So I'm sure at this time, most of you have identified areas where you think you have a special interest. But of course, it matters where you landed. Where you land first gives you an idea. So that's why I think it was Nora who was saying, don't get out of LDC and start your law firm. Because in that case, you have landed in the context of the Bible, you have landed on a rock. So how are you going to know in which field you are going to be best unless you go to a place where you can be tested and learn from others and know that, yes, this is how banking law happens. This is how tax law happens. This is how construction law happens. So if you come out of LDC and you say, I'm now a construction lawyer, I can assure you, you'll wait for some time before anybody knocks at your door. But if you go to Kagwa and Kagwa and you hone your skills there as a construction lawyer, the guys who come to Kagwa and Kagwa will identify you that you have actually the skills equivalent or likely to exceed those of John Kagwa. And when you come out, then they'll come to you as a construction budding expert. So it's important where you lie. I worked in the revenue, possibly by accident. Godfrey worked in the revenue, possibly by accident. If I had started in the bank, it's very unlikely that I would be in this field. So there is a lot of providence in where we end up. But if you end up where you start, but if you end in a place which gives you more opportunities, then you are more likely to choose where you could perform best. So if you went to a farm which is purely doing tax and you are not interested in tax, then it is very unlikely that you'll be able to identify whether you'd be a good construction lawyer or good labor lawyer. So you really have a few years in your early years of practice to choose where you think your talent is, where the market is, and where you have the aptitude. So we have talked about experts, but like I said, there is the idea of you coming up and saying, I am a lone expert. I'm the best as an individual. The way a surgeon works. But even a surgeon, even a best surgeon is supported by nurses. You can't be just a good surgeon. You can't go to the theater, prepare it yourself, clean the person, do anesthesia. By the time you become an expert surgeon, you have a good support team. Similarly, if you are going to be an expert, the kind of expert we are talking about, the expert we are looking for in this field, the guys who 5 years down the line will be leading the industries in this country, you must know that teamwork will be very, very crucial. So if you are going to be a tax lawyer, for example, you need to know that tax involves accounting and involves law and involves some economics and a few other fields. So you need support. You are not going to be the one to do each of those. You have to have a team. And I'm happy to say that even in this room, I have a team on whose shoulders I stand most of the time. Can that team show their hands? They are the giants on whose shoulders I stand every day. You are reading your hands like, what's the problem? You stand. You stand. You stand. You stand. Yeah. So those are the people who work at Virunji Barata. There is Linda. There is Lydia. There is Karunji, Amandla. So those are some of our team on whom we thrive. So when you see me here, I know that these guys have done most of the work. And there are others who are doing the work so that when a client comes in, he doesn't say this guy has retired early because he's grown old, maybe he's tired. They must be able to find the right service there. Then when they're attributing the expertise to me, I am really relying on a team of so many. And that happens in every field. So you must know that as you become an expert, you must know that you are not going to get the credit alone. As Harry Truman said, if you are going to accomplish something, you need to give credit to the rest. What did Newton say? I can't read it very well from here. Mr. Namgoa there, I don't know how you smuggled yourself into the young lawyers team, but Mr. Namgoa is also one of those on whose shoulders I rose. I worked with him in the Uganda Revenue Authority. And he also, at a later time, he was in the Tax Appeals Tribunal. So there I was not working with him. He was on the other side. He was a juror. Mr. Namgoa, can you stand up? And he's on record to have studied with the president of this country in Dar es Salaam. That's why I was wondering how he came here. So I think I've already mentioned something about the market. Of course, the market, when you look at the structure of law firms in Uganda, those which have more than 3 offices are really limited. And most of all the biggest law firms here, none of them has a second office strategically because they have seen why should Katende Sempewa set up a branch in Chisoro? Why should Sevarole set up a branch in Jinja? Or let alone that if you go wider to the international law firms, which you know, why aren't they here? They are not here for a purpose. They realize maybe the market is too small. So you must understand the market. Whom are you serving? If you just say, oh, I want to grow, let me open an office in Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Addis Ababa. I have my headed letters saying I'm international. Somehow it will catch up with you. So you must identify your market. Yes, so when you become an expert, it's likely to get into your head. When a few people call you expert, then you feel like, yes, I have it all. And then you start getting arrogant. And then you start seeing people disappear from you. You don't know why. You think you've got everything. You have got maybe the money, the clientele, and start telling the clients you are too busy for them. And very soon, you might lose your expertise, because if you have expertise which is not recognized, which is not used, then it is really almost meaningless. So you need to have some level of humility for you to do your work efficiently. You need to have grit. You can't be really an expert unless you put in extra work more than anybody else. I'm sure Brian and others who like reading have read how many times Kobe Bryant was practicing every day. How many? So he said, for every shot, he practices 1,000 times. If they say we are going to practice every day, as basketballers, we start at 9, he'll go at 7. By the time the rest come, he has been practicing for 2 hours. So when you see him in the papers, you don't know why he's the expert in basketball. Similarly, in these fields of ours, if you practice the same way like everybody, then you'll be average. You cannot tell me that you can just bring genius and it will take you there. You can't just know these laws by osmosis. You can't be born with the knowledge of the laws. So you have the talent, but if you don't put in extra time, you'll not get there. You'll be one of the others. So you have to be ready. By the time you stand out, you must put in the hard one. And you must have the managerial role. That is the weakest link. So if you have a team, you must identify the strengths of that team. Each person in the team has a different skill. Some people know how to talk to the public. Some people know how to market. Some people love the hard work behind the scenes. Some just like writing stuff, researching, and they hate the court as much as possible. You must identify those. Some people like to start working at 11. They are not early risers. So the moment you keep pushing them, you'll get a pushback. So you have to have the managerial skill to manage your team and know what makes them tick, and know that with any weakest link in that chain is going to bring you down. So you have to keep your eyes on the ball, and that means you must know where you are. You must be able to, you see, I'm sure some of you read the stock exchange, Bloomberg and others. These guys in those countries, whatever we call them, they read the numbers every day. Michael Bloomberg is number 8 richest person in the world. His thing is every day is reading the exchange. Stock exchange, this stock has declined by 0.2%, has risen by 0.08%. You have to go to that detail, know where you are. That's why Forbes every day knows this is the richest man. Now, we so happen to come from a continent which doesn't have detail so much. I believe you have customers, clients from another region of Asia and others who will negotiate up to the last coin. So you must read the market every day. If you do not, then you are being general, you are being average, you don't know where you stand. So if you don't know where you stand, you cannot be the expert. And if you are the expert, you must know who is coming number 2. Have you ever seen the races, 5,000 race, even 100-meter race in Olympics? The guy ahead must be somewhere he's looking in front, but he must be knowing the number 2 guy who overtakes at 80 meters. There is this guy who sets off in taking off is the best, but by the 50-meter mark he's choking. And there is a guy who overtakes them so the guy in the leadership must know. So once you're an expert, you must know what is coming. You know the phones, you know the phone from Canada, which was, which led the market around 1995. You had it, I'm sure, Jeffrey. What was the name? No, not Ericsson. No, from Finland. So those guys, by the time smartphones were coming, their niche was keeping their codes couldn't be broken, but they never looked at the smartphones. When the smartphones came, they said, "Oh, we are not interested in that area," and they closed. They are now out of it. So you must keep your eyes on the ball, because somebody is coming for you. When we started in the tribunal, Mr. Namugwa is there. They used to handle about two cases a month. Around 2003, Oscar Kambona would come in with 1 case in a month. I would come in. So the Namugwas were handling about 5 cases a month. And invariably, it would be about 5 different lawyers. Right now, that tribunal handles 33 cases every week. And there are so many different lawyers there. So it's dynamic. So some of those guys who are there with us, some of us are phasing out, different people are coming in. You have to read the dynamic. So you have to know what the game is. You have to know where it's going. Yes, one of the other mistakes is that some people try to make things too complicated. I hope there are some of you who can understand that thing. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Now, imagine this is called taxation. And that is, somebody wrote this paper, the book is there, and he writes that about the effects of willingness to punish in taxation. And he puts that. So, what can you do with that? Imagine you are the commissioner tax policy. Do you think Moses Kagwa reads that before he makes the policy? Do you think Matia Kasaija knows that? Do you think Rijochi knows that? So why should you make things so complicated? Who will use that? So you can go and do a PhD in that kind of thing. You go to Harvard, they put a cap on you, you have a very complicated degree in taxation. What are you going to do with it? So you can become an expert in that, but you may sleep hungry. So like I said, don't be too satisfied. Don't feel you have arrived. Don't rest on your laurels. If you are driving and you don't have a side mirror, you might crash. You don't look in the hind mirror, you have another problem. Same to business. The only time you don't need a hind mirror is if you are the last one. So if you are in a race and you know you are the last, don't look behind. Concentrate on at least taking one person. You are just looking at the guy in front. If you keep looking behind and when you are already the last, you are really wasting time. But if you are in the front, you need those 2 mirrors. So you need to really look ahead and not be complacent. Don't think you have arrived. Don't set your targets too low and say, yes, I built a house. Now I can go home and look after my mangoes. But you also know that Some guys become manic, ambitious, and it kills them. It is very easy to understand that from a sports angle. That's where you can demonstrate it. It's a bit different in the professions, but in the psyche of the mind, it's about the same. You know, those of you who are old know Muhammad Ali. And he kept boxing. People told him, my dear, if you use my local language, Ruchiga, the people are saying, Mushawe toruga murutaro. Said, no, I want to win one more. If you watched Larry Holmes beating him up, was like beating a child because he refused to. He had that mania of being this and that. So we also see it in the professions where somebody is saying, yeah, you have lost this case, but this is a hopeless case. Said, no, I have to fight it. Even the Supreme Court has pronounced it. You said, no, I can't accept. I cannot accept this is against public policy. You saw that in Lance Armstrong, won all the races, the Tour de France, says I must win. And then when they checked, they found he had been doping and all his awards were taken away. You saw Lehman Brothers 2008 because they were on top of the game and they tried to cut corners too much and the corners took them because they were now lending under the derivatives market, which was basically lending with no security. So even in our kind of field, that kind of thing can happen to you when you become too obsessed with a certain drive to appear too much of an expert, just to do what is humanly good, what is possible, what is professional, and remain humane. And again, one of the things, don't over-diversify because you cannot do everything. Yeah, if you are in a big service law firm like they have in some countries where there are 5,000 partners, yes, they can do all the fields of law, but as we have seen, for the last 40, 30 years, much as law firms have tried to grow here, I don't think we have been able to have a law firm, even in Kenya, of 100 partners. So that informs what the market is, so and how much ambition you can have. But again, you must keep reading. Things change all the time. If you are into the tax area, every day there are new taxes, every year there are new taxes. The tax field alone is so big. If you are just into transfer pricing, it can keep you busy. If you are into Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, it is just a very wide area. So concentrate on that. You can't be an expert, even in tax, in everything. It's too wide. So you must understand the market. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rangi, for the very knowledgeable presentation that you have made. Right now, at least you have an idea of what an expert is and how to be able to choose a field that you're interested in and what you have to do to make sure that you thrive in that field that you have been able to choose. So right now, I would want to pass on the conversation to Grace, who has over 11 years experience in intellectual property. She also carries a master's degree in the same. Right now, she's working at a World Intellectual Property Organization. So Grace, I would want to find out more from you. What motivated you and what did you do to get various opportunities? I see that you have been an independent director on the Uganda Performing Rights Society, and you have had various opportunities to address either the Parliament, Ministry of Finance, various organizations when it comes to intellectual property. So we want to be able to motivate the young lawyers how to position themselves and those that are interested in intellectual property. What do they have to do to mastering it? What did you do exactly? Just give them a piece of advice and you present on that.
Thank you very much, Penelope. I don't think I differ much from the excellent wisdom that we've got from Mr. Birungi. Why? Because he mentioned things that were very true of my career path. I started my practice at Max Advocates in 2012. Yeah. And he mentioned something that's so profound, where you land. That means who mentors you, what you're exposed to. I mean, leaving law school, there were so many subjects and there were many things that I was interested in. But Max had an IP department. It had an IP team that at the time didn't have any lawyers apart from the partner. So I was exposed to IP. And it turned out that my talent, my interest, the things that Senior Birungi was talking about were converging into how I ended up being an IP lawyer. 11 years in the grand scheme of things is not much, but for a young lawyer, it seems that it's much. I mean, there are people on the panel who are 20 years, 30 years, but again, like Mr. Birungi was saying, you keep going at it. One, you find something you're interested in, because it's painful to do something you're not interested in. But then how do you know what you're interested in if you start on your own and you don't have mentorship? It's a whole, there's a gap. So when you get exposed and then you pick from these options, so there goes the choice, the talent, then you get the mentorship, and you choose to do what I like to insist is very important, personal development. Exactly what also Mr. Birungi was talking about, that you need to keep growing, you need to keep learning. I think the worst thing that can happen to anyone is hubris, the conviction that, oh, I know it all, I have it all, and that's it. You have to keep learning. Why? Again, from the keynote speech today, the idea that the world must believe that you have it. They must believe in you. So you can sit there and convince yourself that, yeah, you have all this, but the world must know from all the work you're putting in that you're doing this. For me, I found it important that if you're to become an expert, I mean, if I'm considered an expert in the field, I find it important that you start in the trenches, because that's how you learn everything from the beginning. I remember in 2018, I had to do the work that an ordinary clerk does, go to the registry, file forms, do this and that and that. So that in the end, when you're building your team and you're trying to learn, what goes where, you're not speaking from a place of privilege or, lack of knowledge. You know exactly what goes on in any step. So contrary to how some younger people might think that, oh, I can just start here because I'm a lawyer, I don't do that work. Oh my God, that's beneath me. You need to put some work in the trenches so that you know what the foundation looks like and how that looks like. And you've asked if there are opportunities in the field of intellectual property. Mr. Birungi again mentioned something interesting, that if you want to do aviation law or whatever in Uganda, may the gods be and the odds be in your favor, but marketability, what's this thing that you're trying to be an expert in? I found at the beginning that many people thought I was insane for specializing in intellectual property. I also took a very, at that time, risky venture of being super specialist, that I decided that I was going to be a commercial lawyer, and in commercial law, I would strictly do intellectual property. But for me, it was more a prospect that I knew from the reading and the personal development. You see where the world is starting to go. You know that if we're speaking property, land law, cars and whatever, it's finite and the market is already oversubscribed. So what do I need to do? And at that time, for a person who's not in this market, they seem to think, but what's she doing? What's there to do? Then because you're reading and you're learning about this space, it was easy for me to actually explain to them that, guys, IP is territorial. So whether Google, Apple, I mean, I handle portfolios of, as big as 500 clients or more. whether Google wants it, whether Amazon wants it, or Nestle, think of your favorite brand, whether they want it or not, they'll have to protect in Uganda or in any territory, in any territory, because IP in its nature is territorial. So that, in a way, gave me comfort to know that the ordinary Ugandan might not be too interested in IP now. Because, I mean, now being 2012, 2013, because today the pattern has still changed, right? The ordinary Ugandan then might not have been too interested in intellectual property, meaning that the ordinary lawyer then might not have understood my obsession with IP. But here I am in a law firm servicing very many clients. Why? Because there's a market. There's people out there who need this service. Why? Because of the nature of the law or of that practice area that Google will have to come and protect here. Amazon will have to come and protect here. If they don't, then their rights that they have in America or wherever other places think are more important do not reflect here. What does that mean? Some wise guy might decide to open up a beverage company and call it Coca-Cola if they're not interested here. So when you read, when you invest, when you go to the trenches, when you learn, you start to see the trends and how important things are. So back then, everyone might have been like, oh, you're insane. You need to be doing land law or banking and finance. And there's great people, my contemporaries, who have done great in these fields and are also experts in those fields. But because of the landing I had, and also the interest I took, because no offense to people who like corporate governance, I know great people who do corporate governance. It was not my cup of tea. I was like, oh, okay, another shared, thing to deal with. But IP, I guess, because also at the com artsy and I like, music, dance, drama, art, was interesting. So I thought, dig in, see what the law has to offer, and keep going at it. So you need to learn the trends. What are the trends telling us? Today, we know that they're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. What's the trend? IT, data analytics, or where is because even IP is a very big field. Where is IP going now? People of sports law are now getting, the more opportunities out of the orthodox IP, people who are doing AI, blockchain and all these things. So when you choose a thing to do, you need to immerse yourself in it. And also the confusion that after a year or two, yes, you're going to be the expert, and yes, everyone will be like, no, it takes time. I mean, today I don't think I'm the only person out there who does IP, but until today, no one would have believed that, yeah, this person knows about IP, but because you put in the time and you do things and then you go for these conferences, even pro bono services, by the way, or pro bono, and pro bono services don't only have to be representing people. Pro bono is also teaching, right? Personally, I took the position that because Ugandans didn't know about IP, that means it affected my workspace and clientele. So I decided that anyone who wanted to know about IP, any group, anybody, for as long as they congregated, I didn't need facilitation. You just make a group, 5, 10, how many people, just tell me. I'll come and tell you about IP. That way, you're feeding into the expertise. That forces you to also read and learn, because you have to anticipate all the questions you're going to be asked. But you're not only building your clientele, but you're also building your expertise. And that way, the next time this person has a problem or whatever, they'll automatically think about you. So in many few words, that's how I got here. One, there was a mixture of fate, luck, God's plan, mentorship, landing, then the active choice or interest to say, this is what I'm choosing, this is what I'm going to do, and then pouring myself into it. I mean, at the time, there were days where I was like, but what if this never pans out? But you won't know if something is going to pan out if you start it in 1 week or 1 year, and then you're like, no, I've moved on to another thing. Then, what did you do? But having Mr. Birungi's advice at the back of your mind that let's not try to say I'm going to be in aerodynamics and whatever in Uganda. It might not be the most suitable thing. That might also mean that you're not reading about how applicable that space is. And then thinking about the market and opportunities, I think IP has immense opportunities. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, which has loads and loads of knowledge. So it's knowledge and IT based. That means at the core of the fourth industrial revolution, most of the assets that are being created are intellectual. That means there's IP in it. So while it might not have seemed as a big deal in 2012, fast forward 2023, it's all of a sudden a very big deal. And maybe one of the things that kept me going, I love Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. There's a thing he kept saying, you know, from his movement from being a wrestler to this, and to people actually starting to fantasize him as the US president. We know anything is possible. We've seen all manner of US presidents at this point. So it's not too far-fetched when people start to think, oh, maybe The Rock could be the president. He says, success is not about greatness. So when you're thinking about, I want to be a great this, I want to be, it's greatness is at the end. It's the consistent hard work that leads you there. So when you think about the key points that have come out of Mr. Birungi's keynote address, and generally the life of building towards becoming an expert, you have to be a consistent hard worker and smart work. I mean, because it's just not hard work. Like Mr. Birungi said, if you brought additional math for me, I'll be like, peace until tomorrow. But so you have to both work smart and hard, but it's the consistency. You keep going, and with time, greatness happens. And before you know it, you're considered an expert. I hope that somehow answers the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Grace, for that. What I've gotten from the presentation so far is that you have to have an interest in a certain field. You must be able to work hard at it and to be able to sacrifice your time and make sure that you invest all yourself in what you're interested in. So trying to now throw the ball to you, Rita. So I would want to know, Grace has mentioned that she was able to, even when it comes to put herself out there, even though it was pro bono, she tried to put herself there to speak about intellectual property and to make sure that everyone is aware of it. So you as a lawyer who has been in the insolvency field for quite a while now, how were you able, we just want to find out, how were you able to throw yourself out there? What were the opportunities that you tried to create for yourself in insolvency, at least for the lawyers that are interested in becoming insolvency practitioners? Because URSP has over, like right now, there's 60 insolvency practitioners in Uganda. There are not so many. Yeah, I think 60, I don't think they're more. Yeah, there are not so many. So how are you able to throw yourself there as an insolvency practitioner?
Well, thank you. Mine is a story similar to Grace's and what Senior Birungi talked about. But how did I get to throw myself out there? I tagged along. You need a mentor for some of these things. So I, first of all, picked interest. When I sat down and identified the things that I liked about this practice, I said, okay, so how do I then grow myself in this? So it was deliberate. It was quite deliberate. And while we find ourselves in these places, sometimes you then become more deliberate about it, more purposeful. That's how you become consistent. So I tagged along, I found a mentor. I also looked for opportunities to learn more. So all networking opportunities, of course, like you say, insolvency is not quite a practice in Uganda, but it's a huge practice in the developed world. It's a huge practice in South Africa. So when I looked for this forum, I started attending some of these platforms to be able to learn from people, to network, to speak at some of these conferences for Africa. So that is how I started growing myself. I looked for opportunities to write, because writing helps you to research. It helps you to think deeper into a topic. So I started looking for opportunities to write about insolvency. Like Grace, I looked for opportunities to teach. So any platform that I get to speak, students, to lawyers, to judges, I jump at it. And the understanding that I think the humility that Senior Self has talked about, the humility that you don't know everything helps a lot in this journey, because it's always a learning. Even when I'm teaching students, I am learning from them. I'm picking ideas from them. The beauty about insolvency is that it's not only about the law. Most of the time, it's not even about the law. It's about creativity. It's about numbers. It's about business. So you get out of your legal, take off your legal hat and be a human being, be a CEO, be a finance person, be a marketing person. You take every position that the office that you're in gives you. And that kind of puts you in a position of learning. You're always learning, and it becomes exciting as the journey goes by. The other thing that I think has helped me is consistency. A bit like Grace, I focused on insolvency. I've done nothing else for the past 12 years. It's insolvency. One way or another, what I'm involved in is insolvency work. But I've also come to appreciate that the opportunities are immense. I don't have to do anything else. In fact, as you go deeper and deeper, you realize that there's a lot more that we need to do that we're not even doing. There's a lot more that can be done by so many of us that we're not even touching the quarter of it. So that is what has kind of helped me. That's what has motivated me. And of course, I've had a willing mentorship. There's interest in me as well. It's difficult when you look at a mentor who is not interested in you. So you may not tap all the anointing, so to speak. But if a mentor is interested in you, they'll pull you along. Every opportunity they get, they tell you, come with me. Every opening they get, you tag along. And slowly by slowly, I have grown. Until recently, I also didn't know I was an expert or an expert in the making. So I'm privileged to be here and speak like one. Yeah, and practice makes perfect. Insolvency, and I believe like every other practice comes with its challenges, both on a personal level and as a professional. You get to experience challenges. In some instances, the work we do, I get questions a lot. That's a man's job. How do you do a man's job? But I've learned that the people who ask that question do not know that insolvency is not debt collection. It's much broader than debt collection. So as time goes by, as I get deeper and deeper into the practice, I'm also appreciating the smaller, the more intricate aspects of it that make it even more interesting. Yeah, so that's my story in brief.
Thank you very much for that explanation. At least for all the young lawyers out there that want to do insolvency, you know that you have to put yourself out there. You don't have to sit in the office waiting for work and money. So you have to be, your attitude matches, you have to be humble, look for a mentor and try to grow your niche, as earlier stated. Mr. Evans, yes. Criminal law is an aspect that is not very loved by young lawyers, this generation that we are in right now. So it's not something that immediately when you ask a young lawyer what do you want specialized in, criminal law is not one like on the top list. But as a criminal lawyer, what has been your experience throughout the years, and how have you been able to either create the opportunities or try to master in it and become better at it?
Thank you very much. I also want to thank you for inviting me to come and share my experiences. Though I feel a bit of weight in my heart when you make me speak last, and a lot has been said about an expert. I do not want to go backwards But I want to encourage the young lawyers who are present here, take seriously what those who have spoken before me have said. Take it very seriously. My journey with criminal law is intertwined, I'll share with you, but it's a bit different from what my colleagues have gone through. I agree with you. When I left school, I didn't, anything to do with the criminal law was not in my mind of thought at all. Like anybody who has left school, civil, land, you know. And my journey with the criminal law begins almost around 2011. You remember that election of 2011? I was involved in elections in 2011. Somewhere in Iganga, I don't want to mention, but somewhere in Iganga. So the elections had two limbs. There was accusation, bribery, and those other things, which featured in the petition. But the election was so heavily contested that there was delay in declaration of results. The delay in the declaration of results resulted into banning of the tally center. Because one camp was accusing the others, they are manufacturing something inside there. We have the DRA forms, we know the results. Why are you not declaring the winner? So to cut the long story short, eventually the winner was declared, sworn in, but with the charge of arson on his head and the malicious damage to property. So I handled the election case. I know very few people know me about elections, but I'll tell you something about it. I handled the election case, then the candidate tells me, but they have charged me. I tell him, but criminal law, I don't do it. Get somebody from Iganga. The candidate insists, but since you have handled my petition, you understand the background of this problem. Why don't you handle it? I imagined there was no money, like most of you are imagining. I looked at Iganga, I said it was too far, commuting. I said no. He insisted. When I mentioned my price, he was able to meet it. So I said, well, why not? I eventually won that case. When I won the case, when I tried to back off criminal law, everybody who followed the case was saying, but you understand this. Subsequently, at that time, all criminal cases that arose from Iganga areas through this client, they were pushing them at me, and I was also struggling to push myself away. The cases went on and on and on and on. Appeals went on. I was retained on appeals. I won. So for some reason, I started, but this thing, I need to pursue it. I need to pursue it. So in between there, I refused to handle criminal cases because they were taking too much of my time. And then they push for me a client. I bill exorbitantly, to push a client away. So just a bail application at that time, I asked a client for $20,000, a bail application, $20,000. But the purpose was trying to tell the person, you leave me alone. They said it is too much, but We can do 15. So when I quickly looked at the conversion, I said bail application, you know. I knew that now if it comes to talking about hearing the main case, you know, but I was supposed to answer this question last. When somebody is pressed to the wall, there's a difference, not so. The bus is parked around there, is only seeing yellow uniforms of Luzira, is only seeing the counterterrorism police around there. Don't confuse yourself that there is no money. Don't confuse yourself that there is no money. If you can work it out, you can see how your thing is complicated, you man. You understand? So that was my journey with criminal law. And then the other thing people don't know me about are those election-related matters. I'm heavily involved in elections. This election cycle alone, I handled 18. This cycle alone. But also my journey with election has an aspect of criminal law still. In 2011, I appeared in a petition with JMM, John Mary, in Mukono. So a candidate, they brought a witness who had insisted that my candidate had given 5,000 as a bribe. So John Mary tells me this bribery thing is criminal. You understand? It's criminal where you are. I see you in criminal cases. Go. So I seek to cross-examine on the aspect of bribery. I destroy it. And then from there, I remember that time I had my friends who are lawyers, they were inviting me to cross-examine on bribery-related, you know, I'm not part of the petition, but I'm called to cross-examine on bribery-related claims. So the rest has been summarized. I wish to indicate that you can discover yourself with the time. You can discover yourself. When you discover yourself, do all that is necessary to make sure that you're up to speed. For instance, I didn't have a mentor there. I was just gambling with elections and finding myself with the criminal law. But I will tell you this that has been summarized with my colleagues. I will take my time. I hear Kavega Makdusman and the group have a case. I just go sit to see what these senior men are doing. I have no case, but I hear, oh, Kavega, they are now trying this. I'm like, okay. So I had mentors in secrecy. I hope you understand that. You just love the guy. You want to listen to how he maneuvers on this. There's an appeal. There's a trial going on because some of these trials are notorious. So you'll be knowing they are now trying so and so. So you sit in, you listen. I can tell you, you will pick something even when you don't have a direct mentor. Because this is a personal effort on yourself. So you may have a path where you have a mentor. You may have a path where you don't have a mentor. But I'm asking you, still discover yourself. Whichever way it goes. Preparation has been talked about. You must understand the trend. For criminal law, you may not have many amendments, but the courts are giving out decisions, interpreting different aspects. You may not have as amendments like my brother who deal with tax have, where URA wants to amend every time. Within a week, you can have 2 amendments. We don't have much of those. But what you call those many amendments in criminal law come through decisions of court. If you are not aware, you may argue a point which the court has given a decision on last week, but you're not aware. And my senior colleagues, Mr. Virunji, maybe in his concluding remark, will tell you something. I've been having a quarrel on how the courts, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court are conducting business. And these days, everything put in your written submissions. So the skill to argue and to present is being killed. You know, put in your written submissions. When I entered the field, we were arguing live. You argue live. You have your points, your grounds. They tell you, Mr. Cheng, how much time? 20, 30? No. 25. It had a way it was shaping. Because you know, however much you have carried the files, you have 20 minutes to argue your point so you are straight. My lords, here my argument is A, B, C. You go to your next ground. These days, submissions, file, and that art is being killed. That art of advocacy is being killed. I was complaining to some judges at that level, and they're telling me volume of work. But I was saying, some years ahead, we may fail to have that articulation of issues because that art is being killed. That time, the reason I say so is because the court will put you into task. Sometimes they will tell you to your face, but Mr. Birunji, have you read this decision? You know, it's ringing in your head. You are arguing a point, but a judge is telling you, counsel, have you addressed your mind to this? So if you are not up to date, you would know that you have lost before you begin. Those who appeared lately, maybe before Kakuru, you will attest to that. You know, those who appear before Gondan Tende, you know, he will cover, he will be quiet. But when he seeks to speak, either you have lost on that point or you have won on that point. But yes, we have understood your argument, but your colleague is saying, so there was that test, but these days you leave court when you have filed your things and you leave it to God. So I don't know what they will do about that, but criminal law is about arguing. It's about convincing somebody. So if I leave court and I have not spoken, I don't even know whether they have understood my ground. through those submissions. Because those days they will put you to task, so you will leave court. When even the way they ask you the question, you will know that he has understood my arguments. You will know that the court has understood your argument. So we are having that, but maybe to conclude, in my short span of madness with that aspect of criminal law, I can tell you there are opportunities in the market. There are opportunities in plenty. Don't back off. Don't imagine the case is very complicated, because if complicated, it means you are not believing in yourself. So however big the case is, I remember taking the 2010 bombing case of Kampala, the bombers. It was hell both on the street where I was walking, at home, and in the chambers. I will get people sending me messages. It is now 2 years since your clients killed my sister. You understand? It's now 2 years since my clients killed your sister. Lately, I handled the Kanyamunyu trial, if you followed it. So I went to a supermarket outside town. I didn't know that people follow. So a drunkard makes a comment and tells their colleague, I will Kanyamunyu you, my lawyer is here. I hope you understand what he's saying. But what I'm trying to communicate is that despite those challenges, hang in there. You will reach a time where even the complainants think you are the problem. The complainants think you are the problem. When we had those trials, they would abuse you, they would abuse us in the corridor. But don't lose focus. Don't lose focus. It's a challenging area. It has security issues. You take charge of your personal security, because sometimes the complainants feel that this lawyer is the problem. But we don't change facts. We don't change facts. If you have been instructed when somebody has died, that person has died. So whether the complainants look at it the other way around, you may not argue that that person is alive. Maybe your point is you are interested in what's the participation of your client. So those are challenges. Crime, whether anti-corruption, you can see it is not about to end. So if they understand you as an expert, that is the society. Those are facts of the society we live in. So if you have positioned yourself that they know that you can do it, then please, I'm asking you, put in efforts to position yourself. There is this small challenge I want to explain. I handled a client and I discovered he was a serial offender. Serial offender. Somehow I had him acquitted at anti-corruption court on charges related to money. After some time, about 4 years, he brings me what the lawyers call a deal. The deal was that now he had got a job where he was driving a bullion van. As a driver, was driving a bullion van. So the deal is that we are taking this money and we are going to kill everybody. I hope you understand. Council, there is only one armed guard. Once we clear him, the rest will deal with it. Me, I'll make sure I have some few wounds of bullets to show that there was external aggression. You understand that? Some people hijacked the vehicle. But I want you to do me a favor. When I pick this money, I want you to manage for me this money. I know I will go to prison, but to make sure I needed the 3 things. That you get me the lightest of the sentence possible. You also make sure that my mother, you be giving my mother money at intervals, because my mother is now old and my wife has 1 kid. So there are only 2 people to take care of. The law has a long arm. You choose whether you want to be involved or you want to remain a profession. Have you understood my point? The arm of the law is long. You choose whether you want to be with them on the dock or you want to remain a profession. Don't engage yourself in a client's business. What if this guy is taken to CMI and is squeezed and he says, oh, the money is with the council? Because there is a breaking point. There is a breaking point. I will tell you, one of the suicide bombers who headed the team that bombed Kampala broke down. And when he broke down, he reconstructed to the police what had happened, and the rest were arrested. You understand that? They squeezed him and he told me, these people are professional. You understand? Now, somebody who, from the background of the case, is a commando in Somalia, trained. Somebody whom from the background of the case is a suicide bomber, meaning even death. You understand? Doesn't care. But our very able boys touched him. And he was able to reconstruct what had happened. And he told me, Council, I have no wound on my body, but I want to tell you, these boys touched me in a manner, you know? So the question is, if this client breaks, you are part of the accused in the dock. So do not, I'm cautioning the young lawyers, remain a professional. Don't be in any planning meeting. Don't be part of the deal as a profession. Do your work, that even at the end of the case, you walk with your head high. If you left court, you walk with your head clear. So I think the rest have been captured. I only wish to encourage you that every field has got its complications and intricacies. I've shared a few of them. Remain on your line as a professional. The aspect of money, I have already told you, when the guy is cornered, money is available. They will look for it. But don't mix yourself with the client. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans, for that insightful presentation. As you have heard him, criminal law is for the strong-willed. You have to be principled to make sure that in all things you're protected with your own personal security. Okay, I would want to also welcome another guest. That is Mr. Ian Tiwa, the managing partner of Signum Advocates. Due to time, we would want him to give just on one question, just literally, how were you able to choose taxation, banking, and finance as a field, and your motivation to all the young lawyers out there that want to be able to specialize in that specific field?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for being late. That's not my habit. Please don't pick it up. I'm delighted to be here on two accounts. One, I was a young lawyer. I'm not a young lawyer anymore, according to definition. As effective of yesterday, I stopped being a young lawyer. So happy birthday to me. But I just want to make snippets. I think I'll take about 5 minutes of your time because I'm late. The first thing is, I think Mr. Evans touched it on having mentors. Some of them may be invisible. Others you may choose to proactively search for them. When we just left LDC, myself and a group of 5 gentlemen decided that we need to meet these people who have gone before us. So just leaving LDC, you have no money, you're just on the streets. And we said, can we get a place where they can accept to come? And we chose Sheraton Hotel. So we went and did our research, realized a cup of tea at that time, that's over 10 years ago, was about 5,000 shillings, we were 5. So if you host, say, Mr. Birunji, who's going to take another cup of tea, to be 6. 6 times 5 is 30,000. 30,000 divided by 6, you get the math, about 7,000 each. So we thought that if everyone brought 10,000, which is 50,000, we'll be able to accommodate Mr. Birunji with a cup of tea. So we said, let's start. And we started off without knowing anyone in the market, but we would literally approach, knock on the door and say, we are so-and-so, we'd like to come and have a discussion with you and things like that. And the senior lawyers then were very gracious. We met the who and who's in Kampala at that time. And it was humbling because you'd sit on a table with, say, Mr. Francis Kamulege of PwC, was country leader at that time. And he has come to meet his young lawyers to have a discussion on tax, on business, on what he would have done different. And it doesn't surprise that Signum started young because most of the guys we met at that time would tell us, I wish I'd started earlier. Please don't start where you are. But most of their regrets was, if I knew what I knew then now, I would have started earlier. And we thought that it's wise to start early, but start professional. Again, Mr. Evans talked about it on professionalism. You need to be professional. Most times we start young, and when things become hot, we enter the deal. Don't enter the deal. Start young, go slowly, you will make it. You will make it. But 2 points that I would like to put across on how to make it as a young lawyer over my time of experience. One, I'll give you a story about personal story. I'm starting to give this story. Before it was embarrassing, but now I can give it. One thing you need to know is that failure does not define who you are. We shall fall, we rise, we fall, we rise, we fall, we rise. The people who fail are the ones who fall and stay down. Those who rise again become victorious. I'll give you a personal story and I'll be very brief. I was in primary school. From between primary school and law school, I'd never ever been scared of any exam. Why? Because I would enter and pass between primary school and law school. So primary school, top 2 of the class would be me. Secondary school, top 2 of the class would be me. Law school, top 10 of the class would be me. And then LDC comes and the lecturers think I shouldn't be part of that top graduation class. I was at Shonobi Musoka at that time, and I remember I went and had a discussion with Dr. Shonobi, and he encouraged me, said, you know what, this is not the end of the road, you know. Time when you do LDC once, you get a retake. When you do a second time, you do the entire year. So I had the 2 papers, I think civil and commercial. I did them and then I failed commercial. That means you're going to do the entire year. It was deal over for me, okay? So I said, now where do I start from? What do I do? How do I even go back to study? What will the people who have been seeing me in school say? This man who has been acing everywhere. Anyway, so long story short, I went back. I did the LDC again, the whole year. And for me, I called it my master's at LDC. So I have a master's at LDC. Those who don't have masters, we're sorry for you. So I did a master's at LDC. And I remember at that time, my lecturer was Mr. Idut. He after I finished LDC, he wrote to me a message on Facebook. I still have it today. He said, you're among the top 10 of the crop. We're so happy that your failure did not define who you are. Okay? This was the second time you're doing attempting. And imagine you're doing LDC, your friends are enrolling, they're posting pictures on WhatsApp, and for you, you're going back to the kids you left in the high school many years ago. So it was a humbling experience, but that does not define who you are. You can arise from anything to become better than who you are. The second thing I want to tell you is the law always follows commerce. Law always follows commerce, or law follows economics. What does that mean? Right now, everyone wants to be an oil and gas lawyer, right? Oil and gas is a thing. If you're not in oil and gas, you're finished. You're not going to be successful. I can assure you, 10 years ago in Birungi, Mr. Birungi started the tax. They thought he was mad, or Mr. Kena thought he was mad. How do you even do tax? What is tax? People evade tax every day. Right now, people are envying people who started 10 years ago doing tax. Why? Because you can count the tax lawyers in this country. There are probably 5 on your hand. You can count them on your hand. Okay? They started 10 years ago. When expropriated properties started, the people who are doing land sales thought they were mad, and they made a killing. When privatization came, I'm giving you intervals of change, of commerce, okay? Oil and gas comes, tax comes, employment 10 years ago or 15 years ago was nothing. You couldn't even start thinking about employment practice. Right now, it's hot cake. Everyone is being sued left, right, and center by employees. So if you're an employment expert, now it's your time, okay? What am I trying to say? Do not look at the trends they are today. Look at the trends they will be 10 years from now and start being an expert today. If you don't start that now, 10 years from now, there will be an expert better than you who started 10 years before. So look at the field. What are you trying to get your hands dirty with? Right now, I'm trying to get into a space called entertainment law, media and entertainment law. It's quite interesting. But I'm learning, I'm teaching myself the intricacies of entertainment law. I'm happy that I have a big client who does that. But it's interesting. People don't think there's money there. But there's a lot of money in entertainment, a lot of money. I'll give an example. When Netflix goes to Nigerian market to do those Bollywood, Nollywood films, you know how much they pay the actors there? Who has an idea? Give a rough figure. Think of a number. Nothing? Yeah? $2 million, very little. That's little money. The least paid person is paid $4 million to act those things you see that you don't, some people say they're fake movies. The least paid actor, right? Now we're getting into that type of relationship in Uganda. 10 years from now, probably to be booming business. Think 10 years, don't think now. Mr. Birungi is an expert at tax because he started many years ago, okay? So start now and don't wait for the commerce to catch up with you. Then the last thing I would like to tell you, and I think it's personal to me, is to be a good lawyer, you must know the law, right? I want to demystify that adage. To be a good lawyer, be a good person. Why do I say that? If Mr. Birungi did not get time to sit with a young Ian Mutibwa 10, 15 years ago, I would not be who I am today. He was a good person. Could have easily said, you're still young, find your way, we can talk when you become somebody. But he met a simple lawyer who could have only afford 7,000 shillings for tea at Sheraton to come and sit down and have a discussion. Same thing with Francis Kamwege, same thing with Mr. Apollo Makubia, same thing with the different people we met, okay? we got to realize that they were good people. They had made it in their practice. You could talk about them in any field, but they could sit down and listen to who you are at that point in time, okay? When this was organized and the ULS called me, I said, this is a chance for us to give back. I think my partner, Alex, was invited and he said, I'm not around, he's in the UK. He said, please, Ian, go and represent me. I was busy. Today, I told Doreen I was a little bit busy, but I said, I'll make time to come because we are who we are because people were good. So be a good person. It doesn't take anything from you to say hello to the cook, to say hello to the receptionist, to say hello to your colleague, to be friendly. It doesn't take anything from you. But it will take everything from you if you miss that point. So whatever thing you learn, pass it on to the next person, be a good person. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ian. We are grateful and honored to have a great panel that has been able to speak to the young lawyers and explain to them being an expert and how to become an expert. In whatever that you've explained, we love to show our gratitude, and we are thankful that you've been able to speak to us and give us the words of wisdom. What we have gotten, one of the key few pointers are that you have to find the field that you're interested in, be humble enough to try to learn from the grounds up, be able to look to the future to make sure that actually, if this area is not very much interesting right now, but in the near future, it will be booming and you'll be able to, as they say, reap what you sow. Something like that. Yeah. So be a good person, most importantly, lastly, because you never know where your blessing will come from. All right, then. Before we give the concluding remark by Mr. Birungi, there is only one question that was shared with me from online. Someone in the audience, the online audience was requesting for Mr. Birungi to share with his presentation with it, I think, on the forum for everyone to be able to access it.
I think I shared with UNS, so she has it to share with everyone.
Thank you very much. And any other questions before we have the concluding remarks? I think we'll be able to take only two. Okay, one, just to close up.
Thank you. It's something that I've been thinking about for quite some time. It's what Ian said in his remarks. If you follow the trends, I have been thinking that people who ventured into criminal practice were largely in the times of after the war, after Amin, because there was a lot of breach of rule of law, etc. Then later comes expropriated properties, and then comes land. Today, if you asked any young lawyer or a person still at law school, they'll tell you, I want to be a commercial lawyer. That's what they say. But then there are people who have said, okay, me, it's tax. Along the way, today it's commercial lawyer, oil and gas, etc. As experts, what effort can be put in place to help our generation define that which they can venture into and push their energies there to avoid discovering ourselves late or regretting later in future? Because like the panel here, there's only one person who we can easily associate with criminal practice or Cheng. But if it came to insolvency, you don't know someone who is there. You just don't know. It's magic. Banking and finance, tax. Okay, you hear of them. Can there be an effort to the seniors like Mr. Virunji and you people who have already taken a step? Can there be an effort to create a synergy around these areas of practice such that we know the generation is going this side? Otherwise, I think it's even causing an ethical issue that before you know it, a client is reading a deal and you're like, these family matters have been disturbing me. Now this one has brought a bullion deal. You go off. Thank you.
I think I get his question. Allow me. First and foremost, what's in your heart? What's in your passion? I'll give you an example. Why do I pursue entertainment law? I love music. I love all sorts of music, country music, hip hop, kadongo kam, whatever it is. I listen to all sorts of music, and I love the way they do their things. So I picked up an interest, got into a client I've had for now 5 years, Swang's Avenue, and I get intentional to learn what they do. So I know what music production is. I know because I love what they do. So first and foremost, what do you love to do yourself? Can you find a law around what you love to do? Because once you do what you love to do, people keep saying this, but actually real. If you love what you do, you won't have to work a day in your life because you'll do it effortlessly. Second thing is, we're not going to get a forum where we're going to have all experts, senior lawyers sitting together and say, I do tax, I do insolvency, I do. You will never get that forum. Research. Find out who is the best at what they're doing. They're there. You'll find them. Criminal law, insolvency, tax, banking, finance, insurance. There are so many. You'll be surprised at what expertise people actually possess in their profession. So research and say, I've seen this person, they're good at this, let me go for them. The time we met Mr. Mwema, I remember I used to work at KPMG then. I found him going down the stairs at Renzori Courts. And I stopped him. I said, we have this group of people, and all those things. He said, find me at Sheraton at 5 p.m. No, he said, come to my office tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. I said, this man must be crazy. 6:45 a.m. Anyway, I came in at 7. He was walking down the stairs. He said, young man, I told you come at 6:45. You are late. The next day, I was in his office at 6:30. And guess what? He was in office. He met with me and he told me, learn the art of coming early to office. I'm in office every day at 7:30 because of what I learned from him. He said, you come to office early, you clear so many things between 6 and 8 when people start walking in. Okay? The point I'm trying to make is that you need to be, to push yourself to know the people in the market, to know the experts in the market and go for them. These people are human beings. They will stop, listen to you, and they'll give you audience. Okay, so you not find situations where they will create a panel of experts. Just look for them and say, Mr. Kenya is very good at tax accounting. I've never done tax accounting. Can I go and understand? Mr. Virunji is very good at tax law. These are two different things, by the way. They're both tax lawyers, but you'll find he's a tax lawyer in interpretation, the tax accountant, because he has ACCA. What's the difference between the two? How can you can get both of them in the room and learn totally different things from them. Yet they're both tax lawyers. So how do I know what he does and what he does? Research, know what people are doing. And with that, you approach the expert at the point of expertise and say, can I learn this? The last thing I want to tell you is that whatever you do, those who have read the book Outliers, you need 10,000 hours of doing what you do consistently to become an expert. That's all you need, 10,000 hours consistently. Mr. Mpanga, when we met with him, David Mpanga, I told us one thing that I'll close with. Sorry, I can talk up to tomorrow. I'll close with this. He said, that was 2014 or 13, around there. He said, please do not rush to buy the 2013 model of a car because your car is a 2025 model. Don't rush to buy a 2013 model of a car because your car is a 2025 model. What does that mean? What Mr. Evans was saying, take your time, learn. What Mr. Virunji is driving now has taken him 25 years. You want to get it in 2 months, it's impossible. Mr. Virunji's car is a 2023 model, okay? Yours are 2036. It will be their brand new electric. Now they're putting electric things, the brand new electric. Take your time, master the art. The people will pay for the value that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do not have time for more questions, but we want Mr. Virunji.
I had hinted on it when I said that you can have secret mentors. Yeah? You may not have opportunities because if all of us were to be in Mr. Birunji's office, because all of us want to learn tax, we may not have space and all that. You know the challenges of a lawyer. But if he is my interest, I may not even talk to him, but I can follow what he does quietly. When I see him on the cause list and he's presenting, I want to learn and add something from him quietly. I shared my story when I said, Makdusman, that group of Nsubuga Moviru, we had the late Kayondo, Aigugu, and then Muguluma. You remember that group? Yes. I just go and listen to the guy. He argues a point. Sometimes the court puts him to task, and you see how he wriggles out of it. And you're like, oh, okay. So you that's why I said you can create yourself. You may have an opportunity to work with him. You may not, because not all of us will have because of the numbers. But even when you don't have it, take note of what I've said. You can still learn from them. You can still get their decisions, and you see how have these people argued. Courts are becoming funny these days, but those days, the court will say, the argument of Mr. Birunji, he argued this point in this manner, and you see his point. So when court is agreeing with him, you also see it. Much as these days you can read a judgment and you don't know who argued what. But you get my point. You will see this is the argument, the respondents argued this, and this is what court is agreeing with. You are learning from that person in a way. You can follow. I didn't mention, but if you are appearing before a judge and you have not done your background about that judge, I think you're in a wrong place. The background is not what he drinks or what, but the background you are looking for is in previous decisions, they have thoughts on some matters. You can know that this one I'm passing and this one I'm not passing. Even before you argue, because you've done your background. I want to go and present bail before a judge. I ask, give me 2 decisions where the judge has allowed and where he has rejected. Ian has mentioned it. Just walk to the clerks. Be good to them. I have something before this judge. Kindly help me with the 2 decisions where he has accepted and where he has rejected. Are you not following him? You're following him. So when you are presenting, you know, even when you want to spear him with his own sword, you spear him. My Lord, in this one, I had the benefit, my Lord, of landing on your own food. You have tied him. He knows that you are up to speed. He knows that you are following. I had the decision of Justice Bashija, handwritten. He had made a ruling, but it was not typed. So the speed at which I wanted to present, I couldn't get a typed copy. And yet he had mentioned something critical. So I also saw him looking at his own handwriting when I said, my Lord, I'm relying on this case. So I was having his own handwriting because I just photocopied it raw. So I think Ian has guided, I've also guided that you can pursue and reach whichever way you want it. If the seniors are willing to guide you, let them guide you. If they are not willing to guide you, find your way. They will still guide you indirectly anyway.
I'd like to thank the panel for sparing this time to speak to the young lawyers. I want to hear from Mr. Birunji, the closing remarks.
Thank you, Shakira. I can see you're in a compromised situation trying to manage time. And I can tell that there are people who are still having a lot of ideas to share. Luckily, you have 2 days. And I'm very happy to have been part of this panel, which has been invigorating very many good ideas. I just want to go back to the last question about the changes. So Ian raised the change, he said that there's a time for this, there's a time for this, and a time for that. And he was saying, how do we come in? But I want to go back to what I said, keep your eye on the ball. If you have been a criminal lawyer, don't try to be an oil and gas lawyer because oil and gas is coming. Don't do that. Okay, some people may do that, but we advise on the basis of probabilities. You see, I want to give obvious examples. IT, the richest guys in the world are normally now in IT, shifting between Elon Musk and whatever. But the guy of Walton who has been in supermarkets remains there is in his number 20 or number 30 in the world. He can't be complaining. I know Ian reads a lot of books. Once you're above $20 million, it doesn't matter whether somebody is a billionaire or not. So if you're a good criminal lawyer like Evans, don't be shaken by the new trend is the oil and gas and you try to go there. But for you, who is a young lawyer, pick that one. But don't again start shifting and say, where have they said there's now more money in banking? Let me. You get one, stick there. There will be enough business for you. Have they told you that Rosetta is closing? Have you ever heard that the population there is reducing? Who do you think is representing them? This fad of, it is, yes, it will be privatization time, it will be oil and gas time. But remember, even in oil and gas time, most deals are actually being made in land. The guys who are land lawyers, who are in the compensation, who are in this, have not gone for training of oil and gas. If they went, they have lost their business. Because the time you go to Dundee and you have left your land business here because you are chasing oil and gas, by the time you come back, somebody has taken over from you in the land business. If you are a labor lawyer, oil and gas will have disputes. Keep in your oil, in your labor, the disputes of oil and gas will come and find you. I think we have a lot of challenges for time, but I want to appreciate ULS for giving us this opportunity. And when I look at the crowd here, I'm very sure we'll have wonderful experts to replace us very soon. Thank you so much.
We're going to have the next panel. Just a short exercise before we have the next panel. Can we please? You're going to repeat after me. So you do what I do. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. You're strong, you're young. Hands up. Hands up. Aguguji. Aguguji. Mr. Ken has done it well. So for our next panel, we'll have Mr. Kenna. We can have the panelists go on stage. Mr. Kenna and Mr. Dustin Chisule of YSF. What about Sarah? You're only 3. Yes. We have Mr. Apolomboa, Manager, Financial Literacy, National Social Security Fund. Is he online, Simon?
Yes, I am.
Online. Okay. Our topic is personal finances, a lawyer's relationship with money, how to grow your net worth. I think all of us here understand that for us to be successful, we have to have money to do the things we want to do, to make an impact in the world, to do good to others. You have to manage your finances well. And if you get these clients, you have to do justice to that. This is the last panel of the evening. And we have a panel comprised of Mr. Dustin Chisule, the Chief Executive Officer, YSEV, Multipurpose Cooperative. He's a civil and building engineer by profession. He has worked with National Housing and Construction Company, lecturer at Chambogo University, management coach and trainer and consultant. And he's the founding chairman of YSEV. He has steered YSEV to become one of the leading savings groups in Uganda. And he has a passion to see people working together to save and invest. He's a born-again Christian married to Anne Kisule with 2 children. Can we have a round of applause for him? Then we have, on the panel, we have Mr. Godfrey Akena, who is a founding partner and currently serves as a managing partner of the firm. He heads the firm's domestic tax practice, and he's a lawyer by profession and a chartered accountant. He is the first Ugandan to qualify to be both an advocate and a certified public accountant of Uganda. So we are in the presence of greatness. He has over 26 years of experience with different entities like the World Bank, African Development Bank, different governments. And he's also a lecturer and the founder of the East African School of Taxation. And he's the head of the tax law practice at the Law Development Center. Another round of applause. The last panelist is Mr. Apolomboa. He's the manager of financial literacy with the National Security Fund. I think we all know him as Mr. Headmaster, sir. He has previously worked as a business development manager with Stanlib, and he has a passion for financial advisory and financial planning. Another round of applause. Okay. Mr. Dustin Kasule, we'll begin with you, sir. You have supported the establishment of many saving groups, and some lawyers have been part of these groups. What are the observations of lawyers' saving cultures, and what would you recommend for a young lawyer in regards to saving?
Thank you very much. I think I'll just generally just give a general view about money. There are 5 things that we need to understand about money. Whether you're a lawyer or you're a farmer or you're an engineer, any profession or a teacher. 5 things. Number 1 is that the money that you receive must be stewarded. You must steward the money, and that is to keep it. And so there are 3 things which money has in relationship to time. Number 1, you receive money which is defined. Like Ocheng was saying, there was somebody who came up, said just a bail application, which was 15,000. It's a fixed amount of money that you'll get for a particular case that you defend or from a client. So it's the same thing. They are fixed number of hours in a day. They are only 24. They don't keep stretching. Then the other thing that you need to understand, which is critical, is that the moment you receive money, it's important for you to see where you can be able to invest it so that it's able to grow. So if you don't invest money and you just use it, then you've simply wasted it. It's important, even if it comes in a regular bits and you get a lot, it's always critical for you to get off some money that you're going to invest, which is similar. You know, some of the previous speakers were mentioning that. Ivan, for instance, they said they invested both time, resources of time and money. They would wake up, they would go every evening, take off some time after work, and then meet other people, and then they would get from their pocket, was it 7,000 shillings? So they were investing. So the same thing that happens, that when you receive money, you must invest it so that it can be able to grow. The other thing which is important and which many people don't use is that the moment you receive your money, before you begin to spend it, it will be good for you to sit down and budget it. Very, very important. How much money have you received? 100 million shillings for a case. So there's a client who has given you maybe 20 million shillings. Sit down and budget. How am I going to use these monies? Very, very important. And the other aspect, and so when you budget, the other thing, try to stick to what you've budgeted. Don't spend more money than you don't have. And also avoid spending money that you have not yet received until somebody has paid you. Because there are some people say, so-and-so is going to pay me, let me take a date or spend some things before you've actually received the money. The other aspect that you need to know is that it's always good to have a saving from the money that you receive. And so save some of the money. And there are various reasons why we save money. I'll give basically 5 of them. Number 1, we save for the future. That's why you find for people who are working in formal employment, be it in Uganda and other nations, they take off their NSSF. Why? Because they know a certain time is going to come when they will no longer be working. Then the other reason why we save is to help us with emergencies, things that we have not planned for, which happens with everybody. And COVID was a very vivid lesson to so many people. You know, people were no longer working, many people were no longer working, but they were spending, especially the second wave of COVID that came in, you know, when people were hospitalized and then they needed the oxygen and different medical supplies. And so people started going on their reserves. And then it was so bad. Then many people began selling off some of the little assets that they have. I know there are many people up to now who are still in debt. Why? Because they did not have any savings. The other third reason why we should save, which is important, is so that we are able to invest. And so you find different ways in which you can be able to invest that money. And I always tell people, don't start a business using borrowed money, start a business using your savings. So it's good for us to save. And then the fourth reason why we save is so that we will avoid unnecessary debt. Because if the obligation comes and we do not have any savings, then we will need to get a loan to meet the obligation. I know there are many people who say, for me, I will save my money in land, but there were many people who were sick during COVID and they needed cash and they didn't have money. And so some of them ended up selling their land at a giveaway price. Why? Because at that material time, even if I had a title in Nakasero, it will not, Nakasero area, it will not, then the hospital did not need the title. They actually needed the real cash. So it's important for us to have cash. So that's why I say, why do we save? To prevent us from getting into unnecessary debt. And the final reason, which is also important, why we save, so that it will give us the ability to be able to give when opportunity comes. Your friend has a kwanjula, kuhinjira, introduction, birthday parties, bridal parties, baby showers, and all the other things, and so on. So to be generous, and some of the people involved in Rotary and other charitable organizations. So you have money that you can be able to give. And the other thing which you also need to understand about money are loans. And I always tell people, where 2 or 3 are gathered, one of them has a loan. But one of the things I discovered when which I didn't know because I met the executive of the Uganda Law Society. They had a retreat somewhere in Chigo, and told me that lawyers are not given loans by banks. I never knew that. Said that the banks, if you're a lawyer, to get a loan from the bank is almost near to impossible. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a lawyer getting a loan from the bank. But if you're ever going to get a loan, always get a loan that you are putting into productive purposes. You put it somewhere where it is going to generate an income for you to be able to pay back the loan. And so if you're getting a loan, just look at how old you are. And I always tell people, when you get above 50, getting loans now becomes very risky unless you have the cash flows that are going to help you pay off the loan. So while you are still young, get that money, invest it in assets that will be able to generate for you an income, and you'll use that cash flow to be able to pay off the loan. And the final thing that I want to talk about is investments. And when we get into investment, we must have a long-term view, not a short-term view. Think bigger and much longer. And I like what Ivan says, that right now you should be thinking of the car that is for 2036, which is 13 years from now. That is long-term thinking. Many people want things which are now, now. But please have a long-term view as far as your thinking is concerned, and that's where investment comes in. 5 things, and I will end with this, that you need to understand if you're ever going to invest. Number 1, you must have a good saving culture, because you're going to use those savings to invest. Like I said, whenever you receive money, please just take off a small portion, not small, but sizable, maybe between 10 to 20%. Whenever you make a deal, you've represented a client, he has paid you $10,000, just take off maybe $1,000 or $2,000 and put it aside for purposes of investing. So if you're ever going to invest, number 1, you must have a good saving culture. So as a practice, whenever you receive, just take off some money, you want to invest it, but what are you looking at? Much more 2036. I'll use that example which Ivan gave. 2, you must do research. And me, I'm an engineer by profession, but I don't envy lawyers, however much money they get, because I see some of my friends who are lawyers, and the following day they have a case, and then they tell you they are going to read. I visited one of them. He was in the sitting room with so many books littered all around, trying to read this case. And I said, thank God I never went to do law because of those things. But the point I want to bring out is that when a lawyer is going for a case, they do a lot of research. Why? Like they said earlier on, even Mr. Cheng was saying, research on the judge, get out the cases that where he has made a verdict, look at the different ways. The same thing happens with investments. Never invest in something before you have done your research. So you must do research. There's research on the internet, get some of the people who are doing the businesses and find out, I mean, Ivan, when you were seated here, basically, when they were meeting those senior lawyers at Sheraton, they were doing a bit of research, about the different things and so on. So that's the correlation that I want to tell you, that never get into an investment without doing any research. And 3, invest with advice. Go and ask other people, who have done it before, how they're able to do it. And at times, there are some professions where people are advantaged, like doctors and lawyers, where they are. If they ask, people will still give them information. Why? Because they know at one time or the other, they will still need their services in one way or another. So ask other people who have done it. How are you able to do this? What are the challenges that you have done? And number 4, never invest in an unfamiliar business, something that you know nothing about. And let me tell you, whenever you receive money, there are always opportunities that appear to be very, very lucrative. You've suddenly won this case or represented somebody who done something, and here you are paid 100 million shillings. And it's easy for somebody to come and say, you know, council, there's this opportunity. The moment you simply get 50 million and put it here, that money will multiply. And then you suddenly see yourself at the end of the year, that 50 million has multiplied into 5 billion Ugandan shillings. Simply get it, put it there, and then they begin to tell you stories. So please never invest in unfamiliar businesses, things that you have not done any research on. And finally, avoid those investments that promise you extraordinary profits. Like they say, it is too good to be true. Yeah, so thank you. That's my advice.
Thank you. Thank you for that insightful discussion. What I've picked is when it's too good to be true, it is too good to be true. So please remember that. We'll dive into Mr. Apollo, since he's driving.
Yes, please. Just confirm you can hear me. Yes, please.
Mr. Apollo,
yes, please.
Could you share with us your experience in regards to the financial literacy capacity building sessions for NSSF members? What are some of the lessons you have picked, and what would you advise young lawyers to do better?
Thank you so much. Firstly, allow me to extend my apologies for having not made it should I say in kind? If on the physical session, I sort of got a mismatch of the dates. My apologies, no mean to disrespect. However, let me make some effort to deliver as much as I could from using this technology. I've had quite a number of sessions, and thank you for inviting my big brother, Mr. Chisule. We've had quite a number of sessions with lawyers, with everyone, every part of the industry, and I want to say 3 things around my experience. One, money is personal. There is a tendency of thinking that because I am a certain profession, money is going to treat me different. I have seen us advertise for sessions, and then the lawyers feel like for us, we are professional, we are a bit above those. But my experience looking at one sessions, but also looking at lives of very many different persons and studying and doing some research around it, I found that money is personal. And as for a lawyer who is in that room today, I would want to say that forget about that profession. There is one unique thing about your profession. Your profession is not just skill-based. It is actually skill-based. There are other professionals which are title-based, but yours is skill-based. But even then, first forget about that profession, because money will not, when it comes to you or is leaving, you will not look at your profession and say, this is a lawyer, I can't leave them. So in my experience, I've seen the lawyers shun away from education on educative events, financial literacy sessions, because they are lawyers. The only reason they are giving is they are lawyers. That is not, it's something beyond them. Number 2, money is a conversation of grown-ups. My other good friend, Uncle Mo, says that it is only in law, and I don't want to say it's true, but it has some sort of origin. It's only in law where the less your experience, the more you are banging it into people's faces that I am a lawyer. And to that, there is that whole feeling that because I am a lawyer, it sort of now puts you in a session where you feel like when we are having money conversations, I am a lawyer. It's automatic. I already know this. But I want to say this, and apologies if it sounds not right. Money is a conversation of grown-ups. Everyone, if you are not grown up, you will always avoid money conversations. And I can tell you, growing old and growing up are different. You can be a 40-year-old lawyer, but yet you still have a 20-year-old brain, or you are 20 years in the financial world. We have not seen that has been, that is of a deserving grown-up. Grown-up conversations will appear like this. There is, and I thank the previous panelists. there is a car, there is a 2023 today, and I am 28 years. Is it my type of car, or I am a rich person? And you will be grown up and gracious enough to allow that you are a rich person, but 2036, that car is yours. Those are grown up conversations. Number 3, and allow me to stop at this point, is the fear of poverty. Now, in my experiences and in my sessions, one of the things we emphasize and one of the things maybe we threaten people with is poverty. We feel like if we can threaten you a little bit with poverty, you will sober up and follow all those things Dunstan has just mentioned. But as lawyers, and again for me, my apologies if I am zeroing down on lawyers, but you are a lawyer, so why shouldn't I? But as lawyers, the fear of poverty has evaded you. You have not exercised your fear of poverty. What do I mean? It's the fear of poverty. The fear of poverty is in such a way that every day you wake up, you need to make a choice to become wealthy. Every day you wake up, you need to make a choice that you need to rise beyond your title. You need to rise beyond your employer. You need to rise beyond your peers. You need to live a life better than you found it. One, and again, apologies if it's a stereotype, but sometimes people get a feeling that because I am a lawyer, I have already accomplished that. Now, being a lawyer and accomplishing this are two different things. Fearing poverty is a daily thing, and it is exhibited in our habits, our daily habits. A person who fears poverty will budget his money. A person who fears poverty will save his money. At NSSF, I will tell you that when it comes to lawyers, lawyers do not save for NSSF. I have had a chance with one of the biggest law firms, and the partner was looking through. We were having a chat with one of his employees who was a lawyer. I think as partners in NSSF, they don't need to pay NSSF. The law excludes them from paying NSSF. So this man, for the last 10 years, he has been paying for his employees. And he looked at one of the statements. His employee gave him, one of the lawyers, an employee gave him his statement. And he saw the money he had put for this employee. It was a big sum. It was coming to about 100 million over 10 years. And yet this partner had nothing at NSSF. That is not fearing poverty, where you feel like you can't save. So you will exercise your fear of poverty if you are saving. You will exercise your fear of poverty if you are doing your due diligence with the investments. You will exercise your fear of poverty if and only if you do not get into, and Danson has talked about this, dubious deals. Because that's the fear of poverty. There are people who have come up with, they have taken quite some time and they have protected their money until a dubious deal comes out and it brushes all their money. You will exercise your fear of poverty if you become good at your work. The work you have right now, and this is going to be my last point, the work you have right now, the skill you have right now, you need to be so good at it before you even start going around to get all the other side gigs. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always my opinion, and I emphasize the word opinion, that if you are in employment, you're a young lawyer, and you're not self-employed, you don't have your own law firm, and you are being employed, you need to be very good at your employment for you to get a license to go and side hustle. If you're not good at your employment, at that place where you're employed, where you are given a salary, where you are given tools of work, where you're given a library to research, and you're not delivering on that place of employment, do not even start going into business where you are actually the business itself. Only go into business when you are good at your work, because when you're good at your work, you're able to create the time and the resources to actually fund that side hustle. That is my experience. I have quite a lot to share, but I feel for the time, I think let me just share that. Back to you, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mboa. One of the things we have picked is forget about the profession in regards to being a lawyer, feeling that you know everything and finance is not for you. I think the next speaker is going to debunk this because he is both a lawyer and an accountant. Some of the myths about lawyers is they do not know money, they do not understand that aspect. And from his track record, from his experience, we can see that he has debunked that myth. So as Mr. Kenna, as students who have gone through your practice at the Law Development Center, you have stressed the importance of studying subjects like tax and revenue administration. What would you give young lawyers who want to go into that practice, and how do they harness their skills in that?
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that our session is coming at a time when half of the audience has taken off, because I believe this is the most important part, this one here. And I want to tell you the truth. This is the most important part. I always insist. You can see a very smart lawyer walking in town and we ask him, can you give me cash, 10 million shillings right now? You'll get 1%. They don't have. It's because of what he was saying, financial discipline. Now I am going to take you through the financial discipline I live in. It's not that I'm mean, but I want to tell you what I do. What I do in my office, what I do at home, and what I do for entertainment. For your information, I have all these items written and budgeted. Every month, I have a budget for fuel, 1.2 million shillings. I have a budget for food for my home, 2 million shillings. I spend 500,000 every week. I have a budget for electricity per month, 400,000. I have a budget for water, national water, 30,000, because I have my own borehole. I drilled a borehole, save cost at my house. So I have a budget for 12 months. I know exactly what I'm supposed to spend. And if I overspend, the next month I adjust. I am this type of person. When I go outside to drink, I go with the purpose and with the aim of drinking 4 beers. That is 20,000. If you buy me beer, I will refuse it because you are distorting my planning. And because of that discipline, I have managed to do things without a single loan. I started building my house in 2013. By 2018, I had finished it, but I never borrowed a single money. But I spent around 800 to 900 million to construct that house, but I never borrowed. The banks were coming saying, please, why don't we give you money and you buy doors and furniture and you finish? I told him that is rubbish. Why do you want me to get a loan on a house which has no return? This is my residence where I'm going to stay. So point number one, you need to pick from me. Do not borrow money for an investment which has no return. Do not get money from a bank to build your residence because it has no return. That's the sunk cost, what we call in accounting, sunk cost. Do not get money from a bank to travel, to go to the US for a holiday. I have seen friends who get money from the bank to go for holidays. There is a famous lawyer who used to travel first class. That guy, by the time he died, he had not paid school fees for his children in some international school in Luzira. He died actually in Luzira prison. You know that lawyer very well. He used to live a life which was so large. It was like, what was that rich man we used to watch in movie? Was it called Khashoggi? He used to have too much money and would spend like $1 million in an hour. That was that lawyer. Now, you do not need that as a young lawyer. As a young lawyer, you need financial discipline at home, at office, and then the third one is savings. So you divide your earnings into 3. What you're going to spend at home, what you're going to spend at place of work, and what you are going to save. Try this when you go back for the month of July up to December. Have a budget of what you're going to spend at home, in office, and what you're going to save. I am very good at saving. You see me here. I am so good at saving that sometimes when people get to know it, they get surprised that I have saved that money. And because I have never borrowed in my life, but I save. And I don't live a very extravagant life. I live in accordance with what I have. I saved for 5 years to buy a Land Cruiser. I saved for 6 years to build my house. Now I've started saving again to buy another Land Cruiser, which is probably, I'll buy like 4 years from now. But I have an account where every month I put some money. I go and put, and I will get it. That is me. I don't show off. That's the good thing about me. My life is so simple. Everybody's a friend to me. Now, the second thing is, I know some of you have law firms. Not so. I've seen some of you here. Like Baze has a law firm, Games Advocate. How do you manage your law firm? You remember we had a director at LDC who opened a law firm after leaving LDC, and the law firm was closed after 3 months. So despite the fact that this guy was teaching us at LDC and was the best, he had no financial discipline. There is another director of LDC I always see on a motorcycle in town, sitting on a motorcycle, seated behind a motorcycle, a border. And I keep on asking myself, how did he come to this level? You find him at the commercial court, he comes on a border. Why? Lack of financial discipline. You need to save. So for a law firm, you need to have what we call a buffer saving, which can keep the law firm running for 6 months, even if you don't have clients. At my firm now, my policy is I have salary, rent, food for the staff for the next 6 months. So even if I don't get clients between now and December, we continue working. But there are people who don't even have rent for next month. That is financial discipline. Whenever I get money, I get a portion I put for rent. I'll say this is buffer for rent, buffer for salary for staff. This is contribution to Social Security Fund for staff. This is their staff pay. I have that. You put it aside. I know we have this thing in law that immediately you finish law and you start working, you buy a Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz is a stage in legal development. All lawyer has it. Every lawyer will want to have it. How many of you here have already gone through that stage? I went through it. That's why I know it. When I finished LDC, the first thing I wanted to drive was a Mercedes. But for me, I was lucky. I even bought it when I was still in 4th year. So there was that thing of Benz until I almost died in it. I don't know whether you saw it on news. My Mercedes-Benz got burnt in Mukono. I was going to visit my daughter in Namagonga and it got burnt. I don't know. Did you watch it on news? It was on news, NTV. They actually pulled me out of the car. Those cars are funny. It locked itself when it sensed that there was smoke. So I couldn't get out. From that day, I've never driven a Mercedes-Benz. I am back to Toyota. I don't want those risky things. I remember when we were in class, I used to tell you that every lawyer has a day. There is a day. I don't know whether you still remember that. Yes. Have you written it somewhere in your office? That there is a day God has planned for you to make money, and that day is coming. The only problem with that day is that you may delay it or you may spoil it from coming to you. How do you spoil it? Going into these very fast ways of getting money, deals. You end up in prison. Not knowing that this profession here is about the name. Legal practice is about your name. How do people look at you? How do people, you get it? For example, these days, I know when you say if you want to borrow money and you don't want to pay, which lawyer do you go to? You get it, eh? Now, that's where we are now going. Now, that is not the name you should have. You should have a name where people know this is a trusted, a professional, somebody who does work professionally. Sometime last year, a Congolese came to my law firm and asked me to give him my account so that he can put $10 million that he was going to buy gold from Congo. We had 3 meetings, but for me, my first instinct when I met that guy was that there was something wrong here. I refused it. There is a lawyer who went for it. He ended up in Luzira. You know it. That was my deal. But my sense told me there is something wrong in this transaction. So do not go for this fast money. Take your time. You will get money. I'm telling you this. There is money for every lawyer in this world. You just need to be patient and you will get it. Those who are in a hurry normally don't get it because they end up staying in Luzira. And for this profession here, if you are a lawyer and they have once taken you to prison, you know that's the end of it. So make sure as you are looking for money, do not commit any criminal offense so that you are taken to prison. Please don't. That money will come. You will enjoy it. You will invest it. And you will have a peaceful life. If you want to have a peaceful life, this is how I do it. Despite the money I use for running my home, I also have money which I save. Actually, I started saving, I think, 2016. I save in something called treasury bonds. You've heard of it? Now, I normally do treasury bonds of 20 years. So I save for 20 years, such that in the next 20 years, I'm earning the same amount of money. I think in 2016, I saved. That one was giving me on a monthly, from that return, I was getting around 10 million shillings every month from 2016. This year, in March, I again saved, where I get 13.87 per month. You get it? I put money on a treasury bond, like let's assume 1 billion shillings. The interest rate is 18.5. So which means I get 185 million shillings in a year. And then they tax it 10%. I remain with 90. That's 165 million. That 165 million is divided by 12. That's the money I get every month. Now, that small money you see there, that 10 million I get, it is enough to keep my heart at peace. Young lawyers are dying of high blood pressure of late. You've heard of it. You are dying of stress because you did not save. If you have that buffer which keeps you, you can feed your family, you can pay school fees for your children, you can pay rent for your house, you can pay rent for your law firm. You will not have any heart problem. You will not have stress. So just learn to save. Stop living large. Lawyers who have been living large have ended up dying. They are in Luzira. Some have died. And what kills them? Pressure. Do you know that you can survive from pressure even if you have only 1 million shillings on your account in the bank? That's enough. But you have a situation where you cannot afford to buy lunch. And also you don't have food at home. That will kill you. So that is my advice to you as young lawyers. One, you should always plan your expenditures, write them down such that you review them periodically to make sure you do not exceed what you had planned to spend. Number two, do not live large, okay? Live within your means. Number three, when you have offices, those of you who have law firms, make sure you save and you have a buffer income, which can run the firm for 6 months, even if there is no income. That will reduce the pressure on you. Okay? And then The investments, what type of investments can you go for if you're a young lawyer? I do not advise you to go into construction. These ones of apartments and what, it's a bit expensive. And many people end up borrowing from the banks at very high interest rates. And the interest rate of the bank is higher than the return you are getting from the rent. So please, if you want to build apartments, do them with your money, your savings. Okay? Do them with your savings, but don't borrow from the bank. If you want to borrow from the bank, borrow for this business where if you have a grocery, you have a supermarket, you get it. There you can borrow. But do not borrow to construct a house. Everybody who has borrowed to construct has lost. You can start from the Lualua case, Simamanyo. It was a recent case. That man had everything. Why did he go to borrow to construct? He had that labor house, the Simamanyo house. If I had that house, I would never borrow again. That's enough. But the man went and borrowed, built this one, and that's how he ended up in problems. Don't be overambitious. Do what is enough. For me, according to me, I have just discovered that if every month you have cash, at my age, if I have cash every month of at least 20 million shillings, that's enough. And which you are going to get. I have not practiced for long, by the way. Those of you who know me remember very well. I started practicing law in 2011. So those are how many years? 12 years. 12 years. We are the same with you. I'm actually supposed to be a young lawyer. A senior young lawyer. I'm the same with you. So you are going to do it. The next thing is what somebody was asking me, how do I advise you? What do you want to study? Where we are going now is that we are going too much into specialization. We are so many. I think tomorrow there is graduation in LDC. There was graduation in Barara. There was one in Lira. We are so many. And there are now, I think, like 15 universities doing law. So we are going to be releasing like 2,000 lawyers every year. 2,000. Now, how do you survive in that market? The only way to survive in that market is to specialize and do something unique that not everybody can do. Pick your area and just go to it. I picked taxation. I have seen so many of you who pick tax are here, and I'm not regretting. I'm not regretting. I have been a consultant in so many countries. I was in Liberia, I was in Somalia. Next month, I'm going for another 4 months in South Sudan. I'll be working with the South Sudan Revenue Authority as a tax consultant. So the opportunities are there. When I was doing all these things, people used to laugh at me. I remember my boss at one time told me that I was crazy because I was doing ACCA and law at the same time. That boss of mine, as we talk today, is on the street. That boss of mine had become a commissioner in URA without doing LDC. Those days you could. So when they were restructuring URA, they fired him. Now he is on the street. Now the man whom he used to say was a madman is going to Sudan next month. And we did the bid together. He also put his bid for the same job, but I beat him. So if you believe in yourself, just pick that area you want. You can pick tax, you can pick insolvency, you can pick intellectual property, you can pick any area of law. You can pick sports law. I know there's a young lawyer called Ojakol. I know Ojakol, yeah, he's going into sports law and he's going to make it. He believes in himself and he's good at it. Milton Ochen went into construction law and he's good at it. So just pick that area of law where you are comfortable, just pursue it. You don't need to do everything. You don't need to do everything. Recently, I struggled to get, they call it a bail application at anti-corruption court. Took me the whole day. Did you see those guys from Kitgum district who were brought to anti-corruption for eating money of PDM. One of them was my relative. So I went to anti-corruption very early in the morning. They were brought in the night from northern Uganda. So I went to anti-corruption to get for him a bail. I ran away by midday. I left my other partner and associate to remain there. They came back to office at 7 in the evening. Then when we asked him for legal fees, they said the whole family had collected money and it was 1,950,000. One day of 3 lawyers at anti-corruption. So I discovered that's not my area. My field, let me just remain in tax and tax consultants. So there are many areas of tax which are coming up. Just specialize and be good at it. So with those few words, I beg to stop there.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists. What I've picked from Mr. Akena is have a buffer that keeps you both personally and also in your law firm. And then every lawyer has a day. So don't rush to do dubious deals. Do we have any questions from the audience? Oh, we have many. So Penelope, please help me. So the benefit of being the last panel is you can ask.
I thank you. My name is Michelle Nyamboko Mondi. My question goes to Mr. Dunstan Kisule. You mentioned about the idea of investment, and I'm sure Mr. Ken has also underpinned it, the idea of saving. You will realize that the world has gone so dynamic, things are changing. Even money. Right now we have what we call the e-currency. One of them is Bitcoin. You who is in the corporate world, does it have a future in this country? And is it a place worth investing in? Thank you.
We'll have 3 questions and the answer.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Margaret, and I work with the Uganda Law Society with that's the secretariat team. My question goes to all the panelists, and the good thing that they're all grown-ups, and I believe they can really help us, the young ones. And I believe this is not only a problem that is being faced by the young lawyers, and I believe it's faced by any other youth out there. How do you deal with the issue of black tax, and how, maybe if you ever faced it, how have you gone through this? Black tax is, okay, let me define it. I don't know if it's a slang but then black tax is having a financial burden from your family, relative, yes.
We the young lawyers have also taught you something new. Black tax.
Thank you very much. I have one question. Mr. Kisule talked about investing in things you understand very well. And also Mr. Akena talked about investing and managing money. Being a young lawyer, most of the areas that we normally understand relate to law. And there's always a temptation to invest in the cases that you're handling or a matter you're handling. Somebody, you see an opportunity and somebody needs some cash and you have some cash, you think you can disburse money and then get a return on it. What's your take on that kind of arrangement? Because you think you understand the area and you see an opportunity and invest. What are your takes on that?
Okay, I'll answer. Is it Omondi? Omondi, you asked about Bitcoin. I'll be honest with you. Remember what I told you? Do your research and so on. I don't know much about Bitcoin. I try to get something about it. Maybe Mr. Kena will say something about it, but I remember the late governor of Uganda, Tumusime Mutebire, one time held, I think it was either a press conference and so on, and he said, you know, as Bank of Uganda, they don't advise people. But I know there are some people who have gained out of it. So like, to be honest, because personally, I don't understand how it works, how it is able to grow and so on. It could be different from shares. So for me, it's one of those investments, like I told you, I'll not get into by choice. So there's nothing much I know about that. And I don't think I will do my, as per now, I know people have said the world will go there. Maybe when it does, I will eventually get there. But how it works, for me, doesn't follow some simple investment principles that I look at. I mean, if it's a share of a company, maybe I buy shares in MTN. There's audited books of accounts, and then you see how it moves. So with the Bitcoin, I don't know how it shoots up and then it comes down. And I think to be honest, I've just chosen not to. So that's my response to that. And Margaret, was it? Yes, talked about the black tax. That is something new I have learned today. Now, one of the things is that you cannot spend money you don't have. That's a principle. And I said it, and the council and the CPA Ken also brought it out very clearly. If you have 1 million shillings budget, by the way, it also happens to us, especially some of us, the positions where we are, everybody thinks that you can solve their problems, all their relatives and so on. My only obligation right now is to my mother who's living. The rest, even my brother, some of them school fees. I say, how much is the school fees? 1.5. I say, okay, I'm contributing 400,000 shillings. I can't contribute everything. Why? It's coming from the budget that I've made. Because I've made my budget and I know. So remember, I told you, save some money for giving. So I said, okay, I have some little money. But on Monday is going to wed. I'm going to give him 500,000. Margaret needs something, 300. So what is remaining is 400. This is my brother, same father, same mother. That is what I can be able to afford. You can never solve the problems of everybody. That's a fact. Some people may say you are mean because there's a saying that if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. And if you don't plan for the future will plan for you. So that's what I would say about that. What about investing in things that you know very well? You mentioned something that you lend money, but you lawyers know it very well. By law, if you're going to lend money, you must have a money lender's license. I think. I could be wrong, but because I did in an organization which lends money, so I understand that very well. So what if that person does not pay back? But what I was saying is that you may know law very well, but maybe you're interested in poultry. Maybe you're interested in growing trees. Maybe you're interested in transport. So that's what I was saying, that if you're going to invest in transport, maybe borders or taxis or buses, just do your research on that and try to understand it. And like you said, you can begin small and then get into real estate. You know, you start small, buy land, and you begin building. There are some lawyers I know, very good friends. And in addition to the law firm, they also have rental apartments that people rent, and they also didn't borrow, you know, from some of them from the money that they got in 1 or 2 cases and so on. They had some land, they were able to put up something. You know, so that's what I'm talking about. But if you're going to get into rental, then these tax experts will advise you, you know, about the rental tax and the different things and so on. So that's where I was coming from. But also something that I did not mention, there's a saying that don't put all your eggs in one basket. So if you are going to get into investments, it will be good for you to have what you call an investment, trying to think, mix or matrix. Say 100%. My portfolio. You say maybe 50% will be in fixed income. So that treasury bills and bonds, unit trust, this fixed deposit, where like it says, at least I have put my money there for 20 years and Mr. Kena is here assured, even if he dies, he's assured that that money will be coming on a monthly basis. So I always tell people it's good for you to have a fixed income where you now put my money somewhere and I'm sure on a monthly basis this will come. Then you can put some in agroforestry, maybe grow trees and so on. You can put some in real estate. Some people do land banking and sell it after some time and have rentals and so on. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Have your investment portfolio, whatever, have different places where you place your money for investment. Thank you.
On the black tax, unfortunately, I also come from a family where I'm the firstborn. And in my village, I think currently I am the only one working. So I have that burden. But whenever I have that burden, I ask myself, whose responsibility are these people? I always discover that actually it is the government. Now, if government of Uganda cannot do it, why are you trying it? Recently, we lost a staff. This guy left URA 2 months ago. You remember there was a list of those employees of URA who were fired. He was one of them. Then we discovered that he was paying school fees for 21 kids in primary school and secondary school. And he was fired 1 month to the end of the term. Now, when they fire you in URA and you have issues with your file, they don't pay you terminal benefit. So that guy was not entitled to terminal benefit. He died after 2 months. He died last week. He had too much black tax on him that immediately lost his job. His high blood pressure just went up. It was now that one where the heart was about to blow into two, to burst into two. You get it? So do not try to do what government has failed to do. You can't. Just pick 1 or 2. Actually, if you're really paying for like 10, pick 1 person from each family and pick the brightest. That person will have a multiplier effect. They will have a multiplier effect. That person will pay the others. Now, on business, I am a businessman. I like having shops and groceries. I think you'll be very surprised the way I do my things. Now, the business which I have found which works these days and has very high profit is selling things to do with women. Women bags, women shoes, women clothes, women, those jeans, those stone ones. I think I buy them at like 10,000 in China, but I sell them here at 30,000. I make 20,000 on those. You've seen those jeans you guys wear on weekends. It's 10,000 in China. Actually, I've ordered for around 30 million shillings, those jeans, to sell in the next month. So I do business on the side. I do women clothes. It is just the highest profit. Don't try men's. Those people don't buy clothes. Don't. But just go for women things, you'll make money. Another business you can do is grocery. You can open a small grocery next to your home. That grocery is what will help you every day to feed your family, to transport you. The reason why Indians are richer than us is because for them, they look at business as number 1. Why don't we do business? You can wear this tie here, but you also have a grocery. I do that. And it makes money. Actually, some of the money I used to feed my house is from those groceries. But the one which makes money are those women things. The profit is more than 50%. Just try it and you'll ask me after 1 year. And then somebody was talking about Bitcoin. Please do not invest in anything which is not backed by 1, any law, 2, by gold. Do you know the currency of all these countries you see, the US, Uganda, shillings and what? There is some gold somewhere which backs it. Did you know that? Now, which gold is backing this Bitcoin? First of all, there's no country which owns it. There is no reserve of any gold kept in case the value, it loses value, this thing brings it up. It's not there. That's why the late Mutabire was very clear You go there at your own. I have seen actually Bitcoin is very similar to pyramid scheme. Remember that scheme? I remember my wife was conned twice and she never told me. But whenever I would reach home, I find her crying. I know something is wrong. She would invest. They say when you put 10 million, you get 20 million. When you put 20 million, you get 30 million. She invested all her money and the guy disappeared. The company disappeared. They even had a conference at Grand Imperial. I don't even remember. They called all the investors. My wife was among them. So don't go for any investment which has very high returns. Any investment which gives you a return of 100% is wrong. Even 50 for women things okay. Because I have sold those clothes, I know it. I buy at 10,000, I sell at 30,000. So it's even more than 50%. But any other thing, please don't try. It's dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mboa?
Yes, please.
Online.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenna. I would just want to add something small on what that good gentleman have said. And just to start from where Mr. Kenna has stopped, Bitcoin, because this is a question that keeps coming up over and over and over again. But I want to just let people know that there are a number of investment options in Uganda. Kindly start with those ones and explore them until you have exhausted. Then you can move on to the things that you try that are sophisticated. If you have not bought a share, if you have not you've not bought a share with Uganda Clays, you've not bought anything with Umeme, why are you going to buy Tesla? I mean, start with the things here you can, and then you can then move on to those other things. There are unit trusts. Mr. Kenna talked about the treasury bills and bonds. Those things are not sophisticated. With 100,000, you can actually start. There are 7 unit trust providers in the country which can give you that service. Any bank, when you go into any bank, you can tell them, I want to trade in treasury bills and bonds. They will be able to assist. And all you need is 100,000. So let's start there. Number 2, appreciate time. One of the very, I want to be as civil as possible. But sometimes time, allow me to switch off video. I think it is freezing. But time, we need to appreciate time, what time can do to things. The only reason NSSF money looks so big, it's because it has been taken over a number of a time period. NSSF money, when you have served for NSSF for 20 years, you will realize that the interest alone will compose 68% of your balance. That NSSF, that interest is not because NSSF we are so clever, but because the time aspect that you have put on this money. Saving 25,000, 75,000 every month for the next 20 years will give you about 56 million. If you give it time of compounding. So appreciate time. As young lawyers, and allow me to use this word, sometimes people think being young is being vulnerable. And let me share this with a story, then I will conclude and even say bye. When I was 24 years at Makerere University, I left Makerere, I took a border one evening and went to a site. That site belonged to me. At that point, of course, the land belonged to my father, but I was building a small house there. At that point, when the people saw me, the people who were building saw me, one of the men got down from wherever I was building and said, Muzei Uyaze. At 24 years, a 56-year-old man was calling me Muzei. What does that mean? That being young does not mean that you are vulnerable or that you cannot participate in grown-up decisions. You can do things that are grown up. At 24 years, to that Muzei, I was a grown up because I was constructing something. It was about under 5 million. I don't want to say to scare you that I was doing very big things. No. But at that point, because I was commanding that 5 million, I was Muzei. So being young, please forget about being young and enroll yourself into the field of the grown-ups. Be a Muzei in one aspect. Finally, black tax. Let me do this black tax and skill. Black tax. And I want to share with you, all of you have grown up in homes where there has been black tax. You've grown up where you are 20. It is just 5 of you who are biological, the rest are relatives. But I want you to start reflecting now, and I'm not trying to spread bad manners, but I want you to reflect now, if there is a problem at home, which people come to assist in that problem? Is it the extensive neighborhood, the extensive relatives you brought into the home, or you are just alone you the biologicals? Black tax, as Africans, we always extend this hand, but please don't overextend yourself. One thing I know and I'm very sure about is that people you are helping will never come back to help you or help your children. That one, just know it. And while you are helping them, don't even expect anything back. Help them out of your goodwill. But helping out of your goodwill needs to be in your affordability. You are not an NGO funded by USAID that you can afford to help everyone. So be okay with saying no to a relative. Be okay with not paying school fees for your brother's child because the lodges, when they knew that they had children. So be okay with that. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop there. And I say, as a lawyer, be a lawyer of skill. Be a lawyer of skill. That is when you will be valued. We will look out for lawyers. When we are looking for lawyers, there are certain names we look for because there is a skill they bring. In whatever you do, please bring out that skill. Allow me to stop there. Thank you so much, the Uganda Law Society, for inviting me. It's always a pleasure when I am in front of lawyers, big brains, the cream of this world. I need you to understand that there is a weight on you to be the deliverers and performers. So perform in your financial life as you are performing in your professional life. And then you will actually live to what the world is expecting you, but not just for the world, but because you as yourself, you need to actually be that person. Thank you so much. Allow me to log off and continue on my journey. But thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much, Dunstan. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenna.
Thank you so much, Mr. Headmaster, sir. Before you log off, I wanted a book from you.
Yes, sir. A book.
Yes.
Yes, a book. Actually, one of the books, I have fallen in love with Ugandan books. Please read the Great Financial Rebuild by Livingstone Mukasa. The Great Financial Rebuild. It is practical. It is relevant to your home. It's not Bitcoin. It is the rentals and the Zigos that are here with us. Kindly, The Great Financial Rebuild. As NSSF, I'll deliver 5 books to the ULS that you can give out to any of your members that you feel like deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we conclude, we have 2 questions that came in online. One is addressed to Mr. Kenna, and one is addressed to YSEV. Mr. Kenna, kindly share and explain more on treasury bonds and why they would be among the safe investments. And then also give your parting shot with a book for the audience.
Well, treasury bonds, those of you who want to invest in treasury bonds, the returns are actually very attractive. Currently, I think a 20-year bond is going for 18.5. I got one in March, which will mature in 2042. So I am going to get that same income up to 2042. I think that time I will now be an old man properly. So the reason why treasury bills and bonds are better is because they are risk-free. The government of Uganda will never go anywhere. It is government which has borrowed money from you. So it is government paying you. And you can start with as small as 100,000. I started like that. 100,000. I used to invest every month, 100, 100 from like 2016 until one day I got that day of the lawyer. Those of you are aware that my day of the lawyer actually happened in 2013 when I got a consultancy to work in Liberia. For the first time in my life, I saw $490,000 on my account in Equity Bank. I even thought something was wrong. So all of you are going to get that money one day. Unfortunately, since then, it has not happened. Maybe that was the... I now only get small monies, but as getting 400 at a go, I've never got it again. That's why when I got it, I really used it. I can take you and you see where that $490,000 is. And that money is there forever because I put $200,000 on treasury bonds. So that treasury bonds, I keep on getting income on it until after 20 years, I'm going to reinvest it back and again put it on bonds. So bond bills is the safest. And if you don't want to die a desperate life as an old man, you should always have cash, which is enough for you to buy medicine and enough for you to treat yourself. Once you have that, you can survive up to 100 years. Most of these people die very fast because they don't have money at that age. A person retires from civil service, dies after 1 year because there is no cash. So learn to have cash. 100,000 is the starting point. Which book do I recommend you to read? The Income Tax Act. Yes, everything in this world rotates around taxation. Whether you want it or not, it's about taxation. Very soon you are going to start paying money to URA for your, as lawyers. I think you saw it. It's about tax. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akena. Finally, we'll have Mr. Destin. How do you make a decision on which investment avenue to join from your experience as a SACCO leader?
Investment avenue to join or to undertake?
Sorry, to undertake.
To undertake. There are many things that will guide that, but one of them would be passion. What are you interested in? That would be one. The other one is the supervision. Are you able to supervise? Never invest in something that you don't supervise. That's very, very important. So would you have time to invest in it? Yeah, that's the other one, which also he mentioned. Are you meeting a need? You know, are you meeting a need? The need of, yeah. So like Mr. Akena says, he has seen a need, the ladies want to buy clothes. And so women, you can put on a trouser for the whole week. The ladies, you just change the jacket, but it's the same trouser. Or you may put on the same jacket and trouser for the whole week, which which the ladies will not do. Every day they will keep changing. Yeah. So those are three of the things that I would think of head, you know, quickly, the kind of investments that you would be involved in. I mean, it's much more detailed than that, but of it, that's what I would give you. Yeah.
Then your book?
Book, there are many, but the one that simply comes to my mind right now is called The Richest Man in Babylon by Napoleon Hill. The Richest Man in Babylon. Napoleon Hill.
Thanks so much. Thank you for taking your time and being with us up to 6 p.m. We greatly appreciate it.
Maybe something in addition to what is said, if you want to open up, because in order for you to participate in treasury bills and bonds, you must open up an account in Bank of Uganda. So go to your banks and tell them that you want to participate in treasury bills and bonds. Then they will give you forms to fill in, and then you open up an account in Bank of Uganda, and then they will give you more instructions on that. Yeah, so back to you.
We're going to have a brief photo moment. So anyone who wants to join in the photo, please let's have a photo with this distinguished guest, and then we'll have a closing from Brian.
Thank you. A big round of applause to our guest and our moderator. As young lawyers, thank you for the energy. For those that are online, we had close to 300 people online all through the day. So we really celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Akena, for your stories. We kept laughing so hard. I am still in shock that you're the only one in your entire village that is working, but very, very tangible responses. Please come for a photo moment. As a reminder, as they take the photo, please, I hope you've all registered. There were small cards on your desks that have a QR code to be scanned. Since everything is digital, you can just register that way. Please remember to share on social media and have online presence today and tomorrow. You can quote a hashtag, tweet, retweet, share on LinkedIn. We're young people, so let's have that energy and let's break the internet. That's it. Special thanks to the media team, the ULS staff, and everyone that has been part of the organization. It's been a successful day. Tomorrow, please do keep time. We want to start at exactly 9 a.m. So we shall not be late like today. So please come earlier than 9. Arrival is 8, 8:30, and then 9 o'clock will be starting. So cameraman, we're waiting for you. Our smiles are ready and our energy is ready. Thank you once again for coming, and God bless you.